The story begins with the image of huge plumes of smoke emanating from beneath the ground, followed by large, rugged craters as if a fierce battle had just taken place. At this moment, a tired man, sweating profusely and covered in wounds and blood, appears. Beneath the man is another individual with white hair dressed in white, being strangled and pinned down. The two are on the brink of the battle's conclusion. However, to everyone's surprise, the man being strangled with blood flowing profusely shows no fear. Instead, he smiles, laughing out loud. After that, he glances sideways. "You're different from the others," he says, as images of other people exhausted and lying on the ground appear. The scene is one of devastation, and the falling rain adds to the sorrow. The black-haired man on top, unable to bear the mocking tone, angrily shouts, "Shut up! Go ahead and kill me," the white-haired man says, still smiling. "Only you have the ability to kill me." The black-haired man on top coldly gazes at him with a sharp eye, saying, "Is that so?" as if to imply that it wasn't he who would take the other's life. "I made a promise to my teammates," he says as he grabs the other's collar. He stares intensely at the white-haired man, loudly declaring, "I will make you face the death penalty and be judged by the law." The white-haired man still smiles, looking at him. "To this day, I still regret it." The black-haired man exclaims, "You will face the judgment of justice." Then he regrets, "I should have killed him back then." At this moment on this news screen, a news anchor is broadcasting breaking news accompanied by an image of the white-haired man with the caption, "Sung Hwan, the worst villain, the culprit who brought fear to the world." A judge's hammer strikes the desk and the verdict is declared. Sung Hwan is now bound and pinned to a wooden board, surrounded by soldiers in protective gear, holding guns and looking extremely vigilant. The verdict continues. Seung Hwan is sentenced to death. He is currently wearing a special device to control his abilities. But despite being captured, the villain still confidently smiles. He is being held in Lucullus prison, known for housing the most vicious criminals in the deepest basement. A funeral ceremony named Justice is scheduled for tonight on the 5th floor. A person watching the news clenches their teeth in anger. There is a wound on their face. To commemorate, images of a purple-haired girl, a monk, a blonde girl, a man with a beard, and a blue-haired young man appear. Heroes who sacrificed themselves fighting against Seung Hwan alongside Gang Yu. Gang Yu, the remaining young man, is currently undergoing treatment. Upon hearing the news, his expression turns chillingly cold. The TV continues to broadcast. The government is truly grateful for the sacrifices of those who have passed away, when suddenly someone turns it off with the remote. A voice calls out, "Gang Yu!" The protagonist turns his head, his expression cold. The person entering is a young man dressed in a police uniform saying, "If your body is in pain, you should lie down." Why are you watching TV? This person is Gang Ho Seo, the warden of Lucullus prison. Gang Yu narrates that this person is his older brother, a prison warden. Gang Yu then speaks up, "Older brother." He looks down at his hands, bewildered and speechless. "You damned Seung Hwan." His expression darkens frighteningly as he exclaims, "You should have killed him when you had the chance." His older brother intervenes, calming Gang Yu down. "You made a promise to your teammates, didn't you?" At that time, his female teammate, Lausa, with blonde hair, had seriously said, "A hero saves people, not kills them. No matter how evil the opponent is, you can't just kill them indiscriminately, because they are also human beings, and their fate should be decided by the law." But Gang Yu had argued back. "What if they kill us?" Lausa had replied. "Promise me." Lausa had said, "Promise me no matter what happens, you won't kill anyone." She had reminded her teammates of this. At that time, Gang Yu could only remain silent and comply with Lausa's words. Returning to the present after coughing, his older brother continues, "I agree too. The only thing that can judge a person is the law," he says, bowing his head, not looking happy at all. His older brother looks a bit helpless, and of course, as a prison warden, he has to keep this confidential. "This is classified information. Seung Hwan will be executed next week. I will be in charge of carrying out the sentence." Gang Yu listens, shocked, and looks at his brother. His older brother continues, "You've kept your promise to your teammates. You've done well. Leave the final act of his life to the prison wardens like us." Gang Yu listens, becoming even more astonished, and looks up at his older brother. Gang Ho Seo reaches out to Gang Yu, smiling. Go meet your colleagues. The scene shifts to a different setting, where letters and flowers for the fallen heroes are piled up. People are gathering holding banners with sorrowful and angry faces. Images of the heroes who sacrificed themselves are lined up neat and respectful. The two brothers also appear there to pay their respects to their teammates. Gang Yu holds a blooming white chrysanthemum dedicated to his beloved teammates. Quickly a week passes. People continue to come and go, and the funeral hall remains crowded. And the day of Seung Hwan's execution had arrived. The wooden board with the villain's name pinned to it appeared, and Seung Hwan's name had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced with a memorial photo of Gang Ho Seo, the male protagonist's older brother. Had he died? Gang Yu's eyes were filled with tears as he struggled to believe this truth, overcome with grief and unable to speak a word. Why? The person sentenced to death by law didn't die. The image of Seung Hwan full of malice appeared. My brother, a prison warden, had to... The memorial photo of Gang Ho Seo was smiling, standing there. A prison warden who always did his job well, with chrysanthemums in front of him and an incense burner emitting smoke. At this moment, Gang Yu could only sit there dazed beside his brother's memorial photo. He was sinking into despair when a voice called out, "Gang Yu!" A young woman appeared, accompanied by two men in police uniforms walking behind her. She said, "Long time no see." This young woman was Seyeon Jo, a prison official at Luculus Prison. "Can we chat for a bit?" Gang Yu looked up at them with tired, annoyed eyes. A tablet was presented, opened to a video that was ready to play. Gang Yu asked irritably, "What is this?" Seyeon Jo replied, "This is the video of Seung Hwan's execution today." The scene cut to the events shown in the video being played. Footsteps in unison appeared. Seung Hwan was being led bound to a wooden board by several prison wardens. Gang Ho Seo was walking beside him when Seung Hwan glanced over, sneering, "Hey, you look like..." He leaned in close to Gang Ho Seo and continued, "Very much like Gang Yu. Are you related to him?" Gang Ho Seo remained silent, his eyes narrowing as he looked at Seung Hwan. Seung Hwan continued to taunt. "You're a prison warden, aren't you?" Siblings are so different, aren't they?" Which one of you is older?" Gang Ho Seo remained silent while Seung Hwan kept staring at him, waiting for a response. Suddenly, Seung Hwan spoke again. "Hey, how does it feel to kill someone?" Seung Hwan asked. Gang Ho Seo finally reacted, annoyed. "What did you just say?" Seung Hwan still wore a vile smile. "You're a prison warden, aren't you? You're a killer, just like me." "How does it feel?" Seung Hwan taunted, trying to provoke Gang Ho Seo. But Gang Ho Seo remained silent and calm. Seung Hwan glanced at Gang Ho Seo and said with malice, "I feel a bit regretful." Gang Ho Seo asked irritably, "Regretful?" Seung Hwan smiled wickedly and said something disgusting, making one feel outraged. "Killing someone with just a touch isn't that interesting." Gang Ho Seo was finally provoked and exclaimed, He pointed at Seung Hwan, gritting his teeth. "Even when I kill those who aren't even human like you, I feel extremely guilty, even though I just touched the button." But the truth was, he had always had nightmares, waking up every night scratching his head in pain. The nightmares made him feel tired and unable to have a good night's sleep. It was the nightmares. Images of other condemned prisoners appeared, and Seung Hwan shouted, "You're just like me!" Before dying, Seung Hwan still smiled wickedly and cursed. Gang Ho Seo's job was just that of a killer, no more, no less. After that, Gang Ho Seo, provoked, exclaimed that the prisoners he had executed haunted him even in his dreams. Seung Hwan smiled wickedly again and asked, "So what motivates you to continue being a prison warden?" Gang Ho Seo seemed lost in thought. "Everyone has their own job. I'm just doing my duty as a prison warden." Before the execution, the condemned prisoner Seung Hwan, Gang Ho Seo sat in front of him and asked, "Is there anything you want to say?" Seung Hwan responded nonchalantly, "Yeah, I just want to ask." Seung Hwan laughed maniacally and asked, "Which one of you is older?" Gang Hoseo immediately made the decision to proceed with the execution via his radio. The 3 prison wardens were about to press the execution buttons. Their fingers were about to press the buttons, while Seung-hwan still wore a smug smile. One finger was already on the button. The 2 buttons were about to be pressed. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared on the black screen. The video on the tablet was paused. Gong-yu couldn't believe what he was seeing on the tablet and was speechless. Se-yeon-jo spoke up at the time of the execution. On the screen, black bars appeared due to signal interference. Inside Luculus prison, the ceiling appeared along with a long, unlit light. The prison wardens panicked, exclaiming, "What's going on? The power is out, the prisoner." They glanced at Seung-hwan. On his collar there was a red button. He laughed like a demon, raised his finger, and pressed the red button. A mysterious attack was carried out. Seung-hwan shouted, "The only one who can kill me!" Gang Hoseo was extremely panicked. A massive explosion occurred inside the prison. Everyone tried to hold on to each other and jump out of the way. The electrical wires on the ceiling started to spark, creating flashes of light and smoke that obscured the view. A prison warden struggled to shout into the radio, "Everyone catch him! Alert support needed!" The condemned prisoner has escaped the controlled device. He spoke hastily, saying everything as fast as he could. I will say it again. Death row. Inmate control room. But at this moment, Seung-hwan appeared behind the prison guard and looked at him with devilish eyes. Immediately, the prison guard's face started to blister in fear, and painful screams echoed, "Ah, ah, ah." Seung-hwan opened his mouth wide and laughed with great satisfaction. Then the prison guard's body swelled up and exploded, shattering into pieces in front of Gang Hoseo, who was shocked. Gang Hoseo's eyes glazed over as he looked at the fresh blood of his colleague. Gang Hoseo knelt on the ground. Seung-hwan stepped over the blood and approached him, saying, "When I saw you." He looked down at Gang Hoseo with a disgusted expression. "I knew you were his older brother, didn't I?" Gang Hoseo was furious, gripping the hilt of his knife tightly. Then he jumped up and swung his knife at Seung-hwan with all his might. But Seung-hwan simply raised his hand, and Gang Hoseo's arm shattered instantly. Gang Hoseo's eyes were filled with pain and anger. He couldn't help but fall down, using his other hand to clutch his wound tightly. Seung-hwan's eyes gleamed as he asked, "Didn't I?" Gang Hoseo's whole body trembled, but he still tried to reach out with his remaining hand to pick up the knife. "You must be dealt with according to the law." Seo Kang-ho's clenched fist was covered in blood veins bulging due to suppressed rage. Seung-hwan's expression remained calm as he stood there looking at Gang Hoseo with contempt. Then Gang Hoseo used all his strength to swing the knife down, shouting, "The law must be enforced, you monster!" But Seung-hwan just raised his hand again, and immediately a pool of blood splattered in the air, leaving only a few tattered pieces of fabric. The familiar hat fell to the ground. Above on the ceiling, electrical sparks flashed brightly. Below was the man standing like a devil, and on the ground was something no one wanted to see. Gang Hoseo's head lying in a pool of his own blood. The devil looked at the empty hat, speechless. He smiled sinisterly and continued. "To get an accurate answer, you should ask Gang Yu." Back in the present, Gang Yu was still in shock, his eyes wide open and frozen. Se-yeon-jo spoke up. That's why currently, due to the unexpected attack initiated by Seung-hwan, the control devices installed on death row inmates on all floors were released. Luckily, the inmates' escape was prevented, but many prison guards were trapped with the prisoners. Gang Yu finally regained his senses, gritting his teeth in anger, and asked, "Who did this?" Se-yeon-jo was silent for a moment before responding, "We are still investigating." Then she leaned on her hand and got straight to the point. "Gang Yu, I'm sorry to ask you this, but at your older brother's funeral, can you quell the riot at Luculus prison?" Her expression was sharp and serious. Gang Yu didn't hesitate, saying, "Of course, definitely." Se-yeon-jo looked at him with those sharp eyes as if waiting for something. But at this moment, a fierce aura surrounded Gang Yu. His red eyes gleamed like a fierce god, and he continued, "But I have a condition," my colleague once said. My colleague. At this moment, large and small explosions could be heard. There was a group of prisoners, all wearing yellow uniforms, breaking down the door together. They seemed to be trapped inside. Chaotic screams echoed, "Open the door!" Damn it. Die. Some people were frenzied, killing others with a look of satisfaction on their faces. Kang Yu continued. A hero's role is to save people, not to kill. Chaotic screams echoed. Open the door. Damn it. Die. Some people were frenzied, killing others with a look of satisfaction on their faces. Kang Yu continued. A hero's role is to save people, not to kill. After a chaotic scene, the prisoners started to fight their way out. Kang Yu's colleague, a prison guard, had told him that the only thing that can judge humans is the law. The prisoners with ferocious and disgusting appearances were excited to see the light. They shouted with joy. The door is open, let's all escape, and the executor of the law, just as they were about to celebrate, a force from outside the door pushed the prisoners back in. It was a prison guard. The prisoners were shocked, shouting, "What's going on?" Outside the door stood a figure in black, with eyes shining like a wild beast, staring at the prisoners inside. I don't want to enter Lucullus prison as a hero. A familiar badge on a hat appeared, accompanied by a greeting that seemed to come from the underworld. Hello, you scum! But as a prison guard, an executioner, Kang Yu appeared with a cold, expressionless face, saying, I am prison guard, Kang Yu. The prisoners were shocked upon hearing Kang Yu's name. One of the leaders among them bravely stepped forward, asking, You're a hero, so why are you wearing a prison guard's uniform? They laughed like monsters, staring at him. Still, it's nice to meet you. Die, they shouted as they charged at Kang Yu. Kang Yu stood calmly at the door, waiting for the mob to attack him. Before the sharp claws could pounce, he just raised his fist, and finally his eyes lit up and charged forward. The fierce-looking man who charged forward first was immediately punched in the stomach by Kang Yu and split in two. Those nearby were also affected by the punch, losing their arms, and whether they were alive or dead, they were all sent flying backward like they had encountered a strong storm. At this moment, a path from the outside in was revealed with mutilated bodies and bloodstains on the floor. Other prisoners saw this scene and were extremely frightened. One man gritted his teeth, sweating profusely, and exclaimed, What is this? Kang Yu, still outside, remained calm, standing there and catching his breath. After finishing, he stood tall and loudly warned the prisoners. Listen up, you beasts! From now on, by order of the government. On the first floor, a giant man sat with his head bowed in a solitary confinement cell. In the basement, a girl with purple hair was smiling. In basement level 2, a group of people with unknown faces were only visible by their glowing eyes. In basement level 3, a person with blue-tinted hair and a glowing symbol under their eyes. In basement level 4, a girl with long blue hair was partially visible. In basement level 5, a familiar blood-stained hat appeared. Kang Yu continued to speak. All the work of my older brother. At this moment, Seung Hwan sat on a pile of corpses, calmly wearing the respectable hat of the unfortunate prison warden. As soon as he saw Kang Yu arrive, he smiled mockingly and said, You're here, huh? Kang Yu finished his narrative and continued, his face filled with anger, as he pronounced the sentence. The execution will begin. The prisoners were extremely panicked upon hearing these words. Execution, they frantically shouted, not willing to accept their fate. Ridiculous. You think you can kill us? Kang Yu looked at the prisoners with cold eyes. After they fell silent, he spoke. You people have taken countless lives. Do you still think you're not deserving of death? The prisoners looked at each other in confusion, wondering, have we really killed that many people? One of them, Helita shouted. I haven't killed that many, but he had actually killed 12 people. Another Brook raised his hand, claiming he had only killed 7 people. A fat prisoner, Cade, proudly raised a few fingers, saying he had killed fewer than 5. He was even more detestable because he had kidnapped and sexually assaulted children before killing them. The prisoners, instead of repenting, continued to argue with Kang Yu. Who are you to kill us? We want to talk to a lawyer. Murderers are humans too, followed by curses and rejections from the prisoners. One prisoner, Choi Woo-won, remained silent, observing with a calculating gaze, seemingly annoyed by the noise. Choi Woo-won had moss-green hair, a tired look, and had killed 8 people, including cases of sexual assault. As Choi Woo-won stood amidst the chaos, he was calculating in his mind while being distracted by the other prisoners. Through the gaps, he looked at Gang Yu. His eyes lit up as if he had come up with a sinister plan. Choi Woo-won quietly stepped back. A footstep echoed as it stamped on the floor. While the prisoners were rebelling against Gang Yu, Choi Woo-won used his quick strength to rush out, taking advantage of the opportunity to escape. But before Choi Woo-won could feel triumphant, something was approaching his ugly face. Gang Yu wouldn't let a small fry like him escape. With just one kick, a large pool of blood splattered into the air. The prisoners who had been making a ruckus earlier were silenced by the sight, frozen in fear. Only a mangled body fell to the ground. Gang Yu spoke calmly. "I'll give you one last chance. Wear the monitoring device obediently and return to your cell to wait for your execution, or be executed right here by me." Gang Yu's expression was as stern as the Grim Reaper's. The prisoners' faces turned pale upon hearing this panic setting in. Unexpectedly, one fearless prisoner spoke up, mocking, "What are you thinking, you bastard?" He spoke arrogantly to the surprise of the other prisoners. "There's something I want to say. Since we're going to die anyway, isn't it better to die in a riot than to wait quietly for death? This negotiation is meaningless." The prisoner spoke with a disgusting tone and expression, his demeanor infuriating. "This isn't a negotiation," Gang Yu rebuked, trying to suppress his anger and patiently explaining. "The final thing I offer you is mercy." Some prisoners were panicking, some were worried, some were calm, and they were all discussing among themselves. "We're done for." "Is he going to kill everyone?" one of them said. "Let's just prolong our lives a bit more." Another prisoner wearing a monitoring device said, "I thought he was just a new prison guard, but who would have thought he was a hero from equality?" But at this moment there was one prisoner who remained silent. A bright aura emanated from his mouth while the other prisoners were still panicking and discussing among themselves. Then he opened his wide mouth and released a strong aura. His face at this moment looked like that of a high-level monster. The prisoners who were previously panicking were now shocked and turned to look at the monster-like prisoner. "Pay attention," a voice said, accompanied by a black finger pointing towards the sky. The prisoner calmly called out to everyone. "Listen here. Even if he's a hero from equality, we don't need to be that worried. We just need to work together and we'll be fine. I once killed a level 2 hero, so this shouldn't be a problem." The prisoner began to brainwash the weaker prisoners, urging them to attack Gang Yu together. One of the prisoners, seemingly concerned, asked, "Is it really true?" Instead of panicking, they now revealed sinister expressions and smiled, saying, "If that's the case, then..." The prisoner who had spoken earlier chimed in again. "That's right, there's nothing to be afraid of. Let's just kill him and regain our freedom." Gang Yu calmly looked at the prisoner with his fiery red eyes and said, "You piece of garbage!" Returning to Si Yun-jo, she was sitting on a chair speaking seriously. The Luculus prison is divided into sections based on the level of danger. On the first floor, there are those who have killed many people, over 300 serial killers. In the first basement level, there are over 100 regional-level criminals. In the second basement level, there are over 30 city-level criminals. In the third basement level, there are 10 national-level dangerous criminals. In the fourth basement level, there are 5 continental-level dangerous criminals. In the fifth basement level, there are 3 people, including Zeon Hwan, who are dangerous to the entire world. Se Yun-jo sighed. "There are quite a few, aren't there? But the number of prisoners you need to handle will be significantly less." She looked very serious as she spoke. "The prisoners on the second basement level." The images of the people appeared above, locked in by a golden ring of light. 2 girls, one with blue eyes and the other with red eyes, were reminding the prisoners, "Confess your crimes." And on the 5th basement level, a ceiling appeared. A girl was sitting in the corner of the room. Another prisoner approached her, observed her, and then let out a surprised sound. It turned out to be Seung Hwan, who was holding a red round object resembling a piece of flesh. He was smiling as he looked at the girl sitting in the corner. They looked at each other. Seung Hwan tossed the object in his hand and casually said, "You're here too." The girl glanced at Seung Hwan with a cold, sharp gaze. Then she began to think about how she could kill time while waiting for Gang Yu to arrive. At this moment, a voice was heard again. However, there was a particularly special prisoner on the first floor. Seiyunjo provided some information and warned Gang Yu, "You need to be careful with this one." The image of the prisoner who looked like a rat appeared above. He was nonchalantly holding his prisoner sign. His name was Hylason. Returning to the present, Hylason revealed a calm expression showing no signs of panic or fear. He possessed a skill that could easily persuade others with his words. Gang Yu accused him. "You attacked a hospital, injuring 30 people and killing 7, including a level 2 hero, making it 8 in total." Hylason's ugly lips suddenly said 10. He raised his 2 hands, laughing maniacally, and said with pride, "I killed 10 people. The hero was pregnant with twins." Gang Yu's eyes became even sharper after hearing Hylason's words. He stared at Hylason, took a deep breath, and then called out, "Commander." He spoke into the bright object attached to his collar. "I think I'll use a bit of my strength. Is the prison sturdy enough?" The commander on the other end confirmed, "You can't destroy it, I guarantee that." Gang Yu's face turned extremely cold as he said, "Then I won't hold back my strength anymore." Hylason, still unafraid, mocked, "You're just bluffing." He continued to taunt Gang Yu and his colleagues. "You're a hero from equality, but you can't do anything. You were so desperate to catch Seonghwan that you used your colleague as bait, didn't you?" Hylason smiled sinisterly and said, "We'll send you to join your deceased colleague." Then Hylason unleashed his power like a mad dog. The other prisoners, upon receiving Hylason's power, became excited, and their eyes revealed a sense of hope. One of them smiled sinisterly and shouted, "My body is full of strength." Hylason, like a high-level monster, roared and called for everyone to attack. Immediately, the other prisoners rushed towards Gang Yu with a strong conviction to kill him. 2 streams of power flashed towards Gang Yu, but instantly the prisoners who attacked were broken apart like the previous ones. The dark power attacked all the prisoners who were not afraid to die. Streams of hot blood splashed into the air, and the group of prisoners gradually disintegrated. At this time, the dark energy flowed through the prisoners, causing them to panic and exclaim something. Later, the prisoners were killed by Gang Yu's power, their bodies torn apart, and their remains scattered all over the ground like chickens with the flu. Some were lucky enough to still be standing frozen in fear like statues. Hylason was among them. His face no longer arrogant and contemptuous, but instead shocked, bewildered, and terrified. At this moment, a foot was lifted high with great force. It was none other than Gang Yu. The kick in midair released a dark energy aura that overlapped like a spider's web. Then, with a force twice as strong, he brought his foot down, and the red blood-colored energy surged out even more powerfully. Immediately, Gang Yu's energy reached its peak as his foot hit the ground, and the remaining prisoners were decisively sent to hell by that energy. The scene shifted to a beautiful sunset sky, as if the previous carnage was just a nightmare. Someone was sitting in a dark room. A man sitting there with his head bowed, silent and motionless. Suddenly the prisoner raised his head. His mouth was gagged with cloth, and a questioning voice was raised loudly. "Gang Yu!" On the other side, a prisoner screamed, "Ah!" He was still being treated by Gang Yu, and was about to be sent off to meet his maker, but he couldn't help cursing. "Damn it!" Then his eyes widened in fear, and he turned white. Gang Yu was still jumping around, dealing with the remaining prisoners. They cowered and tried to avoid him. Gang Yu's eyes shone brightly as he charged forward with the Death Fist vortex. The fist transformed into a powerful energy that descended, accompanied by screams of, "Stop, don't!" Streams of blood spurted into the air, and 2 death knells tolled. The result was that Gang Yu's fist was like a net that pierced through all the prisoners there. The fist was like the claw of a giant beast. The prisoners were terrified, as they were wrapped in the red blood-colored energy. He was also cut in 2 by the sharp energy, but his expression didn't show any pain. A moment later, he turned white, his face disbelieving, and exclaimed, "Impossible!" The result of Gang Yu's punishment was that the remaining prisoners were cut in 2. After Gang Yu withdrew his energy, all that was left behind was a field of corpses like the end of the world. Only then did Gang Yu open his mouth and say, "First floor execution complete. Time to head to the solitary confinement cell." Behind him was a scene that no one wanted to see in their lifetime, but it was fitting for those who deserved it. The number of people killed was uncountable. Seeing a mountain of corpses, dozens, hundreds. Gang Yu's death fist was still radiating powerful energy. At this moment, he was standing in front of two prisoners, one big and one small, who were extremely panicked. Seo Gang-ho spoke up. Choose. One option was to wear the device. The other was to die. His voice was cold and his eyes sharp. The smaller one gritted his teeth in fear, while the larger one gritted his teeth in anger and exclaimed, "You!" The larger one sneered, raised his hand, and charged at Gang Yu, cursing, "You bastard!" But Gang Yu just casually kicked out, and the larger one was torn apart, meeting the same fate as the previous prisoners. There were about 300 people on the first floor. The smaller one saw the larger one die in an instant and was terrified. He quickly and wisely raised his hand and surrendered. "I'll wear it. I'll wear the device." Gang Yu ordered someone to come and take him away. The prisoner stuttered, "Yes, sir." He panicked, raised both hands, and cautiously said, "Please give it to me." Gang Yu's sharp eyes looked at him. Just as it seemed the prisoner valued his life, he suddenly smiled eerily and released a powerful energy from his hand, cursing Gang Yu. "You bastard!" He confidently launched the energy at Gang Yu. He laughed maniacally. "Do you really think you'll be obeyed? You bastard!" Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. It turned out that after the attack, Gang Yu was still standing unscathed. The prisoner couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Huh!" One of the culprits captured by Tom said that those lacking physical strength were pitiful. A female prisoner bound and chained appeared. Despite being fully restrained, she laughed maniacally and said, "You don't know the pleasure of crushing someone from afar, do you?" A familiar fist punched her face. "Is this what you call pleasure?" Immediately, her head was smashed into pieces in mid-air. It was as if it was just a matter of crushing an egg with one's hand. Later, Gang Yu was in a different, cleaner space. He pressed a red button on the wall. After the door opened, Gang Yu stood silhouetted against the light. A voice from inside spoke out. "It's so noisy outside, isn't it?" Gang Yu just looked at him with cold, sharp eyes. The blindfolded prisoner still spoke up. "It's been 3 years. I knew you'd come." Gang Yu frowned, feeling uncomfortable. The prisoner continued to speak. "Long time no see, hero. Gang Yu." This prisoner was held in solitary confinement on the first floor, known for being a cannibal who ate his father brutally. He asked, "Do you remember me?" Now the video guy stood up, and it seemed like you had changed jobs, didn't you? It didn't seem very good, huh? Gang Yu didn't respond to his nonsense, and coldly told him to choose between living and dying. The guy named Finio took off his gag, and with a despicable expression he started rambling. "If I knew we would meet like this, you and your heroic friends from the Equality Group." The scene shifted back to when Finio was first captured by the heroic Team Equality and was tied to a rock. At that time, Gang Yu suddenly looked to one side. There was a pot with its lid slightly ajar containing something red and ominous inside. Gang Yu was confused when the guy spoke up in disgust. "Doesn't it look appetizing?" He stuck out his dog-like tongue and made a completely despicable face. "You seem like you want to kill someone, don't you?" Gang Yu's angry orange eyes glared back at him, continuing to provoke. "But you won't dare to kill me, will you?" Gang Yu's hands were filled with the power of indignation. His teammates looked at him with great concern. Gang Yu swung his fist towards the scoundrel and roared, "I'll kill you!" Just as he was about to deal with the prisoner in his anger, a loud shout stopped him. "Gang Yu." When the other person appeared, Gang Yu stopped his fist. Lausa spoke up with a sorrowful expression, "Don't." Gang Yu could only suppress his indignation. But the guy continued to provoke. "Look at your teammates. They're so hopeful, aren't they?" Returning to the present, Gang Yu raised his hand, emitting a powerful energy, and said, "If you don't answer, I'll consider it a choice for death." The murderer continued to babble. "You want to know why I killed people?" "I'm not interested," Gang Yu said, having lost patience long ago. Immediately, a burst of energy shot out, and the guy's head flew off his body. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, "It's because..." Surprisingly, the head of the video guy still smiled sinisterly. "I wanted them to remember me." He reappeared on the other side, raised both hands nonchalantly, and said, "So I killed them and became the most memorable person in their lives." The image of people he had killed looking up in despair as they died under his skills flashed before Gang Yu. They wouldn't forget him. The image of him appearing in the lives of his victims was like a detestable poisonous insect. The victims were surrounded by an overwhelming, inescapable force. The guy laughed like a monster proud of himself. They will deeply etch my image into their eyes. Kyokfin. As if to prove it, he said, I can show you the memories of those I killed. Gang Yu glanced at him, uncomfortable with his display of cruelty. Around him there were strange, purple-black insects symbolizing his power. He continued arrogantly. Should I show you one by one? A head appeared under his hand, and the video guy was about to say something. Suddenly, Gang Yu's eyes lit up. Immediately, an arm summoned power and cut off the guy's arm. It was severed by a burst of energy. The guy painfully clutched his wounded arm. Gang Yu then spoke up. Is it because you're a solitary confinement prisoner? Gang Yu transformed his energy into a sword helmet and approached the struggling video guy. I really want to gag your constantly nagging mouth. Gang Yu appeared like the god of death, saying, You don't have time to attack me with your skills, do you? The guy cried out in despair. Then he sweated profusely and asked, Let me ask you something before I die. Do you remember the people you killed? Gang Yu raised his sword and responded nonchalantly. No, there's nothing worth remembering, especially scum like you. Suddenly Gang Yu's expression turned serious. Kyokfin smiled sinisterly, creating an image of Gang Yu's teammates in front of him to confuse Gang Yu. Lausa spoke up with sorrowful eyes, saying, You don't... Gang Yu became dazed, looking forward. Then 2 more teammates looked at him affectionately and called out, Gang Yu. Kyokfin, despite sweating profusely, still managed to show a despicable expression. So do you remember these people? But Gang Yu quickly regained his composure, still raising his sword despite the calls of Gang Yu. The illusion of Lausa was still calling out to Gang Yu when the sword struck. A powerful swing from Gang Yu cut through the illusion, immediately returning the space to reality. Gang Yu's eyes were as sharp as a god of death as he hissed, Are you done with your petty tricks? Kyokfin still smiled sinisterly. Then he continued with his nonsense. I didn't expect you to be able to cut down your colleagues without hesitation. Gang Yu coldly responded, They weren't. Kyokfin frowned in confusion, and Gang Yu completed his sentence, Just illusions, weren't they? Immediately after, Kyokfin's body was cut in 2 by Gang Yu's powerful sword. The prisoner's body fell to the ground. Gang Yu stood there looking down and said, I'm no longer a hero, I'm a prison warden. Kyokfin, still bleeding from his mouth, stubbornly said, You're not just a prison warden. His eyes gradually closed, but he still tried to finish saying, You are a monster. However, Gang Yu just stood there in silence. The final words of the Kyokfin ended his cruel life. A monster similar to Seong Hwan, his words aimed at Gang Yu one last time. But at this moment, he didn't care about those meaningless words anymore. He just turned around, glanced at the corpse of the prisoner. The scene then shifted to Seong Hwan, who looked bored and stared at something. There was no resistance from the female prisoner who sat in the corner, beaten by him, and lay on the floor. Her face was expressionless, as if she had no emotions. Seong Hwan showed his dissatisfaction like a child, looking disgusting. When will you come down, or should I go up? He was calculating after defeating everyone inside. It was nighttime, and the moon shone through the dark clouds. At this moment, 3 people were standing on the cliff observing. A man spoke up, Tom A.E., when will you start? The woman referred to as Tom A.E. smiled in response. He's here. Gang Yu appeared on that floor. His face was cold, showing a deadly aura. Sinka covered her face, smiled excitedly, and then exclaimed, My beloved husband. A man there asked confusingly while looking at Gang Yu on the screen. Husband of yours, she smiled and replied, Yes, he's my husband. The man Canis sneered and asked, Isn't your husband Seong Hwan? Hato, one of the 3 people, spoke up. That's right. Isn't that the reason you attacked him, to save him? Canis continued. And the one over there is a hero, the least useful person for humanity's development. Sinka responded calmly. He used to be a hero. Then Sinka's expression turned manic, and she exclaimed, No, I don't see any heroism in him. Everything fell silent after that statement. Gang Yu's face remained cold but still cautious. Canis said, "Then you should choose one." Hato added, "That's right. The Dafu system is illegal." Sinka seemed thoughtful, unsure whether he was younger or older, which was crucial because they didn't match. The two symbols in Sinka's eyes lit up. "The one who survives is my destiny. You think you're valuable just because you're chosen." Sinka showed a sinister smile. "Then who is it?" A ceiling full of lights appeared. Seiyun-jo appeared behind Gang Yu, saying, "Well done, prison warden Gang Yu." Her sharp eyes looked down at the corpse of the prisoner and continued, "You've cleaned up the first basement floor." Seiyun-jo reminded him, "The strength of prisoners increases exponentially, so take a rest, Gang Yu." But Gang Yu refused without letting her finish. He turned around, his face filled with indignation, and said, "I'll go there right now. Open the door." Seiyun-jo was taken aback for a moment, then replied, "Understood. Before you go down, I have a task for you." In the lower-level basement, too, there's still a living prison warden sending signals. Images of weak prison wardens standing among dangerous prisoners appeared. "How many prison wardens do you think are in each floor?" A female prison warden gritted her teeth, holding a baton to defend herself. Gang Yu responded to Seiyun-jo, "I don't know, but can we save them and return them to their families?" Seiyun-jo replied, "All communication devices on the basement floors are broken, so I don't know the exact number, but I'm sure there's only one person." Images of bloodstains on the floor appeared. It was because a prison warden had been attacked, lost his legs, and was trying to crawl on the floor. Since all communication devices on the 5th basement floor were still working, the camera's image appeared. The prison warden had crawled to the camera, desperately shouting, "Help, help me! Someone please!" But behind the pitiful prison warden, Seung-hwan and another prisoner appeared. Seung-hwan's eyes were cruel as he raised his hand. The prison warden's face immediately swelled. A terrible explosion followed, and blood splattered on the camera. Seung-hwan smiled arrogantly in front of the camera. "I'll show them this." Seung-hwan held a red, disgusting object. Gang Yu adjusted his hat and said, "I'm going down, causing everyone to panic." Seiyun-jo responded, "I'll open the door between the two basement floors," and then spoke into the comms device to give permission. The door appeared with a crack of light. While Gang Yu waited for the door to open, Seiyun-jo reminded him again, "You must be careful. The difference in strength between prisoners on the two floors is like earth and sky." As she finished speaking, the door opened before his sharp eyes. Gang Yu's eyes became grave as the door opened. A group of fierce prisoners, Laosa, attacked Gang Yu together. They were excited, pulling him out to play a game. "Ha ha ha, which one is the fastest wins." Then colorful flashing lights exploded. The prisoners, each holding a gun, took turns aiming and shooting, mocking Gang Yu. They know someone's coming to meet them. Seiyun-jo was so shocked that she cried out for Gang Yu. But her gaze quickly dropped when she heard the words, "Before worrying about others, worry about yourself first." A giant hand reached out in front of Seiyun-jo. A prisoner smiled with delight, and then his repulsive hand reached out, successfully grabbing Seiyun-jo's neck and lifting her up. He then smiled and asked, "You're a prison warden, aren't you? What a rare opportunity. I've always wanted to smash that arrogant face of yours." Seiyun-jo tried to grit her teeth and break free from his claws. The prisoner smiled smugly. "Should I do it now?" Finishing his sentence, he turned back to boast, "Hey, you fools, I'm the prison warden. Whoever catches them first will be—" But before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock. While he was busy with his contemptible achievement, a group of prisoners in his cell had already lain down on the ground. The prisoner couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "What the?" And immediately he looked up in fear. It was Gang Yu punching down with a deadly fist. It didn't take long for the powerful force to descend. Gang Yu kept punching until the other man's hand released Seiyun-jo. Seiyun-jo was confused as she fell to the ground after hearing a voice say, "Don't come down." Gang Yu stood up, looked at her, and warned Basement 2. His eyes were extremely sharp, indicating danger. Seiyun-jo could only nod in understanding. "Yes, I understand." Before he walked further away, Jo Se-un reached out to call the prison warden Gang Yu. Tom Tomoki was caught on the upper basement floor. An image of her being bound with chains appeared. Gang Yu remained silent for a moment before responding. I know. The scene then shifted to the solitary confinement cell on the first floor. Some rough-looking prisoners were discussing among themselves. Did you hear that? It sounded like a scream. He succeeded, didn't he? A female prisoner with a mysterious expression and large breasts spoke up. Hey, you fools, did he succeed? Do you think any of us can cause a commotion here? I doubt you'll ever know, she said. I'm Tom Tomoki. I've killed 28 heroes. Tom Tomoki pointed to her forehead with a proud and arrogant expression, continuing, Do you know why villains remain villains? Because you're not smart enough. Former heroes. A curse erupted, you bitch. A rough-looking prisoner approached, gritting his teeth and asking, Do you want me to kill you, Tom Tomoki? Tom Tomoki burst out laughing and said, Try killing me. You've only killed ordinary people. Have you ever killed someone with superpowers? The rough-looking prisoner remained silent. Or have you ever fought against them? Tom Tomoki continued, pointing to herself proudly. If you don't know why I'm here, it's because I've killed them. The rough-looking prisoner emitted a murderous aura. I'll kill someone with superpowers right now. But in an instant, Tom Tomoki extended her claws and slashed from the top of the rough-looking prisoner's head, down, killing him. Immediately, a stream of fresh blood spurted out, and Tom Tomoki's grotesque arm was covered in blood. A cold, murderous aura emanated from her entire body as she said, Who's going to be killed, you fool? The people in the cell were terrified, standing frozen in place. Tom Tomoki continued proudly, When I was a hero, I captured countless villains, so I know how to capture those with superpowers. With that knowledge, I've killed countless heroes. Tom Tomoki stood before the body. She had torn apart, smiling and saying, Now I'll teach those on my side. She licked the blood off her hand in a disgusting manner, then asserted, I'll teach you how to hunt someone with superpowers. At that moment, Gang Yu's image appeared in the darkness. His sharp eyes gazed forward. Tom Tomoki continued, and more importantly, her face twisted into a snake-like smile as she said, I know Gang Yu's abilities. A surprised voice echoed, How do you know Gang Yu's abilities? Tom Tomoki sat down using someone who was bowing as a makeshift chair like a queen. She placed her hand on her chest, confidently replying, I was once a hero, and I have reliable sources. A prisoner asked, Even if you know, what can you do about it? He's a hero from Equality, an organization of top-notch heroes, not like the third-rate heroes like you. Tom Tomoki revealed a sinister expression, then began to explain. Since Lausa became the chairman of Equality, there have been changes in the hero profession. First, the way heroes operate has changed. They're no longer allowed to kill prisoners at will. Second, they often organize group training sessions among heroes. Lastly, the hero ranking system from 1 to 5 has been abolished. Tom Tomoki confidently said, I'm mentioning this because Gang Yu joined Equality during the time the ranking system was being revamped. Gang Yu was specially recruited without any notable achievements, or in other words, he got in through connections. There are even rumors that he's Lao Sa's lover. The name of that prisoner still seemed hesitant. Actually, I've never seen him fight, but the way he cleaned up the first floor in a flash, he must be at least a level 3, one level higher than us. Tom Tomoki laughed disdainfully. The first floor is full of insignificant insects. The one with the sharp crest, Choi Mok Gang, has killed 738 people. The one with the scar from top to bottom, Hoenn, has killed 983 people. Her voice rang out easily. You can do it right. The one with the wide, round eyes, Korean, has killed 270 people. The one with the narrow, contemplative eyes, Mizu Jonak, has killed 521 people. Isn't that right? A big, strong guy who looks quite young, Speak, has killed 435 people. The other prisoners were still in a state of panic. Tom Tomoki continued, I didn't say Gang Yu is weak. He's actually strong, but I'm very confident. I know his weakness, so I can work with you to take him down. Speak asked, You know his weakness. Why are you hesitating? How long are you going to keep thinking? Make a decision already. The other prisoners were still hesitant, but Gang Yu was already stepping forward. He's about to arrive. Upon hearing this, the other prisoners suddenly raised their hands. I'll join me too. Only Speak remained silent. Tom Tomoki turned to him and asked, What about you? Speak finally made his decision. I'll join the plan. What is it? Since the last century, when humans began to awaken their superpowers, researchers have categorized superpowers into three main types. The first type is the ability to transform or enhance the body, known as physical abilities. The second type is the ability to create objects from nothing, known as creative abilities. Those who possess abilities that don't fall into the first two categories are said to have unique or special abilities. The prisoners stood there looking straight ahead, waiting. A familiar hat appeared. Gang Yu entered through the door as the prisoners had been expecting. He's here. Immediately, two prisoners exchanged glances, unleashing bolts of lightning. The lightning bolts targeted one of the prisoners who was now in their sights. A powerful force surged down toward Speak's head. Can you see him? Tomoki, still sitting on someone's back, replied nonchalantly. I have a physical ability that allows me to communicate through brain waves. Her eyes were now linked to the lightning bolts. I'm analyzing Gang Yu. Gang Yu's strength is also physical, just like mine. Tomoki thought she knew Gang Yu's weakness because she had observed him training every day. The training robot HR-12 was in combat mode. She had watched him with disdain. At that time, Gang Yu was training with a giant robot in easy combat mode. Now Gang Yu stood before the prisoners wearing a monitoring device. If you want to die, just tell me. Suddenly, a burst of energy flashed from the ceiling, targeting Gang Yu. A loud explosion erupted beside Gang Yu. Tomoki thought to herself. He didn't dodge, did he? One of the prisoners excitedly launched a powerful attack. Tomoki used the prison cell doors to create a defensive barrier. The prisoners with creative and special abilities launched a continuous barrage of attacks towards Gang Yu. Speak still, channeling the energy, said, You're right. He just stood there and took it. Tomoki smiled in satisfaction, but Tomoki knew why Gang Yu didn't flinch from these attacks. A massive explosion occurred, but it couldn't harm Gang Yu. After the explosion dissipated, Gang Yu remained calm and unharmed. From behind him, an even stronger force was approaching. Tomoki had one more trick up her sleeve. This attack from behind. Gang Yu turned around coldly and glanced at the long-range attack. His calm eyes suddenly widened in shock as his body was hit and shaken by the force. Gang Yu's hand had changed slightly after being hit by the force. After the attack dissipated, Gang Yu stood still. The prisoner who launched the long-range attack smiled in satisfaction. A small button on Gang Yu's collar lit up. The ability limiting device. I collected more than 10 of these from the corpses of the prison wardens. A hand held out the collar device. Is this effective? Speak asked doubtfully. This is a device from the first basement level. Tomoki reassured him. It'll be fine. We just need to put more on him. For a level 2. And so 10 devices are enough. Even for a level 1 hero, 15 devices will strip him of his powers. Million, with the ability to equip the devices, smiled and said, I can put them on him. He had killed 421 people with his object-controlling ability. Tomoki continued, to be safe, let's put 30 devices on him. Gang Yu was now covered in numerous ability-limiting devices. He remained still. The other prisoners cheered. You're done, you bastard! We've put the ability-limiting devices on you. However, 3 critical mistakes were made in Tomoki's plan. The prisoner's joy was short-lived, replaced by shock and horror. The ability-limiting devices on Gang Yu's collar began to crack. Gang Yu's eyes flashed brightly like a fierce beast. The first thing he did. The power emanating from him was still incredibly strong, not limited in the slightest by Gang Yu's strength. The prisoners looked up in fear at the devices restraining their powers, which were now broken and flying through the air. Following that, a deadly fist was descending upon them. Gang Yu's fist struck, causing the prisoners to shatter like the ones on the first floor, but on a much larger scale, like a Class 1 hero. The prisoner coughed up blood due to the backlash. The power-suppressing helmet had also shattered. The speaker exclaimed in horror, The restraining devices are all broken. Tomoki, who had lost his arrogant demeanor, stared at the scene in shock, exclaiming, What the? A blood-curdling scream erupted. Ah! The prisoners turned to flee, cursing Gang Yu. Tomoki hastily shouted, Execute Plan B. The speaker immediately relayed the order. Everyone, Execute Plan B. A voice warned Gang Yu, don't move. An innocent person was being choked by a strange hand. The prisoner held the unfortunate prison guard hostage, threatening Gang Yu. If you move, I'll kill him. The prisoners boasted holding the prison guards hostage to blackmail Gang Yu. If you want to save them. But Gang Yu simply raised his hand. Immediately, Gang Yu's immense strength grasped the prisoners. The second mistake, fresh blood splattered through the air as the prison guard looked on in horror. The prisoner's hands holding the prison guards released due to the pain. Gang Yu merely extended a finger, but the power was the opposite of its gentle appearance. Gang Yu's ability was of the physical type. The prison guard exclaimed in shock. How is this possible? Blood splattered everywhere inside the prison cell as the prisoners were swiftly dealt with by Gang Yu's finger lying in a large pool of blood. The other prison guards were also rescued. It was clear that Gang Yu's ability was like a supernatural power. The third and final mistake, some prisoners huddled in a corner, panicking. What should we do now? Should we put on the monitoring devices? One prisoner hesitantly reached out. He sweat profusely, saying, I'll wear the monitoring device. But before he could finish, his pupils constricted. A large gush of blood erupted into the air, a case of regret coming too late. Gang Yu had no patience for these prisoners and continued to sweep through the prison. Gang Yu's power continued to spread through the air. The prisoners on the upper floors also awaited their death, filled with fear. Gang Yu said, You're too late. These people will never be forgiven. The blue lightning-like power exploded. A prisoner broke out in a cold sweat. The speaker exclaimed in disbelief. Damn it! He turned to Tomoki, questioning. What is going on? Everything has fallen apart. Don't you have any other plans? Tomoki, still biting her nails, replied incredulously. How could this be? The speaker lost his patience, shouting, Say something! You said the restraining devices couldn't stop him even with 30 of them on. Tomoki retorted, I said to wear the monitoring device. There's still a chance to live. The speaker, enraged, shouted, Shut up! Tomoki's eyes gleamed like a demon's as she used her strange hand to pierce the speaker's abdomen. She furiously shouted, You think you can talk down to me? You think you're on the same level as me just because we're in the same prison? Looking down at the speaker she had killed, Tomoki confidently said, I'm almost strong enough to be a Class 1 hero. Still, she couldn't help but feel uneasy, gritting her teeth. Are those devices really broken? If he's that strong? Why isn't he fighting on the front lines? Tomoki looked up, shouting in frustration. This is meaningless. Suddenly, she glanced back at something. It was a prison guard trying to escape. Upon seeing Tomoki's malevolent gaze, the prison guard cried out in terror. Please save me. Someone please save me. Tomoki, still enraged, swung her hand to strike. But a burst of power intercepted, severing Tomoki's wrist. Tomoki stared in horror at her severed wrist, bleeding profusely. Gang Yu appeared, his strange hand ready, saying, Hero Tomoki. The prison guard, having just experienced terror, stood up, screaming. Gang Yu, still radiating killing intent, asked Tomoki. Do you have any last words? Tomoki smiled mockingly. Ha ha ha, it's over for me. Gang Yu, facing Tomoki's shamelessness, asked, Is that your last words? Tomoki continued, Are all the equality heroes dead except for you? Gang Yu replied nonchalantly. That's right. It was then that Tomoki smiled strangely and said, I understand. So we're both going to die. An image of Tom being bound by numerous chains appeared. Gang Yu just stared silently. Gang Yu looked at her silently. Tomoki continued, we're dead. I told you not to be a hero, but you're so foolish, sis. After finishing, Tomoki's tone turned slightly provocative. You're a member of equality, but you killed people. Other heroes don't know that you know how hard Losa worked to change this hero industry. But because of you, everything went back to the way it was. I wonder if Lausa is sad in the afterlife. At this moment, Gang Yu's eyes became sharp and uncomfortable. You're talking too much nonsense. Tomoki felt that being a hero wasn't ordinary. It was something she realized after becoming one. But killing villains didn't mean everything was justified. At that moment, a cry for help was heard. Please save me. A girl was being threatened by a rough-looking man with a knife. Please help me, the man shouted. Don't move. The girl was terrified. If you move, you'll die. A burst of light flashed by. A hero struck, cutting the rough man in two, but the girl wasn't spared either. While on a mission, even if civilians died, the hero's status remained absolute. The hero who killed even civilians still smiled in satisfaction, feeling he had completed his task. The reason Tomoki became a hero was simple. At the time, she was still a young girl. Her older sister always helped her, holding her hands tightly. Tomoki's younger sister, Tom, happily said, "You're amazing." Just like that hero, Tom didn't have any special powers. Tom relied heavily on her older sister, who had powerful abilities. To her sister's surprise, Tomoki confirmed, "That's right. You're amazing, sis, aren't you?" Tomoki twisted her personality. Like a hero under a clear blue sky, she went to save people. The girl who was saved sat on the ground. Grateful. "Thank you for saving me." Tomoki smugly said, "It's nothing." Instead of feeling proud, she felt self-satisfied. She felt proud of herself, thinking she had done the right thing. Tomoki continued her work as a hero. Finally, on a mission, she killed a villain for the first time. Tomoki's face distorted in excitement. For the first time, she touched her own face. Then she looked up at the sky and laughed maniacally, feeling superior. Tears streamed down her face. Killing people is so exhilarating. After that, Tomoki continued to kill villains, civilians, and heroes without distinction. Tomoki enjoyed killing heroes weaker than herself the most. She felt a sense of betrayal, dizziness, and ultimately lost her happiness. A hero weaker than Tomoki begged, "Please spare me." This reaction drove Tomoki crazy. But secrets can't be kept forever. Tom suspected Tomoki was coming home late and smelling of blood, so she followed her. Tom's eyes widened in shock as she witnessed the scene before her. Tom saw her sister killing people one after another. Tom was shocked and cried out, "Sis!" Tomoki was startled, turning around to see her sister, her face covered in blood. "I told you not to be out late." Tomoki's hand still gripped the head of her latest victim. "Instead of being ashamed?" Tomoki smiled excitedly, inviting her sister to join her in crime. "Want to join me?" Tom was shocked. "What are you talking about?" Tomoki became more frenzied. "If you won't, I'll do it myself." A loud explosion sounded, startling Tomoki. A chain emitting purple light shot down, binding Tomoki's hand. On that day, Tom's powers awakened. Tom's first action as the new hero. Tom cried, pointing at her sister Sis. From then on, Tom became a hero and chased after her sister, who had become a villain. An image of Tomoki, bound but still smiling sinisterly, appeared. In the end, the villain Tomoki. Tom captured her sister and said, "You're caught." Tomoki taunted, "You're not calling me sis anymore. How sad. Your powers are getting stronger, but it's a pity it's a summoning ability, not a physical one. Those without physical abilities are pitiful." Tom just looked at her sister silently. Tomoki became more frenzied. "You can't understand the thrill of tearing people apart with your own hands." Tom said, "I've never had a sister like you." Returning to the present, Tomoki asked Tom, "Did you die in pain?" Gangyu replied coldly, "Tom," remembering the image of Tom falling during the battle with Seung Hwan. At this time, Gangyu came to him, and Tom cried out in pain. It hurt so much that the girl's tears flowed down. "Sister, help me." Returning to the prison cell, Gangyu said that when she died, she still called out the person's name. Tomoki was silent for a moment, then exclaimed, "I shouldn't have asked it, only made things worse." At this moment, a surge of power burst forth. "I feel even worse now." On her hand, another sharp sword tongue grew out, and her whole body transformed to become even more terrifying. After finishing, she jumped forward. Gangyu remained calm and stood still. Tomoki rushed to attack, stabbing straight at him. But at this moment, her eyes suddenly became frightened. When the sword in her hand was about to stab into the air, Gangyu had already appeared behind Tomoki. At this moment, she struggled to withstand the power. At this point, both people clashed with each other. Tomoki's eyes flashed with light. Immediately, she was kicked by Xiao Gangyu, flying backward and creating a huge explosion. A massive cloud of dust appeared. Gangyu stood waiting in front of the smoke. At this moment, he fell from the ceiling. Tomoki gritted her teeth and continued to attack him, but Gangyu simply punched her in the stomach. Tomoki coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Then she fell to the ground, unable to withstand it anymore. Tomoki gritted her teeth in anger, looking up at Gang Yu. Gang Yu looked down at her with his bloodshot eyes and said, "Even as a convict, I don't feel happy when killing my colleagues." For the first time, she spoke to Gang Yu's surprise. "Can you spare me?" She smiled maniacally. She bowed down. "You're a hero you promised Lausa, didn't you?" He replied coldly, "I'm not a hero anymore." Tomoki continued to plead. "Please, spare me." She was frightened, grabbing Gang Yu's leg. "I don't want to die," he said. "Your current state is what you've made others see." The image of victims in pain, despairing, and begging for mercy appeared. "Spare me. Please spare me." Tomoki, Gang Yu's eyes sharpened. "What did you do to those who begged for mercy?" Tomoki's face twisted into a smile. "Ha ha ha, you're so funny." Gang Yu didn't let her say another word, raising his powerful fist. At this moment, outside, dark clouds gathered. The sound of Gang Yu's battle echoed throughout the prison. The sound caught the attention of Canis and others who were watching. A voice exclaimed, "Do you hear that explosion? That must be Gang Yu, right? Oh, Sinka is so excited. It seems someone has fallen into her trap." The other prison guards were panicked and frightened. "What's happening?" But for someone, the familiar hat was a sign of something happening. Sung Hwan exclaimed happily. "Gang Yu is here, making them even more expectant." Sung Hwan was extremely excited. "This is it." The girl beside him was puzzled. "It's time I'll go now." He made a terrifying face like a demon and raised his hand. But unexpectedly, a surge of power sent Seung Hwan flying to the side. His whole body crashed into the wall, creating a huge explosion. The hat on his head flew off and fell to the ground. Seung Hwan looked at the person in front of him with wide eyes. "You're," a voice replied. "How boring, kid." A figure stepped forward, surprising Seung Hwan and the female prisoner. It was an old, wrinkled-faced prisoner who spoke, "I want to play with you." The man's name was Kingston. Seung Hwan picked up the hat and put it back on, sneering. "You're scary, old man." Kingston smiled eerily. "Are you afraid I'm just an old man who wants to play with kids?" At this moment, a terrified voice rang out, "Cersei." Seonjo stopped and asked, "What's going on?" A prison guard observing through the camera hurriedly reported, "Right now, on the 5th basement level, Kingston and Hwang Seung-hwan have faced each other." Upon hearing this, Seonjo's face lit up with delight. "That's great." The prison guard looked puzzled. "Yes," she continued. "Between them, one will have to die. Personally, I'd like Kingston to win. He's not as dangerous as Seung-hwan." Seonjo's eyes narrowed. This kind of danger. A flash of red light appeared. "Why is that woman with him?" The image of the female prisoner accompanying Seung-hwan flashed through her mind. Back in the prison cell, Seung-hwan spoke up. "You old man, you're going to play with me?" Kingston smiled brightly. "Of course." He put on an innocent, childlike expression. "I don't want to. What can I do?" But at this moment, Kingston's eyes gleamed with danger. "But this old man wants to play with you." Kingston, he was the first prisoner of Lucullus Prison, a long-term inmate, and the oldest. Unlike the prisoners on the 4th and 5th basement levels, who had killed millions, he had only killed 3 people. The first victim was a powerful and evil man at that time, Caracas. The other 2 victims were the most talented heroes of their time, Clark and Hilo. He didn't know where he came from, but he killed the 3 strongest people at that time. His face was covered in blood as he exclaimed, "I kill all those who are called unbeatable." Am I unbeatable now? At that time, Kingston stood before everyone and asked, "It's pointless." Wang let himself be caught by the government. If we talk about risk, he was the lowest. But he surrendered after killing just a few people. And that was also a time when the relationship between the government and the Hero Association was not very good. He avoided being executed for 35 years. Returning to the present, Kingston extended his hand, his expression gentle. "I won't kill you. Let's just play lightly. I don't want to feel guilty about trampling on a bud." Seung-hwan then prepared to respond seriously. "All right then." Immediately, a hand was raised, and the corpses of the unfortunate prison guards floated in the air, controlled by Seung-hwan. Those corpses just floated there, suspended in mid-air under Seung-hwan's control. A moment later, the bodies turned into lumps of flesh floating in the air. He said coldly, "Let's play a little." Seung-hwan then hurled the round lumps of flesh at Kingston. Kingston remained calm, standing still waiting. After a while, he raised his hand continuously, swatting at the lumps of flesh with a speed that was impossible to see with the naked eye. Bursts of power surged through the air. Kingston's hand waved through the air. Later, his power created a whirlwind. Kingston combined both hands to generate the power. At this moment, his eyes became sharp and his fingers were like knives thrusting forward. The fabric on his body fluttered, and the lumps of flesh were sent flying backward. Immediately, the lumps exploded into large bloodstains in the air. The droplets of blood fell down, and Seung-hwan gazed up at the bloody rain, lost in thought. Kingston glanced at him with sharp eyes and smiled sinisterly. After finishing, he stood up and said, "I thought you used spiritual force, but your current attack and defense are like this. So you're not a spiritual force user. Do you have another way to attack?" Seung-hwan replied, "I've thought about it too. I know that playing with an old man is boring. What's fun about killing someone who's already about to die?" Kingston was taken aback for a moment, then narrowed his eyes. "You're an arrogant young man. I've met many people like you before. You're like a frog at the bottom of a well, thinking you're the strongest." Kingston's foot glided lightly across the floor. When he stamped his foot down, it created powerful cracks on the floor. Debris flew into the air, and Kingston appeared behind the dust cloud he created, full of self-confidence. At this moment, a loud, 7-tone cry echoed. A prison guard panicked. "If this continues, the basement will collapse." Se-yun-jo reminded him, "Don't make a fuss. Whether it's a hero of level 1 or 2, they can't destroy this prison. It has over 20 layers of special walls. How can it be damaged? Everyone calm down." Inside, Kingston's face darkened. "He'll correct that arrogance of yours." With that, he charged forward. As the floor was about to collapse, he vanished. Seung-hwan remained standing, observing the scene before him. After a while, he raised his head, his eyes wide open. The image of Kingston stepping on Seung-hwan appeared. At this moment, Kingston's foot was about to stomp down on Seung-hwan's face. A massive explosion erupted, making it impossible to see anything. Outside, the sky was still filled with thick, dark clouds. Inside, the prison guard was still screaming. Se-eun-jo had to raise her hand to shield herself from the shockwave. Gang-yu stood outside, silent. Se-eun-jo hurriedly asked, "Is everything all right?" The prison guard was still in shock, unable to speak. "Who won, Commander?" she asked anxiously. "No," the prison guard replied, his sharp eyes fixed on Se-eun-jo. At this moment inside the dungeon, the man was still standing in shock, watching as the cracks spread and the walls crumbled before him. The prison guard turned to respond to Se-eun-jo. "The walls have all been breached." Se-eun-jo's face was now beaded with sweat as he exclaimed in shock, "We're done for." Seung-hwan, looking out from inside, saw the crumbling walls and exclaimed, "Wow, it's like a human drill. How far can he go?" A voice spoke up, questioning whether this was enough to pique his interest. He looked down, seemingly pondering, "Should we follow him?" Just then a group of people appeared, and one of them said, "Why follow that old man?" The speaker was Sinka, with 2 attendants who was sitting on the ground laughing. "Wouldn't it be more fun to talk to me?" In the observation room, Se-eun-jo and the prison guard were taken aback by what they saw, both exclaiming, "Ah!" Seung-hwan turned back, narrowing his eyes, and asked, "What's going on?" Sinka replied, "Let's chat and you'll know who I am." Se-eun-jo, looking more closely, was horrified, exclaiming, "How did that woman end up in the 5th basement?" The prison guard was still in shock, muttering, "What's going on?" Sinka looked up, but before that, she pointed at the monitor and said, "You people watching? Disappear." The monitor immediately went black. Se-eun-jo slammed his hand on the table, furious, cursing. "Damn it!" Meanwhile, the main character was still standing silently outside the door. Gang-yu spoke into the comms device on his collar. "Commander, I've completed the task on the 1st basement level. Please open the door to the 2nd basement level." But the voice on the other end was interrupted, and Gang-yu waited. Gang-yu stood there waiting. After a while, he grew concerned and called again. "Commander, there's no response." The line went dead. The space fell silent again. Perhaps the signal was weak. Using both hands, he pushed the rigid door open. revealing a faint, eerie light. His face was sharp as he continued, "She's gone down to the lower basements." As he descended the stairs to the second basement level, it was unlike the first basement level where he had caught a whiff of blood before entering. Here there was no smell. Gang Yu pursed his lips on high alert. Everything was spotless, eerily quiet, with no corpses in sight. The fluorescent lights still flickered. Not even a person was around. Gang Yu stepped inside. Suddenly a cry caught his attention. A female prison guard rushed out, panicked, shouting, "Don't come any closer," as a horde of monsters with sharp teeth chased after her. The monsters were excited, baring their jagged teeth. The female prison guard kept shouting, "Don't come near!" But when she saw Gang Yu standing there, she was taken aback. She rushed to him, calling out, "Gang Ho Seo." The mistaken identity made Gang Yu flinch. Gang Ho Seo was his brother's name. The female prison guard was desperate, fleeing from the monsters. A surge of power swept past her, annihilating the monsters. The female prison guard collapsed to the ground beside the monsters' corpses next to Gang Yu's clenched fist, which was still emitting a murderous aura. Gang Yu then asked if she was okay. The female prison guard, seemingly unaware of his brother's demise, was frantic, rushing to hug Gang Yu, calling out, "Gang Ho." She looked up at him, overjoyed, saying, "You're supposed to be on the 5th basement level. What was that just now? Do you have superpowers? Amazing. You've been hiding it all along." Gang Yu pushed her away. "I'm Gang Ho's younger brother," he said. The female prison guard was shocked, exclaiming, "Gang Yu." She then asked, puzzled, "Why are you wearing a prison guard uniform? Why are you here?" Gang Yu replied, "I'm your colleague." Gang Yu warned her, "It's very dangerous here." To his surprise, she said, "I'm sorry to hear that, young master." He asked who she was. The female prison guard smiled, introducing herself. "This is our first meeting, isn't it? I should be the one greeting you first." She extended her hand, laughing. "I'm your sister-in-law. You look a lot like your brother." Gang Yu was stunned, speechless. In the detention room on the 2nd basement level, a voice called out. "Miel." Someone with a darkened face spoke up. It seemed a stranger had arrived. Miel, with a dangerous look, replied, "Yes, that's right." A mix of people and monsters were imprisoned inside. The stranger had committed numerous sins. Miel supported something and said, "He killed my dog." The prisoner named Mayan, with a nonchalant expression, said, "Is that so? Then hell is coming for him." The scene shifted back to Gang Yu. The female prison guard said, "I've only seen you in pictures or videos." She smiled brightly, introducing herself. "It's much better to see you in person. I'm Jia Hong, a prison guard at Luculus Prison." Gang Yu immediately said that he only knew that Seung Hwan had a girlfriend, but he didn't know anything else. Jia Hong just smiled awkwardly and scratched his head when he heard that. Surprisingly, 2 fingers pointed to his own stomach. Jia Hong held his stomach with both hands and said with a happy expression that inside was the child who would call Gang Yu uncle. Gang Yu's eyes showed clear shock, and he couldn't believe it, exclaiming, "Really? You still seem so cheerful." Jia Hong replied that it hadn't been clear until recently, and because it was related to Seung Hwan, she didn't want to reveal it too early. After a moment of shock, Gang Yu exclaimed, "Is what you said true?" Jia Hong saw Gang Yu's serious expression and became flustered, asking, "Is there a problem?" Gang Yu looked away, avoiding Jia Hong's gaze, and said, "No, nothing." Jia Hong asked again, "What is Gang Yu doing here? Are you here to quell the riot, but you're also wearing a prison guard uniform?" Gang Yu replied, "I've been assigned as a special executioner to handle the prisoners in Luculus Prison." Jia Hong was shocked upon hearing this. "You're an executioner?" Why, she seemed a bit confused and asked if it was an order from the warden. Gang Yu explained that he would briefly explain the situation since they hadn't informed her. After Gang Yu finished explaining, Jia Hong was extremely shocked, exclaiming, "A electromagnetic pulse attack." Gang Yu replied that the investigation was still ongoing. Jia Hong's eyes welled up with tears as she anxiously asked, "What about Gang Ho?" "He must have been in the 5th basement to carry out the execution." Gang Yu didn't know how to respond, just looking at Jia Hong as she stood there holding her stomach and crying. Gang Yu couldn't bear to say anything, closing his eyes in helplessness. Then he changed the subject, mentioning that there was a rescue signal coming from the 5th basement. Jia Hong heard this and breathed a sigh of relief, placing her hand on her chest. Gang Yu saw her reaction and just lowered his head in silence. He then told her that it was dangerous here and that she should go upstairs, offering to escort her. Jia Hong refused, saying, "If you want to go down to the lower levels, you'll need me." Gang Yu was surprised and asked why. Jia Hong explained that she had the ability to read the memories of targets. She looked at a special ability that allowed her to read minds. She waved her hand and said, "I haven't read your memories, Gang Yu, so don't worry. I don't use my powers carelessly." Gang Yu just stared at her speechless. Jia Hong continued, "I use this ability to provide psychological therapy to prisoners and to verify whether their actions were truly criminal." Gang Yu asked how her ability could be useful to him. Jia Hong explained that currently on the second basement level, in the solitary confinement cells, Mael and Miel were in control. They were siblings with a special summoning ability that gave them great power. They could summon monsters that turned others into puppets. This was done by stabbing into their hearts. All prisoners in the second basement were under their control. Gang Yu spoke up, surprising Jia Hong. "I already knew a bit about their abilities. They were students of Margot, and the image of Margot came to mind." Gang Yu said, "I already know this information, so please go upstairs." He pointed upwards. Gang Yu quickly added that some of the puppets fighting under the control of the two siblings were prison guards. Jia Hong just bit her lip in silence. Jia Hong's expression became more serious than ever. "Among those fighting puppets, you won't be able to distinguish between prisoners and guards, but with my ability to read memories, I can." Gang Yu responded, "If they've become puppets, aren't they already dead? What's the point of distinguishing?" Jia Hong explained, "No, they're still alive. When the two siblings stop using their powers, they'll return to normal." Gang Yu was certain that the two wouldn't do that. But Jia Hong was resolute, placing her hand on her chest and confidently saying, "I can persuade them." Gang Yu was worried, saying that it was too dangerous for her in this situation. Suddenly, Jia Hong said, "Before becoming a mother, I was and still am a prison guard, so I must fulfill my duty." The image of Gang Ho came to her mind at this moment. Gang Yu bit his lip, looking at Jia Hong in silence. Then he extended his hand and said, "All right." Gang Yu's powers enveloped Jia Hong, causing her to be startled. The power lifted her into the air, and she was extremely surprised. She asked, "What's going on?" Gang Yu looked up and replied, "My ability will protect you from danger." Jia Hong was alarmed. "Wait, isn't this going to be disadvantageous for you? This is quite strange." As they continued towards their target, Jia Hong suddenly exclaimed, "Ah!" Before them were puppets that couldn't be distinguished as guards or prisoners. Their bodies like stone with a golden ring on their heads controlling them. Jia Hong said, "That's the ability of Miel, the older brother. Remember, he's taken many guards captive." Gang Yu stared ahead, asking, "Which ones among them are guards?" Jia Hong replied, "Wait a moment," and then closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes, her pupils shone brightly. Her eyes scanned the puppets. "The two behind are guards. First, we need to take them down and group them together." Suddenly, Jia Hong looked down at her hands in alarm. She was now behind Gang Yu's protective barrier, looking worried, and calling out, "Gang Yu, I can't see anything, what's going on?" Jia Hong inside kept shouting, but couldn't be heard clearly anymore. Gang Yu spoke up with a solemn tone about the difference between them. The powerful forces from him swept across the floor, targeting the living. The powerful beams from him attacked the identical puppets. It was the prison guard at this moment. His powerful force enveloped the two puppets. Another puppet, unaffected by the force, jumped up and rushed towards Gang Yu, intending to attack. The two eye sockets of the puppet were empty. Gang Yu punched straight into the face of that puppet, shattering its head. His eyes sharpened as he spoke. "Those who are already dead are prisoners. It's clear now." The puppets rushed towards him, but Gang Yu easily punched out, resolving them. The puppets kept coming like moths to a flame and were consumed by Gang Yu's flames. His eyes grew increasingly fierce. With a punch, he immediately sliced through the prisoner puppets. Jia Hong was still being protected within the circle and couldn't see anything outside. A sphere appeared displaying Gang Yu's image as he swept through the prisoner puppets. The siblings Miel and Mael were observing through it together. Miel spoke up, "Older brother, this person who came from outside. Do you think he's stronger than our master?" Mael hesitated. "Ah then, Miel remembered Lao Sa and asked further, "What about that woman?" Miel fell silent. The younger sister, not hearing an answer, called out, "Older brother." She clung to her brother's arm, weak and frightened. "I'm scared." Looking through the sphere, Miel replied, "Don't worry, little one." Around them, countless puppets appeared, embracing and comforting Miel. "If that's all he can do, he won't be able to kill us." Gang Yu's sharp image appeared. On the other side, Jia Hong tried to shout. She asked, "Why did you lock me in here?" Gang Yu stood there solemn and replied, "I should have informed you beforehand, my apologies." Jia Hong asked, "Why did this happen?" He explained to alleviate her misunderstanding. "I pushed the prison guards aside, and the prisoners were all executed." She exclaimed in shock. "Executed? Didn't the execution device go to the 5th basement?" Gang Yu replied solemnly, "I executed them with my own hands." Jia Hong couldn't believe it. You executed them personally, Gang Yu." He looked up and asked, "Is there a problem?" She hesitated. "Who decided this?" His sharp eyes responded directly, "I decided." Jia Hong asked in alarm, "Did the prison guard agree?" He replied, "Yes." Suddenly she was speechless. "What are you doing?" Gang Yu. Jia Hong gritted her teeth, asking. Gang Yu looked at her in confusion and she continued, "Is everything okay?" Gang Yu responded coldly, "As a prison guard, I just did what needed to be done. Is there a problem?" But Jia Hong countered, "As a prison guard, we shouldn't kill them. Our job is to rehabilitate prisoners to make them better. The job of a hero is to save people, not kill them. Only the law has the right to judge others." His face showed clear anger. "I know very well the outcome of pursuing such ideals. There are those who have been brutally killed by beasts that don't reason. Actually, whether I'm a prison guard or a hero doesn't matter. I'm just doing what I should have done a long time ago. Executing those beasts that have given up on being human." Jia Hong was flustered. "But they're still human, aren't they?" He was so angry he couldn't speak. Aren't you?" He looked down in shock. At this moment he shouted in indignation, "Can you really think that way? You say they're human. From the 2nd basement down there are criminals who have killed hundreds of thousands of innocent people. All of them deserve to die. In the past, there were those who died unjustly, and there were many debates about the death penalty. After those with abilities appeared, there were no more wrongful executions or injustices." "Jia, you know this, don't you?" But Jia Hong continued to argue, "They all have their own stories." He felt like he was running out of words. Everyone has their own story, don't they? Especially Miel and Miel. No one in this world doesn't have their own story. What about the victims they killed? In the end, Jia Hong looked down, flustered. Gang Yu made his decision clear. "They will die by my hand or by the death penalty. It's all the same, isn't it?" Jia Hong continued. "The death penalty doesn't mean a real massacre." She was quite annoyed to meet a saint like this. Jia Hong would only know the pain if she experienced her loved one being killed by a prisoner. At this point, Gang Yu lost patience and shouted, "Enough! Don't say another word." His hand was raised, and then he lowered it. "Warning. This ends here. If you continue to behave like this, I'll send you to the upper level. Jia, I'll handle this my way." Jia Hong could only sweat and remain silent. At this moment, everything inside the prison was vague and unclear. Gang Yu continued walking, and Jia Hong was brought along, protected by his circle. At this moment, the red control circles appeared. Following that, puppets that seemed stronger than before appeared. Gang Yu spoke up and asked who among them was the prison guard. Jia Hong replied that the 3 people behind understood. He finished speaking and began to reach out his hand towards the puppets. Jia Hong was still in a state of panic, looking down. If Gang Ho found out, he would be very sad. I want to tell the Saint Mother that if she knew her loved one was dead, she would be even sadder. Gang Yu was about to attack the puppets, but after hearing those words, his eyes seemed to glaze over. He stood still, allowing the puppets to attack him with their weapons. At this moment, a powerful force struck down at his neck. Gang Yu's face darkened with anger, and the weapon in front of him cracked. The haunting voice spoke again. If Gang Ho found out, he would be very sad. His eyes widened as if they were about to burst. His eyes shone brightly, and despite the puppet stabbing him, he didn't suffer any injuries. Gang Yu felt his frustration and anger accumulating. At this moment, he punched out with a deadly fist. As he heard the words about others' ideals echoing in his mind, he became increasingly frenzied, as if he wanted to release his pent-up resentment. The image of his teammate appeared. Then a powerful fist struck. After that, the image of his older brother appeared again. Gang Yu no longer wanted to restrain his anger. Jia Hong was terrified when he saw the scene. Immediately, a puppet was cut down by the powerful force, followed by others rushing to attack him. What can words do? Is this good or bad luck? Red glowing orbs of power were released, swirling around Gang Yu. These orbs floated in the air, controlled by him. The orbs attacked the puppet prisoners directly. The puppets then turned into a swirling red mist, which somewhat subsided. Explosions followed with cries of pain echoing through the air. A rain of blood fell on Gang Yu's head after he killed the prisoners. At this moment, he stood silently in a bloody space. Sinka observed through the screen and smiled in satisfaction. Her eyes lit up as she watched her face filled with excitement. "Now he's even more impressive," she exclaimed. At this moment, Gang Yu continued to move forward with Jia Hong. The images of him handling the puppet prisoners and protecting Jia Hong with a protective orb overlapped. Jia Hong was trying to observe. This time, the three people behind were all prison guards. 3 puppets appeared before them. Gang Yu replied, "Then wait a moment." But something caught his attention, and he turned to look. A golden ring appeared, accompanied by a cheerful voice saying, "Nice to meet you." Then a red ring appeared. The siblings Miel and Mael walked in embracing each other and casually spoke. "You're the one from outside." The response made the 2 siblings look surprised. "You came out here by yourself." Gang Yu looked at the siblings with cold eyes and said, "You've made things easier for me. I'm glad." The stone door slowly opened, revealing a massive monster behind the siblings. Jia Hong panicked and called out Miel and Mael's names. Miel spoke calmly. "Prison guard Jia Hong, why didn't you come to us? You should be in heaven by now. Release your abilities." Gang Yu raised his hand, displaying his abilities, and said, "I'll give you a painless death." Mael hugged his sister and asked, "Is there a way for you not to kill us?" Gang Yu replied, "On the first floor and in the basement, I gave them a choice to wear monitoring devices or not. But the beasts that killed many people in the second basement won't have a choice. They'll die." Mael mentioned his master. "You're the outsider who I've heard was a colleague of my master, right?" Miel added, "The woman who captured us is also a hero like you. You and she give different impressions." Gang Yu remained silent, looking at them. Miel's words were cut off by her brother. "Don't say any more." He warned her. Gang Yu charged forward and coldly said, "We'll see who goes to hell first." Mael attempted to negotiate. "If you promise to release us, we'll release our abilities." Gang Yu decisively refused. Jia Hong shouted, Miel, this will only make things worse." Mayan interrupted Jia Hong, who was trying to reason. He hugged his sister and began to plead. "We didn't commit a capital crime. You understand, don't you?" Jia Hong remained silent, and he continued. "So we're refusing." Jia Hong tried to persuade Miel, but Gang Yu interrupted, saying, "Your way won't work." He gritted his teeth, staring at the siblings, and growled, "I won't negotiate with beasts." Jia Hong continued to try to calm Gang Yu down. "It's okay, there's no other way." Gang Yu created a weapon from his power and said even beasts should feel pain. Before the hammer of the death god Mayan, he still wanted to negotiate with that alien. We didn't want to fight him if he was willing to listen to our story. Then we could negotiate. Gang Yu gripped the hammer tightly and interrupted, "We refuse." Jia Hong, who was above, tried to persuade him again. "Gang Yu, if you talk to them, this matter can be resolved peacefully." Xiao Gang Yu immediately raised his hand towards the protective sphere. Then he angrily hissed, "Please stay there." That alien at this moment also launched his power towards the 2 brothers, the prisoners. The power of his attack bound them tightly and lifted them into the air. The power cord constricted their bodies, causing them great pain and loud cries. As for the method of torturing the villains, an image of a hideous face appeared. Gang Yu, with his red eyes, looked up and continued. "Then I already knew. I never thought that one day those words would become useful." At this moment, the 2 brothers were extremely frightened by Gang Yu's power. Mael spoke up, "Talking is useless. You're not human." Miel's body emitted a ray of light. He frowned and explained, were not beasts or monsters? Gong Yu just glared at the villains. At this moment, the two people bound above were different individuals. The two prisoners were replaced by others. The voices still echoed. We are human. With a special power, the two individuals were immediately crushed by Gang Yu's power in the air. Two streams of fresh blood spurted out. The voices still resonated. Why don't these people call us human? What's the difference between us and them? At this moment, numerous other puppets were advancing towards Gang Yu. The feeling of the yellow circle being a white puppet and the red circle being a black puppet. Gang Yu just swept through in an instant, cutting off the heads of those puppets. At this moment, he gritted his teeth in anger, realizing he had been deceived. Miel observed through the sphere and couldn't help but sweat profusely in fear. Miel asked worriedly. Miel, do you need my help? The little girl replied. No, his defense is too strong. At this moment, Miel was standing behind the crowd of puppets in front. Miel raised his hand, creating a magic circle, and said loudly, Let me help you, little sister. After speaking, she pressed the magic circle down onto the sphere. Immediately, the magic array enlarged and fell before Gang Yu. At this moment, several red circles appeared in the sky. On the magic circle appeared giant, terrifying monsters. It turned out this was the power of a summoner. A monster with two huge round eyes and a mouthful of saliva appeared. However, compared to humans, they were nothing. Gang Yu didn't fear any of them and charged forward to attack the monsters. He jumped onto the body of a monster. Every kick he delivered emitted powerful strength. He charged forward to attack the monsters behind. The monsters jostled and panicked among themselves. Gang Yu slipped into the midst of the monsters and then unleashed a powerful force, cutting down. The power of his attack sliced through the monster on the right. Then it sliced through the monsters on the left. He circled around the monsters. Then he stopped, pursed his lips, and waited. Miel watched through the sphere and saw the scene, horrified and sweating. She turned to call out to her brother. How much longer can you hold on? Miel replied. About 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Her hand lowered, and Miel bit her finger, making it bleed. It wouldn't be long. She raised her bleeding finger above the sphere and shouted. Then this time. After that, she pressed her bloody hand onto the sphere. Immediately, a powerful aura pressed down, causing Miel to panic and turn around. The power descended into the space below. At this moment, everything was shrouded in dust. Miel covered her mouth, coughing. Miel looked up in confusion. What's happening? A figure appeared. Gang Yu was now standing before the two brothers. In the face of this horror, Miel's tears flowed down. Her brother was equally frightened. Gang Yu spoke. Now, thinking about it, if they catch them one by one, a large pit appeared, broken through several layers. It was Gang Yu who broke through. Light shone down from above. He looked down at the two individuals and narrowed his eyes. Your lives are ending here. Please release your abilities, and I'll send you off painlessly. At this moment, his power radiated out, attacking the two individuals. The wall of the large pit still caused a significant shock to people. The two siblings were horrified, exclaiming, How many abilities does he have? Gang Yu approached them, clenched his fist, and said, Your abilities. Release them. His gaze looked down like a god of death. The two prisoners looked up in horror. At this moment, Miel gritted her teeth and raised both hands. Immediately, rays of light appeared from her hands. At this moment, magic circles appeared in the sky. Gang Yu looked up in surprise. Numerous giant puppets appeared according to the magic circles confronting Gang Yu. The tallest puppet was named Michael. The second name with a black face is Gabriel. The third name with wings on its head is Raphael. The fourth name has 3 eyes and a wide mouth stretching to the ears is Uriel. Surprisingly, there are 2 slashes crossing each other. Gang Yu's speed is as fast as lightning, cutting through the giant puppets with one stroke. The two brothers quickly turned around to look at their last shield. After seeing that scene, their mouths froze and they exclaimed. At this moment, the demon named Miel raised his hand to create a magic circle. Immediately, the prison guards were released outside. They were a bit dazed, wondering what was happening. Miel summoned the puppet guards and shouted loudly to stay away from us. If you don't release us, all these prison guards will be revived and will use this to threaten you. Gang Yu coldly interrupted, saying, If you don't remove your ability and free the prison guards. Suddenly, a loud cry was heard, making it stunned, and its eyes became heavy. When it saw its little sister being bound due to Gang Yu's power, it panicked and cried out. "Brother!" Gang Yu then stepped forward coldly, saying, "I'll make your sister die a painful death." Miel cried out in pain. "Ah, ah, ah!" The cries of its sister made the demon panic. "Brother, it hurts so much." Gang Yu just stood there, coldly looking ahead. Miel continued to wail. Finally, the demon couldn't help but exclaim. It knelt down on the ground, begging, "I'll remove my ability if you spare my sister." Gang Yu said, "All right, remove your ability." His eyes were cold and firm as he said, "Remove it." Miel cried out in pain again, making it jump in fright. Gang Yu then said, "I'll stop." A beam of light shone down. The two brothers were sitting facing each other. Later, the prison guards regained consciousness, confused, and asked, "What's happening?" The prisoners also regained their senses, looking bewildered. The others looked at the scene in confusion. "What's going on?" They were all asking each other why they were there. Immediately, Gang Yu's power flashed by cutting the prisoners in half. Blood splattered everywhere, making the two brothers jump in fright. The prison guards were also frightened. One of them stuttered, "Hero Gang Yu, what's happening?" He turned around and said, "Everyone, please go upstairs." The others went upstairs, still in a daze. "Ah, I see." The demon Mayan spoke up. "I've stopped using my ability, so you should keep your promise." Gang Yu replied, "All right, I'll let you meet Jia." The two brothers were still in shock when he continued. "But first, let's move to another place." At that moment, the area between them was filled with the bodies of prisoners cut in half, a horrific sight. Pregnant women shouldn't see this. At that moment, in a relatively safer place, Jia Hong was still sitting inside the protective circle, trying to shout. After observing the outside, she looked down and asked, "What's happening?" Gang Yu replied, "I've finished my task. The ability has been removed, and all prison guards have been saved." Jia Hong quickly asked, "What about Mael and Miel?" Right in front of her, the two brothers were hugging each other in fear. "They want to talk to you before they die." Jia Hong tried to persuade Gang Yu. "Can't you let the two children wear monitoring devices?" Gang Yu firmly interrupted. "Don't make me repeat myself. The beasts in the second basement have killed countless people. They will be executed by my hand." Jia Hong was taken aback upon hearing this. The demon Mael asked innocently, "Prison guard Jia Hong, what did we do wrong to deserve death?" "We didn't do anything wrong to deserve the death penalty." It looked panic-stricken. "Please say something." Jia Hong was momentarily speechless. Gang Yu urged her to hurry up. "Jia Hong, in a panic, said Miel, you two need to be executed." She struggled to say the final words. The two brothers just hugged each other tightly in fear upon hearing this. Jia Hong on the other side gritted her teeth after speaking. Then everything fell into silence. Jia Hong couldn't say another word. Gang Yu asked again, "Is there anything you want to say?" Miel also spoke up. "Prison guard. Then the two children will hug each other and wait for death." He said, "I'll keep my promise." Gang Yu said those words and raised his hand. "It's time to start the execution." Miel cried out, tears streaming down. "Please spare us, have mercy, brother." They no longer had the strength to resist. Gang Yu swung his fist, unleashing the power of death. The power released created a cloud of dust. But after the power dissipated, what appeared shocked Gang Yu. A bearded figure appeared Margot, creating a protective sphere around the two brothers. Margot appeared with a cold expression. The two brothers saw him and exclaimed in surprise, "Master Saya!" Gang Yu also looked up surprised, wondering about Margot. Margot appeared enormous before everyone. "What's going on here?" At this moment, Margot's image appeared there surrounding the two disciples of his. Gang Yu exclaimed in surprise, wondering if this was the ability of the twin siblings to summon illusions. No prisoner in the second basement could possibly have this level of defensive magic. Margot was the one who had used this ability himself. But Gang Yu wondered why. "Why did he use defensive magic on these two?" he exclaimed. Then he summoned a powerful force. "No matter how I think about it, nothing will change." The two siblings still clung to each other in terror. Gang Yu's fist broke through the shield, and the fragments fell. But at this moment, Margot's image continuously cast magic circles down on Gang Yu. Gang Yu gritted his teeth in anger. "You damned old man, what have you done?" Why did he do this? Margot was now using all his strength to protect the two siblings. The red, bloody force of Gang Yu continued to surge out, smashing and shattering the magic circles, Now only the original blue protective shield remained. The fragments fell, but Margot's face remained gentle. Gang Yu's sharp gaze had stopped. Gang Yu broke through numerous layers of Margot's defense. Mian was now frantically embracing his sister, who was about to faint. Gang Yu's eyes showed clear discomfort, but he couldn't shake off the feeling of depression. The scene shifted to a clear blue sky with white clouds. Gang Yu's group of heroes gathered there, smiling and happy on a field of flowers. They watched as Margot smiled and played with children. The curly-haired hero said helplessly, "Doesn't that old man get tired?" The bald-headed man laughed loudly. "It's good that he's supporting us." The curly-haired hero turned to Tom and smiled. "Tom, after we get married, we'll have kids, right?" Tom responded uncomfortably. I said, "I'll marry you, didn't I?" The curly-haired hero teased. "Oh, come on. I hate guys who cheat on others like you," Tom retorted. "I've never deceived anyone." Lao Sa intervened. Hey, don't be harsh." Suddenly, a loud call made everyone look in surprise. Margot, with his arms around the children, smiled and said, "Don't just stand there. Come down and play with the kids." The sky remained clear and blue. Gang Yu's teammates mingled with the children, laughing and playing. Only Gang Yu sat silently under a tree observing. Suddenly, someone called out Gang Yu's name. Margot approached him and asked, "Don't you like children?" Gang Yu replied, "It's not that I don't like them. I just don't know how to interact with them," Margot said with a smile. "Just do what your parents did when you were young." Gang Yu responded calmly. "My parents passed away shortly after I was born, so I only have my older brother." Margot's face turned sweaty with guilt. He coughed and said, "I apologize for that." Margot glanced cautiously at Gang Yu, who quickly looked away. Unexpectedly, Margot smiled and called out to Gang Yu. He pointed to himself and said, "You can practice with me. Try acting like a child." Gang Yu looked puzzled and responded with a confused, "Huh?" Margot laughed and said, "I was just joking, but I didn't expect you to make such a face. But it's not entirely a joke. If you're having a tough time, you can act childish in front of me." Gang Yu watched his teammates playing with the children, then said, "I refuse." The sky turned dark with rain clouds. Seong Hwan appeared covered in blood and reached out. Gang Yu stood there stunned under the cold rain. He saw his teammates, the curly-haired hero, and Tom embracing each other, waiting for death. Gang Yu glanced aside. Lao Sa and the monk were lifeless. Drops of blood fell. Gang Yu's eyes welled up with tears of anger and despair. As he was drowning in hopelessness, someone called out his name. Margot, even as he was dying, called out to comfort Gang Yu. "It's okay. Everything will be all right." The fragments reappeared, returning to the present. Gang Yu had smashed the magic circles, leaving only Margot's defensive shield. Miel had fainted inside while Mayon was still panicked. Margot's protective shield was dissipating. Margot closed his eyes and smiled gently. Gang Yu could only watch helplessly. Then Gang Yu's power surged out. Gang Yu released Hong Jia, who was shocked. After safely placing her on the ground, he asked, "Can you read the memories of my ability?" "Yes, I can." Gang Yu pointed his finger up and said, "Then help me read the memory of that ability. I need to know what that old man was thinking when he did this." Jia Hong looked at Mr. Margot and the protective matrix circle, then asked in confusion, "What is that?" "Hero Margot, right?" Later, she presented the memory of that ability. In her hand was Mr. Margot with two brothers on death row enjoying each other's company. This was the memory contained within the ability of Hero Margot. Gang Yu sat down on the ground looking uncomfortable and said, "It looks really unpleasant." Jia Hong immediately objected. "I think it's cute." He asked again, "Why are the memories of those murderers also here?" She explained that it was because he had applied his ability to them. Gang Yu glanced at Jia Hong, making her hastily add, "I didn't intentionally put them here." Gang Yu said, "I'm telling you this so you won't misunderstand. No matter what their situation is, I will still execute them." The three people on Jia Hong's hands shrank back in fear upon hearing this. She responded, "I understand now, so." After saying that, Jia Hong released the three people down below. At this moment, a chandelier hanging from the ceiling was lit, followed by the appearance of iron cages. A person struck a hammer and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the auction of individuals with special abilities." At this place, there was someone wearing tattered clothes, gripping the iron bars and looking out. The person looked worn out, appearing to be in a miserable state. a fate not befitting a good life. Mael and Miel were also imprisoned in a cage together. The two of them had an indifferent gaze as they looked outside, both being 6 years old. This was the first auction for those with supernatural abilities, a pleasure for VIP collectors, hidden deep beneath the city, a secret auction house. Mael and Miel had been sold here by their own father. The most valuable ones were those with special grade supernatural abilities, and some with transformation abilities. The most common ones were priced the lowest, so Miel and Mael hid their true abilities. For a long time, no one bought the two children, as they waited to be discarded. Then a man opened the iron cage of the two siblings and said, "Come out! Someone wants to buy you two." A man and a woman appeared. The woman, upon seeing the two children, exclaimed in delight, "Oh, these kids can summon both angels and demons." The man asked if she wanted to buy them. The woman replied with a smile. I asked out of curiosity, "There's no return policy here, you know." The man looked displeased and asked, "What do you mean?" The woman with a crazy look said, "I wonder what it would be like to breed an angel with a demon." The two siblings were shocked and confused upon hearing this. The woman continued, "You kids are too young to understand." "But you'll understand soon," she said, looking at them with a sinister gaze. Her eyes were wide open as if drugged. Suddenly, a surge of power came from above, making the two people look up in shock. A blazing boulder was falling straight down, astonishing the two. The entire building was then thrown into chaos and destroyed by that energy. The scene shifted to a different setting, revealing a sky full of smoke and dust. A giant crater appeared in the middle of the city, desolate and ruined. The adult couple, who had been protected within a shield, exclaimed in horror, "What?" The two siblings were also protected within a shield. Mael called out to his sister, "Miel, are you okay?" Miel was too scared to respond. Mael asked again, "Miel, what's wrong?" Everyone was protected within the shield when a laughter echoed, making the two siblings look up. A familiar bearded figure appeared, Mr. Margot stroking his beard and smiling. Next to him was a girl floating in the air wearing rabbit ears. He still had a mischievous look, saying, "It's just magic." The rabbit-eared girl exclaimed, "Margot, stop it!" Her name was Lippers, Margot's assistant with the ability to summon. Lippers scolded, "What kind of monster level is this? How can I keep up?" Margot chuckled and said, "If you work hard, you can do it too. Lippers, I told you with the summoning ability, imagination is crucial." Lippers grumbled, "You teach too quickly." Mr. Margot then asked about a different matter. "Have you completed the task I assigned?" Lippers replied, "Yes, I've transferred all the participants in the auction and released those who were imprisoned." Mr. Margot said, "Then let's move on to the next level." Lippers felt helpless. "What's next? Can I really summon a giant meteor?" Suddenly a noise made the two look down. It was Miel, who was hugging her sister and looking up, asking, "Can you take us with you?" "You're a summoner, right? We also have summoning abilities." Lippers shook her head. "No, he's already promised to take only one of us as a disciple." Margot interrupted with a smile. "I never made such a promise." Lippers was shocked. "Huh?" Margot turned to the two siblings and said, "Let's see what abilities you two have." Lippers gritted her teeth in anger. "You're a liar." Mael summoned an angel, while Miel summoned a demon and another demon. Lippers was shocked when he saw this and thought that the objects summoned by these two kids were quite unusual. Normally, children only summon toys and dogs, and Margot was also a bit perplexed. After that, he observed the two siblings, and the boy's evaluation in his heart was quite interesting. As someone who liked children when he saw something interesting, Margot couldn't help but smile and reach out his hand, saying, "All right, follow me and I'll teach you magic." Lippers at this time was only known to be pouting and sulking behind. In the 3 years that Margot taught Mien and Miel, he emphasized that imagination was the most important factor for the summoning ability. The images in our minds will appear when we use this ability. Miel summoned an angel because she remembered her mother, who protected everyone when she was young. As for Miel, he summoned a demon, probably due to the influence of his cruel father. Margot was delighted as he taught, saying, "If we look at this world from multiple perspectives, we can summon many things, but it's also okay to focus on just one thing." Lippers smiled behind him and said, "Shooting stars are the best." Margot pointed behind him and said, Just like that rabbit over there. At this time, the two siblings were a bit confused about which direction they should take. We really like heaven and hell, they said. Margot was surprised to hear this and exclaimed, Heaven and hell. Lippers also sighed in amazement. They're different from ordinary children, aren't they? The kids explained that their mother had told them before she passed away that good people would go to heaven and bad people would go to hell. Those words have always been our support, they said. We want this world to be a place where good people go to heaven and bad people go to hell, the two siblings said with beaming faces. Margot smiled and stroked their heads, saying, I'm sure you two will make it happen, because you're the kindest children. One day, dark clouds gathered in the sky. A very urgent call came Margot. Lippers ran to him, panicked, and said, The Hero Association needs your help. He was shocked and exclaimed, What? Margot's face showed a rare anger. They ignored our offer, and now they're asking for our help. Lippers was still in a state of panic. AdWord appeared on the screen, showing an image of a person with glowing patterns on their face and neck. When Margot heard the news, he was shocked and exclaimed, What did she say? I have to go to the Hero Association immediately. What's going on? Lippers replied. I don't know. Margot held his head in exhaustion and sighed. Oh, heaven. He stood there in silence for a while before saying, Bring Miel and Mael here. After meeting and talking, the two siblings were shocked and said, You have to go. Mael hugged Margot tightly and cried, Don't go, please. Miel was stronger and asked, When will you come back? Margot closed his eyes helplessly and replied, The opponent is quite strong. I'll probably be back in a few years. Miel's eyes welled up with tears as she asked, Can't we come with you? He explained, The opponent is too dangerous. I can't let you two come with me. I don't want you to go, Margot said with a heavy heart, looking at the children he had just taken in. Mael's tears streamed down as he cried, I don't want to be abandoned again. Lippers scolded. Abandoned. You're not objects, Margot gently called out to Miel and Mael. This is a parting gift from me, he said, transferring his ability to the siblings. The symbol of my ability on your clothes will ensure that you'll be taken care of when you arrive at the shelter. Margot closed his eyes and said tenderly, We'll meet again someday. But he didn't expect that this would be the last time. The two children could only snuggle up to each other and cry. He didn't forget to remind them to grow up and be good people. After parting with Margot Miel, and Mael didn't go to the shelter. Instead, they went to a remote place to train themselves in their abilities. What kind of power do we need to become good people until we meet Margot again? Miel emitted a yellow aura. Images of an angel and a demon appeared, representing good and evil. Mael emitted a red aura, symbolizing the demon. What should we do with our abilities? 2 years later, Miel and Mael decided to define good and evil for themselves and returned to their hometown. Good people will go to heaven, and bad people will go to hell. They started creating their own utopia, a place they imagined. The faces of the two siblings showed excitement. In just 1 month, Miel and Mael transformed the entire city into their own heaven. They observed the residents summoning their angels and demons. Then they monitored the residents, deciding who would go to heaven or hell. The standards were set by the twins based on what they had heard from their mother when they were young, things that people were not allowed to do. Stealing, littering, causing trouble in public, lying, and betraying friends. These things were deeply ingrained in their young minds, never to be forgotten. Even if someone met the standards, they would still summon a demon and say with a smile, I've been watching you. You've lived a righteous life. A woman clung to her child in fear, begging, Please help us. The demon replied, Don't be afraid. This isn't the end, it said before, controlling the demon to pierce through the mother and child. It proudly said that she would have a beautiful dream in heaven. But the mother only knew painful despair and cried out, Ah, ah, ah. While it was still there, it folded its hands and said forever in satisfaction, not knowing that the commotion from the land of the twins, a tall building appeared and attracted the attention of the Hero Association. A man with a haggard face exclaimed, Let's start the meeting now. This person was Authority, the chairman of the Hero Association. At this moment, Authority spoke again. I have already notified everyone, so why is there such a low turnout? In front of him were only 3 young people sitting lazily on their chairs. A blonde girl responded, Well, I guess they're on vacation or something. She was Tsiu Banzhou, a level 3 hero. A young man among them who was chewing gum said, "Please take out that information and let's see what it is." His name was Kusta, also a level 3 hero. At this moment, a few electric bulbs cast a weak light. After they finished looking at the information, both Kusta and Tsiu Banzhou were shocked and exclaimed, "What is this?" Kusta sighed. "The first level has reached this point. It's really hard to believe." Tsiu Banzhou followed up with a frustrated tone. "Damn it, I want to level up. I want to reach that level." Chairman Authority asked, "Level 3, do you want to try?" Banzhou responded dejectedly, "It's not effective, Chairman." Then she looked at the information containing the images of the two siblings. "But why did you choose this small village? Basement level 1 won't be much help to the hero's performance." Authority explained, I chose that place because these kids are evaluated as level 1 villains." Kusta asked, "How old are they?" The chairman replied around 10 years old. The young man was amazed and exclaimed, "They're already that powerful at such a young age." Banzhou followed up after leveling up twice. They might reach level 2 or 3 villains. "Should we prepare something before dealing with them?" Kusta asked, and Banzhou smiled and said, "It's been a few years, so they won't develop much." "So we don't need to prepare much." Kusta exclaimed, "Really? That's a long time." Authority then spoke up. "There are still some things that need to be supplemented. These two are Margot's disciples." Kusta was shocked and exclaimed, "Margot." Banzhou responded helplessly, "I knew it." The discussion between the two young men continued, so we should inform Margot about this. He's in Finland to catch Adward so he can return after finishing the task. Authority remained silent during their discussion. At this moment, a beautiful nail art was displayed. The remaining person who had been silent until now suddenly raised their hand and volunteered. This girl was wearing a mask and had clips in her hair. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, "Can I go?" This girl was K2, also a level 3 hero. The scene changed to a sunset with a bright yellow sky. A wheel was rolling on the ground. K2 arrived and stopped the bike, observing her surroundings. She was riding a pink motorcycle with a stylish design. She put her hands on her helmet, took it off, and observed, exclaiming, "Wow!" Countless golden and red rings were floating in the air, emitting a dazzling light under the sun. K2 couldn't help but exclaim, "What a magnificent sight." She didn't know that she was being observed through a crystal ball. On the other side, the two siblings were watching K2's every move. Miel asked nervously, "Is there someone there?" Miel just responded with a simple "yeah." K2 was still focused on observing. The sunset was still vibrant. K2 even took out her phone to take pictures with the puppets. While taking pictures, she exclaimed, "This is a special ability. Is it brainwashing? Or are they just hypnotized? I don't think they're dead, right?" While taking pictures, she exclaimed, "This is a special ability. Is it brainwashing? Or are they just hypnotized? I don't think they're dead, right?" Suddenly, something caught her attention, and she turned around cautiously. The devil and angel from before had transformed into the twin siblings. To K2's surprise, Miel spoke up, "Stranger, why are you here?" Both siblings stared at her with suspicion. K2 rubbed her hands together, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She exclaimed, "Wow, those are amazing abilities. What can you do? What's different about you?" Miel responded unhappily, "You should answer our questions." K2 continued, but she pointed to the golden and red rings floating in the air and said, "Do you know about these things? You're summoners, right?" The twin siblings were shocked and looked at K2. K2 raised a question. "Who taught you summoning techniques?" Miel panicked and asked, "Who are you?" Both siblings were sweating, waiting for her response. "I'm your senior." K2 made a weird face and stuck out her tongue. "Remember that?" Miel stood in front of his sister and said, "We don't have any seniors other than Lippers." K2 smiled and said, "The teacher has removed my name from the list of disciples." As Miel frowned, K2 continued, "I think I've been too concerned about sharp objects." As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeve, revealing numerous scars of varying sizes. K2 ran her nails over the scars, and the teacher mentioned that she needed to learn additional defensive techniques as a form of protection. Unfortunately, she didn't like that idea and didn't follow the teacher's advice. The two on this side were extremely confused after hearing that. Suddenly, K2 exclaimed, "How embarrassing!" She tiredly bent down and said, "Teacher, you're really terrible." Following that, the chaotic sounds of K2 erupted as she covered her face with both hands, tears streaming down her face. It's not right, she cried. The others were terrified at the sight, with one of them, male, clinging to her brother in fear, whispering, Brother, she's really scary." K2 was still in a state of anguish, shouting, "Teacher, you said I had magical talent, didn't you? I just wanted to be praised, even if it was just a smile from you." As she spoke, she unleashed a torrent of furious energy. However, the teacher had crossed her name off. At that moment, Miel quickly raised her hand, creating a magical circle. It hastily shouted, "If you don't leave this place immediately." But at this moment, a different color flashed in its eyes. In the air, sharp objects like knives appeared following K2's loss of control. The objects in the air shook violently. The two siblings on this side became increasingly frightened and screamed. At this moment, K2's weapons attacked the puppets of the two siblings, shooting everywhere in the air. Fresh blood spurted out incessantly as the poor puppets continuously vomited blood. After a horrific scene unfolded in the air, only the blood-stained weapons of K2 remained. Even as tears continued to fall, she still managed a twisted smile and said, "Did you notice me again, teacher?" Fresh blood spurted out into the air as a pitiful person was stabbed by numerous weapons, creating an extremely tragic scene. Meanwhile, K2 below was still raising both hands to control the weapons while laughing maniacally. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha! While the victims were writhing in agony as if they were in hell. K2's face was twisted and distorted, looking extremely perverted as she exclaimed, "This is so much fun!" Miel, witnessing this scene, fell to the ground. He turned to check on his younger sister Miel, asking if she was okay. Little Miel was also in a panic, kneeling on the ground and calling out, "Brother." At this moment, the two siblings were observing K2's massacre of the puppets with horror. Both of them gritted their teeth in fear at the sight of this person. "What kind of person is this woman?" "That's right," K2 said after a while, having finished her killing spree. "This is the feeling. The pitiful people now had their bodies filled with knives and swords, looking extremely terrifying." K2 was standing amidst the corpses she had created, excitedly jumping around. "This is even more fun than I thought," she said. At this moment, there was a person in the air with a golden ring above their head. K2 saw this, and her face showed even more excitement. K2 created another weapon with her hand. She madly hurled the weapon towards the remaining person, shouting, "I want more." However, at this moment, the two siblings suddenly appeared and created a shield to counter the attack. Seeing this, K2's face became even more twisted. "You kids can use defensive magic." Both twins frowned, staring outside. K2 is still in a frenzy. The kids have learned a lot from the teacher, haven't they? And then suddenly a heavenly puppet quietly attacked from behind. At this moment, a purple magic circle appeared, and the puppet that was about to attack suddenly stopped. K2's voice rang out. But a gigantic pair of scissors appeared in K2's hand, cutting the puppet in half. Then K2 glanced sideways, smiled eerily, and continued. "This is still not enough." Miel, seeing this, got angry and shouted, "Sister, you will go to hell." K2, holding the giant scissors, blinked and pursed her lips, saying, "You kids are too rude when talking to your elders. I've always wanted to use my abilities in a crowded place like this. But as a hero, I knew that if I did, I would be caught, so I restrained myself. But thank you, kids, for preparing this place for me. Finally, I can make my dream a reality." So now K2 continued raising her hand again. "I think I can summon it." K2's facial expression changed. She gritted her teeth and sweat poured down her face. Then, unable to bear it anymore, she let out a scream. The twins on this side were shocked again. K2's mouth was wide open as she screamed, "Ah, ah, ah, ah!" A paper cutter began to appear in the air. The paper cutter emerged from a tear in the sky, looking extremely terrifying. K2's eyes, nose, and mouth were bleeding, but she still smiled in satisfaction. Ha ha, it's here! Imagination is the most important thing for a summoner. The experience of slaughtering numerous lives had amplified her imagination, and it made her abilities even stronger. The gigantic paper cutter appeared above K2, summoned by her. Ah, this is the first time I've summoned something so huge. K2 excitedly shouted, "It's so big, so cool!" K2 broke into a maniacal smile. Then K2 stopped, replacing her twisted face with a cold one. She raised her hand forward and said, "It's all thanks to you kids. Goodbye for now." But suddenly K2 was swallowed whole by some kind of giant monster, leaving only her hand still outstretched. Mael was shocked at this moment. Miel had summoned a devilish monster that swallowed K2. The girl's hand held a red magic circle. The same was true for Mael. His eyes were also streaming with blood tears. His face was distorted as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "You demon! You scold others without reflecting on yourself." When looking at K2, Mael saw only a terrifying demon. This scene had also amplified the girl's abilities. Miel turned to call out to her younger sister, Mael. Little Mael stiffened and called back, "Brother." His shocked face stood before the monster he had just summoned, making people feel nauseous. He then asked, "Did you just kill someone, sister?" Under a sky that was gradually being dyed red, a response was uttered. "No." The giant monster with its bulging eyes was still there. Miel hugged her younger sister, comforting her. That wasn't a human. It was a demon. Quickly a year passed. Mia and Mael had created an even larger heaven for themselves. In the sky, numerous red and golden rings appeared, shining brilliantly. At the Hero Association, they were once again recorded as villains belonging to the second basement of Lucullus Prison. In the second basement, a trembling finger was pointing at the information about the two devilish children. At this moment, a trembling finger was pointing at the information about the two devilish children. "Mr." Margot looked incredulous and exclaimed, "Miel and Mael, how is this possible?" The chairman spoke up. "They are your disciples, aren't they?" Margot was still in shock as he looked at the achievements of his two disciples. Why did things turn out this way? The chairman also responded, "We are also very curious." Later, Mr. Margot stood up, turned around, and said, "Let me go there." The chairman was surprised and grabbed him. "You can't go," Margot asked in confusion. "What's going on?" The chairman replied sternly, "I can't let you handle this matter." The chairman explained clearly, "I told you to kill Adsword and return, but you didn't follow my instructions. Instead, you captured her and handed her over to the government. Since that's the case, I can't follow your requests either." "Mister?" Margot lost his composure and shouted, "Talking like this won't solve anything. I'm going." The chairman of authority slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "I've already said it clearly." The table was now cracked and broken from the slap. Margot was not backing down. He raised his hand to create magic circles. "Stop it," he said, sounding like a power-hungry lunatic. Just then a voice intervened, "Let me go." The person who appeared broke the standoff between Margot and authority. It was Lausa. Lausa spoke expressionlessly, "I'll be the one to go there." Authority agreed upon hearing this, as Lausa was a level 3 hero. But actually, using this matter as a promotion task for a 3rd-level hero is also good. You should be the one to go. Margot is still angry and interrupted me. I said, "I will." Just then a loud call stopped Margot. "Margot!" Margot's eyes widened in shock. Lausa walked confidently and resolutely towards him. Margot stood there silently, unable to say anything. Lausa raised her hand to her chest and said with a trustworthy expression, "Trust me." The scene shifted to a city with red and yellow circles in the sky. A voice called out, "Mael." The two children were still hugging each other, observing the situation through a red orb. Mael said worriedly, "A small intruder." Miel was calmer. "Yes, that's right." Despite their wicked nature, they still put on innocent faces. They looked through the orb and saw that the person who arrived was Lausa. The two children put on fearful expressions. "I wonder how many crimes she's committed," they thought. Lausa smiled outside, glancing up. Sunlight shone down on the buildings. Lausa stood tall in the sunlight, her eyes gazing into the distance. She was observing something. In the sky were 3 people hanging upside down, their hands and feet limp, Lausa commented. They were heroes who took on this task before. At least they're still alive. Lausa continued to observe. Mael and Miel looked back at her, one of them asking, "Who are you? Why have you come here?" Lausa introduced herself calmly. "I'm Hero Lausa. I've come to take you 2 back." The 2 girls were skeptical. A different hero. One of them cast a spell. Monsters summoned by the 2 girls posed a significant threat to Lausa. They warned Lausa to leave immediately. "If you don't leave, I'll send you to hell," they threatened. "Very well," Lausa said with a bright smile. "I'll return, but I want both of you to come with me." The monsters were engulfed in flames. Mael and Miel were shocked, unable to believe their abilities were defeated. Lausa stood tall even amidst the flames. She walked towards them, looking at them. "You 2 are children with kind hearts. I didn't sense any malice from your attacks," she said. Her expression changed as she continued. "It's sad that if the people who came here were good heroes, things wouldn't have turned out this way." She walked slowly towards the 2 girls. They were helpless, hugging each other. "Isn't it strange? You think you're doing the right thing. But many people come to stop you. Don't come any closer," they warned. Despite their fearful gazes, Lausa reassured them gently. "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you 2. Lausa continued. "But what you're doing is wrong. Your teacher is very sad." The 2 girls opened their eyes wide when they heard about their teacher. They talked to each other. "Teacher Margot has returned, hasn't he?" Mael warned, "Don't believe this lie." Lausa said straightforwardly, "I'm not lying." She reached out to them with a smile. "Let's release your abilities and return with me. It's time to go back to Teacher Margot." The 2 girls opened their eyes wide, looking at her. Miel and Mael reached out and touched her hand. They felt a warmth. Lausa held their hands, and they walked together, feeling an indescribable warmth from Lausa. The sun gradually set. The 2 girls were amazed, their mouths agape as they witnessed something. Lausa spoke normally, "I knew it." Margot stood facing them. "Follow me," he said. The 2 girls rushed into Margot's arms, and he opened his arms to welcome them. The girls burst into tears, their emotions overflowing as they talked to him. "Teacher, our abilities are special. Mom told us to keep it a secret from others." Margot was surprised as Miel and Mael spoke. "Teacher, you only accepted summoners as disciples, right? Sorry for lying to you." Margot asked again. "Did I only accept summoners who told you that a hero named K2 said that she was his apprentice?" Margot remembered that person was hard to trust with the information she had just heard. "Did our apprentices learn from you?" Margot asked. Miel had never taken in anyone other than the 2 children and Lippers. The man's explanation made the 2 little girls surprised. "We only met her once at the association and gave her some advice," he said. They were reunited after 3 years. They shared with each other what had happened during those 3 years. The 2 children told how they had worked hard to grow up into good kids, and how they had been misunderstood by others. Even now, Mael and Miel still couldn't understand it. Margot watched the 2 children sleeping on the grass. Lausa spoke up from behind. "Did you finish talking to the 2 kids, Margot?" He looked at her seriously. "Can you entrust them to me?" Lausa didn't respond, but presented a different matter. Even if they haven't killed anyone in the village, they have still held thousands of people hostage and killed a hero. It's hard for them to avoid the death penalty in court. Margot hastily said, "They are just misguided because they are too young. They have already unleashed their abilities. If you entrust them to me, I will help them understand that what they did was wrong." "I can't do that," she added. He continued to plead with Lausa. "They are just children." Lausa lowered her eyes. "Margot, I won't agree. The authorities have changed the law to allow the execution of minors, and the law is the law. Moreover, the job of a hero is not to rehabilitate criminals." Lausa continued. "I sympathize with you," she said, "but the world has too many problems right now. So Margot," she suggested from now on, "can you work with me?" He was perplexed. "But what does that have to do with the 2 children?" She continued with a serious gaze. "We will change this world." Margot's eyes widened at Lausa's declaration. He spoke up. "I have a condition." He pointed to the 2 little girls. "Until they grow up, don't let them die." Please let me use my ability on them. Laosa agreed. With Laose's approval, Margot quickly used his ability to ensure that they would not die until they grew up. We will change this world before they grow up a man in a military uniform, Anicap said. He remained silent as a different woman approached Gang Yu. Gang Yu turned his eyes towards the source of the sound. A person with brown blonde hair continued, I've heard a lot about you from Gang Hoseo. Laosa smiled and extended her hand. Do you want to change the world with me? He slowly stood up after escaping from his memories. Margot was showing him pictures of Mael and Miel. They said, we simply judge people based on our own rules. Isn't the law also a rule created by the people of this world? Gang Yu remained silent. The other two continued. What makes us different? The other woman finally spoke up. Gang Yu and Gang Ho were tasked with the intensive rehabilitation of these two children. She explained hesitantly. While being surrounded by red rays, I didn't say that they didn't do anything wrong. They need to understand that what they did was wrong first. Gang Yu enveloped her in a red sphere, not letting her finish speaking. He moved forward. Red rays crept from the ceiling to the floor. Miel clung to Mael in fear. He looked at his hand. The other two panicked. Please spare us. Gang Yu! The closer he got, the louder Miel and Mael begged. Please, we know we were wrong. He raised his fist. The other two screamed, Mom! Teacher! Gang Yu punched down. A shockwave occurred at the scene. The red rays had not yet been withdrawn. Gang Yu punched the ground a short distance away from Miel and Mael. Their eyes were filled with fear and tears streamed down their faces. Gang Yu cursed, damn it. He gritted his teeth, and his eyes turned red. His hands and face were covered in bulging veins. Gang Yu had thought a lot. Those thoughts became a jumbled mess in his head. Gang Yu opened his eyes wide, watching as those thoughts toyed with him in his own mind. 3 people appeared before him, their ear-piercing laughter echoing. Gang Yu knelt on one knee, observing the scene before him. Why does he have to think so much? The black-haired girl smiled. That expression doesn't suit you. You're even more beautiful in person than in photos. Gang Yu's eyes widened as the black-haired girl smiled brightly. Hello, my husband. My bride has arrived. The girl excitedly introduced herself. I'm glad I met you. I'm so happy. My name is... Before she could finish speaking, Gang Yu charged at her, and a collision occurred. He was a bit surprised. When someone is speaking, you should listen, a man said, having taken Gang Yu's attack without even basic magical defense. The girl pouted. Canis, soon he will become our master. You're so tactless. I apologize, Sinka. The girl continued, let me reintroduce myself. But when she continued to introduce, Gang Yu rushed to the younger sister again, whose name was... He didn't listen to her, but just swung his fist. He didn't listen to her, but swung his fist. The girl calmly raised her hand, and a shield appeared between them, easily blocking Gang Yu's attack. He's not very patient, she said. We'll be seeing each other for a long time, so let's talk a bit, she continued. She laughed and called me Sinka. She belongs to a group with special abilities and has the power to control space. I will be the one to become the ancestor of the new humanity. The place they stood was shimmering with a purple light from Sinka's barrier. Gang Yu wondered about the ancestor. She laughed and said, That's right, the ancestor. Let's go, he said nonchalantly. I'm tired of this crazy person who just appeared. Sinka didn't seem offended. Instead, she laughed. You're probably the most sane person here, aren't you? Everyone right? She continued. Gang Yu, do you know that humanity is currently in danger? Sinka spoke with a serious tone. We're on the verge of extinction. If this continues, we'll all die out. Gang Yu was skeptical. What do you think is the threat to humanity? Sinka asked. You're from the organization Equality. I think it's probably... Those who were once villains or heroes have absolute power. She frowned in disagreement. That's not entirely true. Gang Yu covered his face. What's causing humanity to degenerate now is... He sighed. Those nameless people, the ordinary ones. According to my plan, we need to filter out those genes. Only those with superior genes should be born into the future generations. But because of the sacrifices made by those with superior genes, the genes that were supposed to be filtered out have multiplied uncontrollably. Sinka even had statistics to back it up, such as the second generation of heroes from Equality, led by Laosa. They have superior genes, but they still die. According to natural logic, creatures that can't evolve to survive will die, but they're trying to prevent that. Gang Yu didn't react, but Sinka continued to talk. Oh, Gang Yu, you're fine, aren't you? You're not a hero anymore. Now you enjoy killing those with weaker genes, don't you? She laughed and pointed at him. I fell in love with you when I saw that. Gang Yu remained silent. Sinka continued. The Luculus prison is a gathering place for superior humans who will become the new humanity, but are being unfairly imprisoned for killing the weak. After we kill all the heroes who hinder humanity's evolution and all the weak humans, she excitedly painted a picture of the future. We will build a world where only those with strong special abilities exist. The Alpha world. She pointed at him and continued to smile. Don't worry, Gang Yu. If those powerful heroes change their minds and join us, we'll include them in the new humanity too. We're not that rigid. Gang Yu finally spoke up. I've tried not to harm those who aren't criminals. But it seems I can't help but harm many of you. Sinka was excited by his words, but the person next to her was cautious. Oh, you're going to harm many people right here. That's quite embarrassing. The person next to Sinka explained, Miss Sinka, I don't think he meant it the way you think. Sinka took a breath and said, anyway. She pointed at him. You will be Adam. Then she pointed at herself, and I will be Eve. She imagined that the two of them would produce children who would lead the evolution of humanity. She blushed and covered her mouth with a bouquet of wedding flowers. Actually, I initially planned to make Seong-hwan Adam and use an electromagnetic pulse weapon to save him. Gang Yu was taken aback. Sinka continued. But the security of this prison is tighter than I thought. No external attack could affect it. So after we obtained the internal layout of the prison, we used an electromagnetic pulse weapon that we created and detonated it inside the prison using my special ability. Gang Yu asked again, electromagnetic pulse weapon, Sinka replied. However, Seong-hwan is still too young and hasn't reached puberty yet. You know that, don't you? He only has the full ability after puberty, right? But time is precious, and that didn't stop me. My name is Sinka, which means rich in imagination. So I immediately came up with a great solution. Before Seong-hwan grows up, I'll do it with you, Gang Yu. And when he grows up, we'll do it with him for the benefit of humanity. She said with pride, I've found a solution to pass on the genes of both of us to the next generation. Then she laughed. What do you think, we can become like siblings getting along with each other? Won't that be great? She asked again. Do you understand what I'm saying? Gang Yu replied. You're the ones behind the attack with the electromagnetic pulse weapon, aren't you? Sinka was taken aback by Gang Yu's angry expression. No, that's not what I meant. I was talking about something else. She remembered and acknowledged. Yes, your brother was an investigator, wasn't he? He died after the electromagnetic pulse weapon attack. It's okay, you can build a new family with me. Let's build the biggest family possible, Sinka asked him. What do you think, have you decided? I've decided a long time ago. Oh my God. He stretched out his hand towards the barrier. I withdrew my words, saying that it was inevitable for you people. Sinka looked at him with hopeful eyes, expecting me to make you people. He used his special ability, gritting his teeth in extreme pain, tearing flesh and shattering bones of you people. Sinka was apprehensive. If that girl is joking around again, isn't it going to affect many people? The man beside her also looked worried. It doesn't seem stable. Wow, why does he want to tear me apart like that? Gang Yu was no different from a bloodthirsty beast. Sinka winked with one eye, making a cute face. Lovers fight? It's not that bad. People say that when lovers bite each other in anger, they understand each other better afterwards. Gang Yu's anger gradually tore apart Sinka's barrier. She was delighted. He's really going all out. The man beside her was cautious. This is very dangerous. His special ability was about to reach her. Suddenly, a spatial portal opened. Gang Yu paused for a moment. He was falling into that portal for a second. The words attracted him. She waved her hand and smiled at him from the exit. Let's end this. Outside, okay? She reminded him, take it easy first, then come. Then the portal suddenly disappeared, leaving Gang Yu in this space. He continued to exert his ability. Gang Yu went berserk. A column of power from the center shot straight up into the sky. The power Gang Yu unleashed made Sinka's group have to be cautious. Gang Yu had escaped from there. Sinka stared at him in shock. The power he contained didn't stop. It cut through space. Gang Yu followed it and approached Sinka. She smiled, and the three of them entered another spatial portal. Gang Yu continued to charge towards this crazy girl who exclaimed, "It's like we're playing hide and seek!" His feet stamped the ground strongly. No one was hit, only he was left. Sinka opened a portal and teased him. She beckoned, "It's about to close, come and catch me." As soon as she finished speaking, red rays began to surround him. Sinka was excited. That's what he used at B1. He still wasn't faster than her. Sinka appeared behind him again, delighted to the point of blushing. She laughed. "Gang Yu's hand is already in front of me." "Wait a minute." He followed her closely each time she opened a portal. Sinka was on the verge of tears, hugging the girl beside her. Gang Yu's claws were about to touch her. Suddenly, the space around him changed. To his surprise, the girl was on top of him. She was choking him. Sinka reached out from another portal. "Gato. Why are you interfering, Sinka?" While Gato was rushing towards Sinka, Gang Yu grabbed her head and smashed it into the portal before she could finish speaking. An explosion was created. Sinka and the man beside her were silent. Gang Yu wasn't silent. The surroundings were a mess. Someone spoke up, and Gang Yu's eyes immediately turned to that direction. "See?" Gato appeared behind Sinka intact. "I told you if he catches you, you'll die." Sinka asked again about the life just lost. "How are you going to deal with it, Sinka? Please decide." Gang Yu exerted his ability again. "It's a waste." "What about the life I lost?" She was in tears. "Your jealousy is wonderful. Why did things turn out like this?" Gang Yu continued with his fifth form. Sinka coldly created multiple dimensions. Several red orbs from him had to counter multiple dimensions with a figure in each portal. Gang Yu was taken aback. Sinka wasn't smiling anymore. "Say goodbye to them. They are the new humanity, and they will replace the old." From now on, B3 was engulfed in a sea of flames. Adsward stepped out from a spatial portal, unable to believe that Margot was dead. "I should have been the one to finish him off." Ho Luyente laughed. "Who will be able to tame me?" Friatua Luyente also spoke up. "Does an old man like me need to join in?" Natura Luyente replied. "Everything in this world is necessary." Pequeniu, with a special ability, was worried, thinking to himself, I'm scared. Vidi, with a special ability, was smoking a pipe, a hero in prison attire. I'm intrigued. Mores, with a stern expression, crossed his arms. Rude. Smoke in the designated area, please. Two people, Xingxi and Tiburon, both Luyan, they appeared together. Yun Zhuyang, with a different special ability, was laughing. There are many people here who are more vicious than demons. Prisoner B4, Tatsujin, with a special ability. And also Luyan, the stared at the object in his hand, a sheath without a sword. Stiffness, a Luyan, the pointed at something. They are useless people who rely on weapons, aren't they? Terapier wondered, is number 4 still alive? Maledity, with a special ability. A summoner rested his hand on his hip. I know those clothes are more comfortable. Hero, with a special ability, remained silent. Gangyu opened his eyes wide. His hat had a bit of blood on it. From the portal, 2 more figures stepped out. Ahura, a special ability holder from B5, looked at him coldly. Beside her was Sung Huan, who on the contrary was excited to see Gang Yu. Gang Yu unleashed his power, making the people there stop laughing. The white-haired young man was eager. Gang Yu charged towards him. Let's play some more. Gang Yu charged forward powerfully. Sung Huan was excited. His hand was already holding a ball to hit Gang Yu. 2 people quickly approached each other. Gang Yu's red aura clashed with Seung Hwan's blue aura. The roar seemed to swallow everything, echoing throughout the prison. Others above observed the brutal fight. Some people were thrilled, hoping that no one would get hurt by accident. Another prison guard spoke up. Other guards came to inform the chief guard that they had to leave the area. The female chief guard couldn't believe how things had turned out, saying it didn't go according to plan. Gang Yu's hand was placed against something. His entire body slowly stood up. Gang Yu was furiously in combat mode. All B3 and B4 criminals were caught by the heroes of justice. I understand. However, none of them had seen Gang Yu in combat mode. I understand why that Lausa girl stopped Gang Yu from fighting. Someone else briefly mentioned the death of those people, saying they looked more appealing in death, and that those who had seen his appearance, others were intrigued, saying it was indeed inspiring and astonishing. That man, is that a special ability? Then it can't be stolen. I'm envious, Sinka cried. Hato placed a hand on her head to comfort her, saying, "Why did he make such a decision?" and felt sad. Seung-hwan lightly touched his hat, feeling happy. "Why didn't you show me this skill before when we were fighting? Do you still have more?" He smiled, saying, "You're really something." Gong Yu didn't say much and directly attacked. His eyes became wild due to the power. Seung-hwan sneered, saying, "You still have something hidden, don't you?" Gang Yu became even more furious. The blue attacks hit his body. Continuously, the attacks became more frequent. Gang Yu was pushed back, but he quickly regained his balance and used his leg to propel himself forward again. Like a red lightning bolt, he charged towards Seung-hwan. His face no longer looked human. He punched, but the punch was blocked by Seung-hwan's shield. Seung-hwan smiled, saying, "That's enough," and froze the space in front of him as a precaution. Then they created an explosion together. The spectators exclaimed, "Wow, he's a terrifying guy, and he hasn't even used his combat abilities yet. And he's still underage. If he becomes an adult, how monstrous will he be?" He looked towards the smoke and shouted, "Where are you? I know you're not that easy to defeat." He continued to shout for Gang Yu. Before he could finish speaking, Seung-hwan was punched straight in the face by Gang Yu. He spat out blood. Gang Yu glared. He continued to punch Seung-hwan in the middle of his body. Seung-hwan's eyes widened as he was thrown back. Seung-hwan violently crashed into the wall. The spectators were thrilled by this development, saying it was a battle between monsters. A red lightning bolt cut across. The heads of Xingxi and Tiburon were simultaneously beheaded. Gang Yu rooshed past them and approached the summoner, struck him with another blow, and then suddenly, because Adsword had cast a defensive spell saying Margot's defensive magic is really something. It's a pity he died too early. Did you feel a surge of nostalgia when you saw your teammates' magic? Gang Yu exerted his strength, causing the defensive layer to crack. Adsword clicked his tongue, saying, "I'm really envious of that strength." The defensive layer disappeared, and someone else intervened. Kicked Gang Yu. Gang Yu flew back, crashing into the wall, and smoke rose from the impact. Hero observed from above. On his face, a hint of Gang Yu's appearance was visible. Gang Yu, like a demon rising from hell, slowly stood up. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Both of them stopped and looked down. Seung-hwan smiled, saying, "Gang Yu, you have to play with me." But after thinking for a moment, he continued, "I still feel you're hiding something." Gang Yu's eyes widened upon hearing Seung-hwan's words, and he laughed, saying, "You're restraining yourself because of the prison guards. How weak. That won't do. I'll create a playground just for the two of us." Seung-hwan closed his fingers. The clouds covered the moon in an instant. A night sky quickly filled the prison area. The ground and rocks changed. Lausa and others were shocked. They were quickly affected and couldn't control themselves, wondering what was happening. Others observed with surprised expressions. The space was distorted by Seung-hwan, making them question if they were seeing things. "Everyone go out and play," everyone shouted. At this moment, a huge explosion erupted from the building, making it seem like it was about to explode. Screams echoed. Se-eun-jo and other prison guards were extremely panicked. The red aura was spreading towards everyone. Just before being enveloped by that power, Se-eun-jo could only scream, "What's going on again?" At this moment, red spheres began to form due to Gang Yu's power. These spheres became denser over time. Before the big explosion occurred again, Gang Yu threw the spheres out to protect everyone. A hand reached out. Seung-hwan, still holding the meat, smiled excitedly, saying, "This place is quite sturdy." Suddenly, one of his eyes widened. Gang Yu, with a red glow and bright eyes, threw a punch, but someone created a shield to protect Seung-hwan. It turned out that it was Sinka who was standing on the floor above, reaching out her hand. Sinka said that it was rude to touch someone while they were using their skills. The arrogant Sinka tossed her hair and said to her minions, "Shall we go? It's too dusty here." Meanwhile, Tatsujin was still gazing up, lost in thought. Unexpectedly, she bent down and touched a rock. The rock was imbued with power, causing it to glow. Sinka's eyes widened in surprise when she saw this. As Tatsujin channeled more power into the rock, it glowed even brighter. Sinka's eyes grew more excited. A sharp sword suddenly materialized. Tatsujin, with a cold expression, grasped the newly created sword. Sinka asked what she was doing. However, Tatsujin didn't respond and instead swung the sword multiple times in the air, leaving the people behind in awe. Sinka's face lit up with excitement as she watched the scene. Then she turned towards the spatial portal and sneered. "Why waste so much energy? We can just go this way." She called out to her group, "Let's get out of here. Gather up." The scene shifted to outside the city. The crowd gathered panicked and gazed up at the commotion. Before them stood Gang Yu, his body glowing red, like a burning ember with two piercing eyes. The crowd gasped in horror. A magical array suddenly appeared beneath Gang Yu. He quickly vanished, leaving the crowd in a state of panic. The onlookers stood frozen for a few seconds, wondering what had just happened. Gang Yu reappeared in a different location, surrounded by massive clouds of smoke that obscured his body. All that was visible were his glowing eyes, like those of a malevolent deity. A massive pile of debris had formed, resembling a mountain. As the scene clarified, it became apparent that Gang Yu was standing beneath a colossal sphere. A hand suddenly appeared. The sphere was created by Seong Hwan to confront Gang Yu. Beams of light burst forth from within the sphere. Seong Hwan smiled eerily. The sphere exploded instantly. After a moment, the smoke dispersed. Seong Hwan's explosion had created a massive crater on the ground. He landed on the ground, grinning maniacally. Gang Yu was still sitting on the ground, one hand on the earth. One side of his face was slowly returning to normal as the energy dissipated from his body. The crowd, including Sinka, stood at a distance, observing the crater. Sinka exclaimed excitedly, "Don't get in their way. Let's just watch for now." The reason why prisoners B3 and B4 listened to Sinka, although they weren't the type to follow others blindly. "Hello, I'm Sinka," she said. "I'll help you achieve your desires," she continued. Whenever Sinka spoke to men, she displayed her most seductive demeanor. Sinka used the prisoners' desires, a universal human trait, to manipulate them. A globe representing the earth appeared. Whether it was an old man or a minor, Sinka successfully recruited all the prisoners into her world. However, there were exceptions. Adsword coldly asked, "What if I refuse?" Sinka replied, "If you refuse, it'll be a shame, but you'll die among other reasons," she said. Seong Hwan burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha!" Seong Hwan laughed maniacally, as if he had just heard a joke. "A new type of humanity, huh?" He wiped away tears from laughing too hard and said, "You want to marry Gang Yu for that reason? And then marry me? You're quite interesting, Sinka." Sinka, unfazed, clapped and laughed along. "I'm glad you think so." However, Seong Hwan continued, "But there's still one problem. I think fighting Gang Yu is more fun than anything you can offer," he said with a sinister grin. Seong Hwan Sinka put on a kind face and reminded him that if he only pursues that short-term pleasure, he will become a dopamine addict and that he needs to look further ahead. "If you kill Gang Yu, what else can you find pleasure in?" Seong Hwan replied confidently, "It's fine. Anyway, I'm going to die. I'm okay with that as long as I'm enjoying myself while I do," he said. Sinka's expression turned gloomy as she said, "If we have a child with Gang Yu and then another with you, they could bring you joy as they grow up. And when you become stronger than you are now, you'll have even more fun fighting Gang Yu," she continued. "Think about the long-term benefits. If you join me, you'll have fun until you die," Sinka said, continuously brainwashing the young Seong Hwan. Seong Hwan fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Before him stood Sinka, her face filled with excitement. He couldn't help but smile, finding someone as twisted as himself. "All right, let's give it a try." "It sounds fun," he said. The other person was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Great! You've made a wise decision." But at that moment, Seong Hwan's expression turned cold. "But I don't love her. So how can we possibly get married in the future?" Sinka approached him and said, "Don't worry, it'll be fine." She leaned in close, making sure he saw her voluptuous chest, and confidently asserted, "Then you'll love me, I'm sure of it." The scene shifted to a moment later, where Seong Hwan wore a rare look of panic after receiving a blow. Gang Yu had just struck him in the stomach, and then pulled back, causing Seong Hwan to stumble backward. Seong Hwan coughed up a mouthful of blood. Despite this, he still held the flesh tightly in his hand and laughed triumphantly. I guess using one hand won't be enough." While Gang Yu looked at him with burning anger, Seong Hwan began to taunt him. "Say something, are you going to stay silent forever? Or are you unable to speak in that state?" "Do you know what this is?" Gang Yu still gazed at him with hatred. Seong Hwan nonchalantly revealed the round object in his hand, saying, "This is your older brother. Gang Yu's eyes burned with even greater anger upon hearing this, and Seong Hwan's crime was beyond redemption. Consumed by rage and pain, Gang Yu lost all reason and roared. Gang Yu transformed into a fierce beast charging at his enemy, but Seong Hwan remained nonchalant, taunting him. "So you can still speak, huh?" Gang Yu rushed towards Seong Hwan, who stood calmly holding the round object. The stones beneath Seong Hwan's feet rose into the air as he controlled them with a twisted look of pleasure. The stones suddenly transformed into sharp objects. Under Seong Hwan's control, the objects grew larger and pointed their tips towards Gang Yu, who was accelerating towards him. Gang Yu raised his hand clenched into a fist. Tens of thousands of sharp objects were hurtling towards him at incredible speed. Gang Yu unleashed a powerful punch towards the tens of thousands of sharp objects. With a fierce expression, Gang Yu swiftly passed through the sharp objects. Gang Yu's eyes widened in surprise. A series of explosions erupted, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere as Gang Yu stood amidst the chaos, his enlarged hands pressed against the ground. Then Gang Yu looked forward in shock, seeing a massive object hurtling towards him. Despite the dusty and rocky surroundings, the object continued to charge towards Gang Yu at an incredible speed. Gang Yu gazed at the object and raised a clenched fist. Gang Yu's fist drew closer to the object. As the fist and object were about to collide, Gang Yu gritted his teeth. A massive explosion sent Gang Yu flying backward. The object had struck Gang Yu's body. After being thrown back, Gang Yu crashed into a mountain behind him, creating a massive impact while Seong Hwan continued to control the object with his outstretched hand. The object remained intact and continued to hover in mid-air amidst the dusty surroundings of the mountain. The object remained intact and continued to hover in mid-air amidst the dusty surroundings of the mountain. Seong Hwan grasped the object, laughed loudly, and stepped forward. Seong Hwan raised the object menacingly, saying, "You can't attack this, can you?" Gang Yu struggled to stand up after the impact and then said, "I've just come up with a great idea." Seong Hwan looked at the object innocently and said, "If I eat it, you won't be able to attack me, right?" Gang Ho-seo was shocked upon hearing this. Seong Hwan continued, "But it's too big to swallow whole," and as he spoke he applied force to the object. "I'll compress it a bit." Suddenly, something powerful emerged from the ground, and Gang Yu used his foot to kick Seong Hwan down, catching him off guard. Seong Hwan's eyes widened in shock as he coughed up blood. A loud explosion erupted, shrouding the surroundings in a cloud of dust. Gang Yu then stepped on Seong Hwan, who lay on the ground. Gang Yu clenched his hand into a fist. Gang Yu aimed his fist at Seong Hwan's face and struck with great force. The fist continued to be raised. This time, Gang Yu's punch landed on Seong Hwan, causing the surrounding rocks to fly into the air. Terrapierre, Hero, and Tatsujin stood by watching the scene unfold before them. Gang Yu's face was filled with intense anger. Suddenly, two hands grasped Gang Yu's arm. Seong Hwan, lying on the ground in a pitiful state, grasped Gang Yu's arm. A blue light emanated from the two individuals. Gang Yu's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the person before him. Seong Hwan smiled, showing no signs of pain as he gazed at Gang Yu. A surge of power burst forth, drawing the attention of everyone present. Gato shielded his eyes from the intense light, while Sinka made strange noises. Sinka clasped her hands together in front of her chest, opened her eyes wide, and exclaimed, "How beautiful!" Sinka continued. "It's a pity if only the two of them could reconcile, that would be great." Gato agreed, saying, "That will never happen." Canis concurred, "I think so too." Canis looked down and added, "Besides, it seems this battle is about to end." Seong Hwan struggled to get up and looked at Gang Yu, who lay motionless on the ground. Seong Hwan, covered in blood and injuries, looked ahead. Gang Yu struggled to stand up, supporting himself with his hands. Gang Ho's eyes were filled with anger. Gang Yu stood up abruptly while Seong Hwan remained on the ground. Seong Hwan opened his eyes wide. Waves of power began to emerge one after another, increasing in number. These waves of power moved towards and surrounded Gang Yu. On the ground, more and more of them continued to appear, advancing towards Gang Yu from a distance. Sinka and everyone else watched the scene in shock. Sinka exclaiming. Sinka said, "What is that?" Sinka and the others witnessed numerous threads intertwining to form a gigantic object. A loud laughter echoed before the massive net. Seung-hwan, looking pitiful, gazed at the enormous net and said, "How many skills do you have? It's impossible to defeat you, isn't it?" Seung-hwan said. "Hey Gang-yu, how does it feel?" Seung-hwan's voice rang out. "How does it feel to kill?" Gang-yu knelt on one knee, looking at Seung-hwan. Seung-hwan continued smiling. "You're probably disappointed just like me. As soon as we touch them, they disappear. Not even enough to release your pent-up emotions." Gang-yu heard Seung-hwan's words. Gang-yu said, "Shut up." The power still surrounded him. Seung-hwan continued. "So what?" Seung-hwan said with a smug expression. "After having fun with me, don't you feel relieved having gotten rid of your negative emotions? You must be feeling uncomfortable." Gang-yu frowned, looking at Seung-hwan. Seung-hwan continued. "Because you've been holding back your power all this time, accompanying those trash. Isn't that right?" Lausa and the others appeared in response to Seung-hwan's words. Gang-yu hesitated, saying, "You..." Seung-hwan watched Gang-yu's reaction. Seung-hwan looked at the person in front of him in confusion, saying, "You..." Gang-yu's face darkened as he exclaimed, "I don't know anything." Seung-hwan's eyes showed contempt. Seung-hwan looked up at the massive net and said, "This skill looks dangerous. Is this your final attack? I'm also running out of energy. This is troublesome." Seung-hwan continued. "I don't know if the massive net in the sky is really scary." Seung-hwan looked up grinning and said, "If I had listened to Sinka and grown up, could I have defeated you?" Seung-hwan said, looking up at the net. Gang-yu asserted firmly, "That will never happen because you're going to die here." Sinka was surprised and didn't say anything upon hearing this. The net gradually rose into the sky, covering the entire sky. Sinka panicked and said, "What's going on in there?" Sinka raised her hand and a power enveloped it. A purple circle pierced through the net. Sinka was horrified, controlling the circle and shouting, "Seung-hwan!" Sinka's image appeared within the circle. Through the circle, Sinka witnessed Seung-hwan being stabbed painfully. His eyes wide open, countless sharp objects pierced through Seung-hwan's body, killing him instantly. Gang-yu's eyes widened and his face darkened. Before Sinka's eyes was the scene of Seung-hwan being stabbed by hundreds of threads of blood emanating from Gang-yu. He couldn't even scream, his eyes and mouth wide open. Sinka panicked and shouted, "Seung-hwan!" She raised her hand, deploying her abilities. Sinka immediately teleported to Seung-hwan's side and gently pulled him through the portal. Seung-hwan was limp as Sinka carried him away, not moving at all, seemingly dead from the previous battle. Sinka was frantic, trying to treat him. Terapir rolled up his sleeves, stepped forward, and calmly said, "Move aside." He knelt down and inserted his hand into Seung-hwan's chest. Immediately after, the threads of blood on Seung-hwan's body dissipated. More accurately, Terapir had absorbed them into his hand. He sighed, amazed that Seung-hwan could protect his vital spots during the chaos. He said, "The fighting instinct is not to be underestimated." The thread of blood extended to his elbow. Terapir stood up. Sinka, seeing that Seung-hwan hadn't woken up, shook him. "Seung-hwan, wake up." Terapir raised his arm covered in threads of blood, his face expressionless, and said, "A formidable power." Then he cut off his own arm in front of the other prisoners. His arm immediately regrew. He asked, "What should we do with Gang-yu now?" A voice echoed, "What else?" It was Hero. He said coldly, "Kill him on the spot." But someone interrupted. "Wait." Everyone turned to Sinka. She checked Seung-hwan's pulse and then looked up, saying, "Before we do that," she said earnestly, a bright expression in her eyes, "I want to talk to him one last time." She was referring to Gang-yu, who was face down on the ground, not moving at the center of the battlefield. After a while, Gang-yu stumbled and stood up, looking around. Something suddenly appeared in his field of vision, a lump of flesh curled up. Based on his intuition, he knew it was the most important person in his life. His older brother, Gang-ho. After Gang-yu slowly approached, he bent down and gently picked it up. Looking at the lump of flesh, he felt heartbreak, and a sense of despair gradually invaded his mind. He no longer knew if this was real or an illusion. If this was just a dream, it would be great. His older brother would still be alive. The teleportation portal suddenly opened in front of him. Sinka stepped out and said to Gang Yu. Kota pleaded with a worried expression. It's not too late yet. But life is not like a dream. Gang Yu, despite being exhausted, was still conscious. He recognized the person in front of him as an enemy and used his ultimate technique. Gang Yu glared at her with hatred, preparing to strike. Sinka took a step back, looking confused and puzzled. I really don't understand what's going on, she said. A flash of lightning lit up, and Gang Yu was immediately restrained. He looked uncomfortable. A criminal allied with Sinka had deployed a complex matrix. It seemed negotiations had failed. Adsword said coldly, We must kill him before he recovers his energy. He turned to his colleagues and asked if anyone objected. They all agreed in unison. Friatua said with pity, I feel sorry for that young man. Pequenu whispered, I'm also afraid of killing, but I think I'm more afraid of him being alive. Natura smiled in satisfaction. Returning to the earth isn't so bad, she said. Meledity stretched and complained, I'm starving, let's hurry up. He smiled contentedly, thinking that the person would be interesting to watch. Vi sighed. Regretfully. It ends here. What a pity. Hyun Juyang smiled and said, He's even scarier than a ghost. Ho teased him. You're a scaredy cat, aren't you? A loud voice boomed above them, Make way for me! They looked up to see Hiro, who had grown to a gigantic size, standing behind them. He clenched his fists. He swung his fist, aiming straight at Gang Yu. Gang Yu curled up, protecting the only thing his older brother had left behind. He endured the pain without making a sound. Hiro was the first to attack. Hyun Juyang summoned a Keelan. Adswort also attacked, and the B3 and B4 criminals began to assault Seung Hwan. The smell of smoke filled the air. A question suddenly occurred to Seung Hwan. How long has it been? Seung Hwan exhaled after being tortured by the criminals. He lay motionless, holding the flesh tightly. Hiro raised his foot, ready to stomp. It's over, he said. Seung Hwan couldn't resist and waited for the blow to fall. A whirlwind arose with Hiro's footsteps. No one knew what he was thinking. Just as he was about to stomp, a blue light flashed. A hand rose, using its power to restrain Hiro. Seung Hwan had woken up. It was Sinka. He said to her, Didn't you say I'd become stronger when I grew up? Sinka was surprised to hear his voice and turned around. The other criminals also looked at him. Seung Hwan said with a smile, You know what? Under the gaze of these other criminals, he continued, For the first time in my life, I have a dream to strive for. His eyes sparkled as he said, I want to defeat Gang Yu. Sinka was shocked and speechless. Seung Hwan continued, So don't kill him. I'll be the one to finish him off. Adsword frowned and shouted, Enough nonsense! We must kill him now, Shinka interrupted. Under Adsword's surprised gaze, she said, Let's go. Her melodious voice rang out, and everyone promised to obey her. Upon hearing her words, everyone fell silent, not objecting. Let's go, she said. The dust continued to blow, and a faint light shone through the clouds. A faint light shone through the clouds. Sinka opened the teleportation portal for them to pass through. She asked Seung Hwan with a smile, Do you want us to help you? Seung Hwan put on his hat. It's okay, he said. He put on his hat and glanced back. He saw Gang Yu lying still as if lifeless. Seung Hwan left a message. Next time we meet, I'll win. Then he disappeared through the portal. The news reported that after the attack on Lucullus 8 prison, 8 B3 criminals, 5 B4 criminals, and 3 B5 criminals had escaped. What would happen next? From above, an old man had been watching everything. He laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha! Kingston smiled. The world is becoming lively again, he said, just as he had thought. In the near future, Sinka would completely turn the world upside down. Sao Hong, wrapped in a blanket, giggled and said, Meow, meow, meow. The person opposite her was surprised. Really? It continued to meow, 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 meow. The girl talking to it looked puzzled, but Sao Hong replied, Meow, meow, meow. She still wasn't ready. Suddenly, the scene of the two people talking became distorted. The screen went black. The earth appeared with a strange symbol. A voice rang out full of joy. Welcome to a new world, Alpha. Sinka and 2 others appeared. She smiled and said, Hello, everyone. I'm Sinka, and from now on, I'll be your Eva. Beside her, a man introduced himself as Canis, and a girl with cat eyes introduced herself as Gato. A line of text appeared asking, "What is the Alpha World?" Canis answered the question. "The Alpha World is a world created," he continued, "to shelter those infected humans with Miss Sinka as their Eva, those who had the right to stay in the Alpha World." At this time, Gato replied that to become part of the Alpha World, the following conditions are required. The first condition is, she paused for a moment before continuing, the person must possess strong abilities, and simultaneously an image of a muscular person appeared. The screen displayed a swarm of mice accompanied by Gato's voice. The second condition is that the person must not shield those who possess rejected genes. Gato continued, the third condition is that the person must be healthy enough to maintain their lineage. The screen then displayed another question. What will happen to those who do not meet the conditions? Sinka spoke indifferently with a sympathetic gaze. I think those with rejected genes are not chosen because they are committing crimes in the old world. They deserve to die. Sinka pointed to the camera and said, if someone has committed a capital offense, what should we do? Exactly, she said. They must be terminated. Sinka slammed her hand on the table. Anyone with unqualified genes deserves to be terminated. She spoke enthusiastically, and simultaneously, the screen displayed a letter. Next month, we will select new humans who are qualified to become members of the Alpha World and send them an invitation. Sinka made a throat-cutting gesture while smiling. Anyone who dares to refuse our invitation will be considered to be shielding those with rejected genes and will also be terminated. So we hope you will carefully consider our invitation. She clasped her hands together, speaking earnestly. The future of the new humans depends on it, and it will be brilliant. Then she walked towards the camera, winked, and said, It all depends on Eva. The future is in your hands. Goodbye for now. The screen became distorted again. The channel switched back to the initial video of a girl pouting and saying meow to a red star, which also responded with meow. The screen went dark again. The light from the screen gradually faded, leaving the room in darkness. 7 people were seated around a meeting table. Under the harsh lighting, someone spoke up, breaking the silence. All right, the person said, referring to the prison break at Lucullus Prison and the broadcast that was aired to the entire humanity after the escape. Chairman Bizet of the WHC spoke confidently. The World Security Council has convened a meeting. Images and information about Sinka appeared on the screen. Someone muttered, Sinka. The person said, Is she the woman who attacked with an electromagnetic gun? Is she on the list of villains? We asked the Hero Association, and they said no. The bespectacled old man said, This is troublesome. It's unbelievable. Just when the heroes of justice had passed away, another incident occurred. What do we do about this colleague? Someone interjected. Before we deal with that, let's look straight at a few problems first. Einheit, the leader of the Peace Party, stood up and slammed the table. The warden of Lucullus Prison, Se-Yun Jo, took it upon herself to execute prisoners without reporting to her superiors. He scowled. Since when did an individual have the authority to sentence someone to death? This has caused chaos and deep concern. Someone spoke up. We're in a difficult situation, and we were just nitpicking trivial matters. The person said the warden simply made the most sensible decision in this situation. Authority. The chairman of the Hero Association for 2 terms and current leader of the World Party said, If I were in her shoes, I would have done the same, Einheit said. Even if the situation was urgent, she didn't have to act without reporting it. Authority immediately defended her. Not a single second could be wasted. That's why she chose to look for Gang Yu. I can understand her actions. He glanced at the person beside him. Do you have any opinions? He looked at El Gallado, the Minister of Justice, who was sitting beside him, lost in thought. El Gallado spoke up. Although I don't agree with allowing an individual to have the right to execute others at their discretion, everyone looked at him. El Gallado raised his hands and smiled. Although I don't agree with allowing an individual to have the right to execute others at their discretion due to the extraordinary circumstances, I completely understand. At this moment, Boda, the Fire and Rescue Commissioner, said, It's a difficult decision. Considering the circumstances, I'm worried that others will suffer significant losses. Crumb, a police commissioner, also expressed discomfort. Haven't we already suffered losses since the Central Security became chaotic after the broadcast? When did we ever get a break? Guerra, the Deputy Minister of Defense, puffed on his cigar. It's time we realized we're in the middle of a war instead of just focusing on the prison break. Authority slammed the table in anger. I said those prisoners deserved to die. He glared at Crumb and Guerra. We're in this situation because you insisted on clinging to those verdicts. Crumb denied it, saying it wasn't him. Authority continued. If I were still the chairman of the Hero Association, they would have died before we needed to execute them. I don't understand why you can't just kill the wanted criminals when you catch them. He gritted his teeth. Since Lausa became the chairman of the World Hero Association, everything has been a mess. Boda said calmly. You haven't changed, have you? Einheit spoke up again. You think the decisions you made when you were still the chairman of the Hero Association were correct? Look closely at the heroes back then. He looked at Authority and continued. Most of the heroes you led had abnormal minds. Authority's expression was uneven. So what? Two people argued. One said they would rather control them than let them become villains. The other immediately retorted, is being a hero that important? Authority sneered clearly, showing his disdain. After Lausa took over as chairman of the Hero Association, those who could be heroes turned into villains and caused trouble everywhere. Bauda glared at him. Authority, your image of a hero is completely different from mine, he said. Authority said, you people are just a bunch of idealists with unrealistic dreams of a better world, refusing to face the harsh reality right in front of you. Bezet, who had been quietly observing them arguing, finally spoke up. Lausa, he said. Everyone instinctively fell silent and turned to look at him. He said if she were here, he glanced at the empty seat and continued. I wonder what her opinion would be. Authority fell silent, grinding his teeth. He clicked his tongue and then left. As he reached his car, his secretary opened the door for him and asked, Did the meeting go well, sir? Authority curtly replied, Not at all. He scowled, saying, Those people are such a hassle. I don't think there's anything to discuss. We should just kill the prisoners and be done with it. He cursed, blaming everything on that bastard Lausa. The secretary asked, What do you plan to do now, sir? Authority replied, Ever since Lausa became the chairman of the Hero Association, the members of the World Security Council have been remembering those detestable faces. He sneered. Listing the factions. The pro-repentance faction includes the Peace Party, the Fire and Rescue Commissioner, the Defense Minister, and the chairman of the Hero Association. Authority furrowed his brow, continuing. The pro-punishment faction includes the World Party and the Police Commissioner. He then recalled Bauda's face, saying, And the Justice Minister is neutral. As he spoke, he sighed. Because the four of them are united against us too. Our opinions are being ignored. Even the current chairman is gradually leaning towards Lausa's side. He said, But for now the chairman's seat is still vacant. We just need to help our people get that position and it'll be fine. To make things balanced, he was willing to do anything. If it were 3 against 3, our opinions would have been taken seriously, he said. Authority paused for a moment, then continued. That's why. He looked out the window and said, We'll go meet Gang Yu, the former hero of justice. He spoke with conviction. I'm sure that a speculation arose in his mind. Others had already started taking action. Authority thought of a girl with pink hair, wearing rabbit ears. The secretary asked, Isn't Gang Yu quite close to Mr. Lausa, sir? Authority replied, Yes, he is. He smiled wryly. However, the current situation has changed a lot, hasn't it? The secretary followed his instructions and started the car, saying, Let's go meet Gang Yu then. At that moment, Gang Yu was lying in the operating room. His lips were cracked and dry due to dehydration. Gang Yu slowly opened his eyes, still dazed. A question was posed to the heroes as to why they couldn't kill the villains. Upon hearing the question, Gyud burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. When I first joined Equality, I thought the same way, Gang Yu. He said, You will also find the answer to that question when you journey with Equality. Vida looked at him with confusion. Huh? Do you want me to kill people with my own hands? He hesitated. I don't want to. She waved her hand and said, "If being a hero means killing people, I'd rather not be one." This time it was Medius's turn to speak. She said, "My older sister was a criminal who was sentenced to death in prison." She hesitated and said, "It's true that she committed a crime worthy of death, but I think she should have been given a chance to atone for her sins." Margot stroked his chin and said, "Why can't heroes kill villains? Let's think about it the other way around. Why do heroes have to kill villains?" He looked sorrowful and pondered. Is it because they're not living meaningful lives? Or is it because they've given up on being human? What makes being human valuable? What gives life meaning? He then smiled and said, "It's a tough question. Let's think about it together." Lausa said calmly, "It's not the hero's job to kill villains. Our job is to save people." She held out her hand and said, "From now on, let's save people together." Just then, Seung Hwan's vision went dark, and Lausa's voice echoed Gang Yu. He was certainly dreaming. Why did everyone? The scene that appeared before him was a memorial photo of 5 familiar teammates. Why did everyone leave without telling him the answer? Jia Hong appeared and said, "The job of a manager is to rehabilitate prisoners." She hesitated and said, "I'm not opposed to the death penalty, but as an investigator, it's my duty to tell the criminals what they did wrong before they're executed." Then Gang Yu stood before him with a tired gaze. "The law is what condemns people, and we are the investigators who carry out the judgments made." Gang Ho's image suddenly crumpled like a piece of paper. His words still echoed. "That's why before the execution..." A crumpled piece of paper was smoothed out again. "The duty of an investigator is..." Gang Yu suddenly opened his eyes. Blood rained down and a putrid smell filled his entire body. A voice called out his name. Gang Yu holds out a meatball with one hand. The giant version of Seung Hwan looked at him with a provocative gaze. "Even you find this interesting, don't you?" he exclaimed. "After all that happened, you're still spouting nonsense." Gang Yu sprayed glue, and the surroundings turned into a sea of blood. Seung Hwan Chuang woke up, gasping for breath. A voice called out to Gang Yu. Lipers sat cross-legged, saying he was awake. She asked worriedly if he was okay, but Gang Yu still hasn't woken up from the nightmare. The world was still hazy before his eyes. Lipers said, "I'm sorry." She confessed, "I should have come to help, but even though I knew something would happen in the prison." Lipers looked hesitant. "I couldn't know the details because the investigators hid the riot." Gang Yu closed his eyes. "It's okay." He continued, "Even if you had come, you wouldn't have been able to help." Lipers still looked worried. "Are you really okay? I've heard about the task you were given in prison executing criminals." Then Gang Yu interrupted her. "Actually," he looked at Lipers, "I'm not okay at all." Lipers looked back at Gang Yu. Gang Yu's face twisted in anger. "I should have killed them all, but I couldn't do it." Lipers opens his eyes in surprise. Gang Yu asked her, "Lipers, did you come here to tell me that I shouldn't have killed the villains? If so, then go back. I'm not a hero anymore." In front of Lipers' disbelieving gaze, he declared, "Now I'm an investigator." Lipers bowed her head. "We need to establish a new hero association and choose new heroes in a new equality." She said, "I'm currently acting as the president of the Temporary Hero Association, but with the changes that are coming, we need a hero to lead." Lipers looked straight into Gang Yu's eyes. "So we're thinking of choosing you, a former hero of equality, to be the president of the Hero Association." Gang Yu cut her off. "I've already said." He glared at her. "I'm not a hero anymore? Heroes should do what's necessary for heroes." Gang Yu said, "After I recover, I'll go out and do what I need to do." Lipers stood up. Gang Yu's voice was interrupted by another voice. "Hero Seo Gang Yu, you're right." "Seo." Gang Yu. Authority stood before the hospital bed, hands in pockets looking at Gang Yu with an air of superiority. He smiled and said, "Now you're an investigator, Gang Yu Ho." Lipers was surprised by authority. He walked slowly towards Gang Yu. "You worked hard to execute the criminals alone, but now you won't have to do that anymore." Authority asserted confidently, "I'll soon become the president of the Hero Association, and I'll have the heroes execute the criminals in equality." Gang Yu looked wary. "Are you the representative of the world's faction? What are you talking about?" Authority replied, "I'll soon step down from that position." He continued to participate in the election for the president of the Hero Association. Authority adjusted his vest and looked at Gang Yu. I came here to talk to you and ask if you're interested in becoming the president of the Hero Association. But it seems that's not necessary anymore. Let's just say I'm here to visit you and say hello. Then he turned and walked towards the door. I hope you recover soon and get discharged. Lipers, just wait and see. Lipers frowned. Do you think people will vote for you? Authority just clicked his tongue. He smiled smugly. You have to wait to know if it's true or not. Lipers looked anxiously at Gang Yu Ho. Gang Yu just closed his eyes and said, I'm tired. He looked at Lipers. You can go. Lipers was stunned and speechless. A little while later, Authority was already in his car looking at the scenery outside. He said, just as I thought. He pondered, everyone is very busy. Many people, including me and Lipers, will probably go to Gang Yu. He thought and spoke at the same time. After the emergence of supernatural abilities, many people had it tough. Military organizations and police were overly reliant on an individual with supernatural powers. Authority thought of WSC, the World Security Council. Perhaps they would soon discuss Gang Yu executing criminals and whether he should be granted the authority to do so. He continued speaking. According to current laws, Gang Yu's actions were wrong. The secretary curiously asked what he planned to do. Authority clicked his tongue, a thought popping into his mind. If that's what the law provides. During the meeting between the parties, Einheit slammed his hand on the table saying, We need to punish the investigator from Lucullus prison. Crumb countered, Wasn't that an exceptional situation? She said, even if my subordinates did that, I would let it slide. Einheit was about to retort when someone intervened. Authority said, You haven't provided any information on what we can do or any solutions. All you've talked about are ideal but meaningless situations. Einheit frowned, saying, Ideal situations. I've already presented a solution. He pointed to the people sitting at the emergency meeting table, the military and police. Crumb raised his hand, saying, I will never agree. He continued, including cooperation with the Hero Association and the arrest of criminals, we will make them face legal judgment. Authority shouted, Is that your solution? Ren 2 responded calmly. Yes, it is. Authority immediately pointed, saying, Your mind is in the clouds. Bezatit now speaks to Authority. He also felt tired of this situation. So do you have a solution? Authority said, Let's put it to a vote. Everyone was shocked by the voting. Authority continued. Let the nations vote on whether investigator Gang Yu. He put his hands together seriously. Should be granted the authority to execute. We will change the law. Do you agree or disagree with granting Gang Yu the execution authority? After hearing Authority's words, everyone was taken aback, shocked, and bewildered. A vote. Authority said, yes. Instead of arguing here, a vote will make things much clearer. He looked around at everyone. Aren't you all working for the people? Einheit immediately countered. Such things are very dangerous. If we decide based on the majority authority pointed at him. Are you disrespecting the people now? Seeing Einheit's inability to counter Authority smirked. I see right through you. He provoked, You're avoiding it because you think you'll lose, right? He said that, then glanced to my left and said, Isn't that right? Everyone looked towards the highest authority figure present, the chairman. He closed his eyes, thinking for a few minutes. Then he said, All right, let's proceed with the vote. The emotions of those present were mixed with both joy and sorrow. 2 weeks later, a green-haired girl read out the voting results. Everyone listened intently, their ears perked up. In favor 88%, opposed 12%. The affirmative votes have a clear majority. Authority smiled in satisfaction. This is only natural. The girl continued in favor of the opinion. Everyone listened attentively. This situation should be considered a declaration of war, and the enemy must be eliminated. There's no need to apply the law to them because they are beasts that have abandoned their humanity. Authority's face, previously wrinkled, now lit up with excitement. Moreover, because these issues arose while pursuing the ideal of granting execution authority, it should be given to all heroes, not just Gang Yu. Her voice is calm, but the opinions of the opposing side. She said Gang Yu's current state makes it difficult for him to make rational decisions. Granting him execution authority is quite dangerous. Everyone's face turned somber. If execution authority is granted to an individual, it could cause similar problems as with previous heroes. If an individual values their judgment over the law, society risks collapsing. In the end, she emphasized that this was the opinion of those opposed. Einheit spoke up first. We can accept this result to satisfy everyone. Authority slammed his hand on the table. Damn it! His face twisted. To satisfy everyone, the result is already overwhelmingly clear. What's there to discuss? Bizet warned not to make a disturbance anymore, he said calmly. Quickly call Gang Yu here. At the office with the sunset shining in Bizet stood silhouetted saying, It's been a while, hasn't it? He spoke to the young man standing proudly before him, Gang Yu. Bizet said, Have you heard the news? Gang Yu replied, Yes, I'm listening. So what's your decision then? Gang Yu said, According to the voting results, I will execute them all with my own hands. Bizet said, I have something else to ask. He was expecting Gang Yu's reaction. What would you do if the voting result was the opposite? He furrowed his brow. Seo Gang Yu said, if that were the case. His red eyes lit up. I would kill them all and then turn myself in. Bizet was deep in thought. He looked up again, saying, There's one more thing. Bizet thought of the former hero. If Lao Sa were here, what do you think she would do? Gang Yu seemed surprised. He thought for a moment. Bizet's eyes were expectant as he looked at Gang Yu. Seo Gang Yu spoke up. About that? He clenched his fist, saying it would be clearer if we asked Lao Sa directly. Bizet sighed. Yeah, maybe that's true. He looked straight into Seo Gang Yu's eyes. One final question. After handling this matter, Gang Yu was about to leave, but turned back to look at him. Will you return to being a hero? After hearing this, he left, leaving behind a phrase, I'm not sure about that either. The meeting had just concluded, and the press had already caught wind of it, sensationalizing the news about Gang Yu. A special law regarding Gang Yu had been passed. In front of numerous reporters pointing their cameras, Bizet made a statement as the world chairman. His voice was calm as he said, We have granted execution authority to investigator Gang Yu to deal with prison breaches. His eyes were stern, that have occurred recently at Lucullus prison, and to prevent future terrorist acts. Authority watched the screen intently. All right, starting from here, step by step, I guess we can return it to how it was before. Lippers sat on the grass, also watching the news. She remained silent. Bizet's speech was broadcast everywhere. A person holding a jar, crying very hard. She sat limp on the cold bench. Tears won't stop falling. Elsewhere, a familiar voice echoed again. Is that so? Then we should prepare right now. Sinka looked back. Is everything ready? The group of wandering criminals waited expectantly for Sinka to name the next executioners. Sunghuan smiled unharmed. Not long ago in Spain and Portugal, a blue swirling vortex appeared carrying a piece of paper with an invitation letter written on it. Heard it was from the world government, and everyone looked up at the sky. Everyone was stunned. A huge blue vortex appeared in midair. Within that vortex, another green magical circle appeared. It emitted a loud noise, but no one knew what it was. In just a few moments, an explosion occurred, annihilating everyone present. The recent attack created a huge crater on the ground. A cheerful voice exclaimed, Wow! The criminal group emerged from Sinkaho's portal, stretching. The girl with the umbrella said to Adsword, who had just released his power, You lunatic! Mores expressed dissatisfaction, saying, If someone received an invitation, what's the point of attacking randomly like this? Adsword retorted unpleasantly. If they died from just that, they weren't worthy of being invited. Immediately after, on screens across the world, all appear with Sinka's image. She says hello. Her face still beamed with a bright smile as she greeted, Hello everyone, I'm Sinka. She pointed at the camera saying, From now on, those on the World Security Council will also be watching closely. Sinka declared loudly, The execution of those with rejected genes has begun. With Sinka's opening statement, the crime syndicate also slowly moved into major cities. They were eagerly preparing to destroy this place. After Gang Yu put on his hat, his eyes were full of determination. At the meeting room of the Global Security Council, the secretary spoke based on the documents sent by the Hero Association. The man with tattoos under his eyes and on his neck was Adsword, a summoner. He is a villain who was once captured by the hero of justice Margot. He had the ability to transfer his summoning powers, stealing them from opponents and turning them into symbols on his body. Just by raising his hand, he could create a massive explosion. Looking at the devastated scene before him, Adsword showed no compassion. Thinking, they were too weak. He possessed the ability to copy his opponent's summoning powers. He looked displeased, thinking I should have stolen Margot's combat system power. Next is the young woman with cat ears. Ho, who belongs to the physical system. She is a villain who was once captured by the hero of justice, sent by Gude. She had the ability to transform into a 9-tailed fox spirit. In the blink of an eye, she could slaughter hundreds of people. Her face was covered in blood. She thought, where can I find someone to restrain me now? The next person was Hyun-Ju-young, a special type with a mysterious smile always on his lips. He was a villain once captured by the hero Hard. He clapped his hands and a blue light flashed, releasing him. 2 Keelin-like creatures appeared waving their hands and slaughtering. He had the ability to summon demons. Ho ran to him, rubbing against him. Hyun-Ju-young scratched his head, saying, that was quite intense, wasn't it? The girl holding an umbrella named Morris also belongs to a special class. She is a villain who was once captured by the hero of Justice Tome. She resembled someone with typical special powers. Morris stood behind a person who was crawling and begging for help. She said, you're too noisy, not polite at all. Then a prohibited sign appears. She says Eva is right. Suddenly an orange bow appeared on the person's neck, and they were strangled to death. Morris looked down with contempt, thinking, the unselected genes are truly despicable, corrupted from the very beginning. The secretary concluded that her powers were extremely complex. She continued, the Hero Association quickly mobilized forces near Bordeaux to handle the situation. Authority frowned, saying, it won't be of much use because you didn't intend to kill them from the start. It's okay for Bezetet to speak out in that case. He looked at Bauda, saying, the fire brigade will be prioritized to rescue civilians. Bauda responded, yes, Chairman. Bezet looked at Guerra and Crum, saying, the military and police have a duty to protect civilians. Guerra immediately responded, understood. Crum was hesitant. We're not strong enough to stop them. Ultimately, we'll still need to call the hero team for help. Then he turned to El Gallado, asking, El Gallado, where is Officer Seo Gang-yu? El Gallado replied, I'm here. He said prison manager Se-eun-jo said he started heading there as soon as he saw the broadcast. El Gallado complained, why hasn't she been fired yet? Now Beze asked the secretary if there was any way to determine the enemy's goal this time. The secretary hesitated, saying, we still haven't figured out what they want. Before this attack, Sanka had pointed at her companions, saying, you are all targets, she said. We will execute those with unselected genes and help those who accept our invitation to join the Alpha world. Sanka raised her hand, saying, initially, let's just give them a taste. After persuading those who accept the invitation, it will be much easier. Everyone's eyes were on her as she continued. Currently, I want you to focus on bringing people back, rather than massacring them. Then she spread her arms, savoring the moment, saying, we can kill as many with unselected genes as we want. Mores spoke up, stopping the others. That's enough, she said seriously. Warming up like this is enough, right? Let's get on with Eva's mission. Ho pouted. I want to destroy a bit more. Hyun-Ju-young nodded in agreement. But Adsword didn't agree right away. He said, I'll do as I please. If I continue to destroy this place, those who accept our invitation will eventually reveal themselves. Mores angrily said, you're going too far. Are you going to ignore Eva's mission? He responded nonchalantly. What are you going to do about it? Under Hyun-Ju-young's gaze, he raised his hand and performed the summoning mudra, again summoning the demon bird. A scrawny, ugly bird flew in. He climbed onto the demon bird, saying, I see that even if you tell him to stop, he won't listen. The 9-tailed fox spirit jumped up, saying, let me ride with you. Mares, but was dismissed with a flick of the wrist and a turn of the head. Adsword said, after we're done, I'll report this to Eva. Do as you like. Hearing him, they ignored him. The devastated cityscape was submerged in a sea of flames. Adsword sighed, releasing flames while complaining. Nothing has changed since I got out of prison. It's annoying. He rolled up his sleeve, looking at the tattoos on his arm, thinking, everything is the same. No matter how much I destroy my power, doesn't grow stronger. It's a cursed ability. Looking at these rhombus shapes, he thought I understand now. His sharp gaze must continue to steal, while he is not paying attention. A giant pair of legs was falling. It was a rabbit falling onto where Adsword was standing. He quickly created a barrier. Suddenly he heard a familiar voice say, "You are." A person standing on a flying carrot. The giant rabbit disappeared, and the person said with disdain, "You're still the same after being released from prison for so long." Lipers frowned. "You haven't learned anything, have you?" Adsword's shield. Adsword, created, was also gradually breaking apart. He frowned and said, "Lipers, you're just in time. Let Margot rest in peace." At a school, specifically the Equality Academy, in a classroom, a teacher was lecturing, and a boy sitting at the front desk raised his hand and said, "Teacher, I'm scared." The teacher smiled warmly and reassured, "Don't worry, kids. Everything will be all right." Just as he finished speaking, a round of applause erupted. He winked and said, "No matter what happens, I'll always protect you. Follow me to the shelter." As he finished speaking, a burst of applause erupted. People followed the sound and saw a woman suddenly appear at the back of the classroom. Maurice was the one who had just applauded. She said, "Very well done. You're truly a commendable teacher." The children were frightened, screaming, and running wildly. Morris frowned. "You're too fragile." Prof shielded the children behind him, stood defensively, and said angrily to Morris, "You still seem so calm. Do you know me?" she asked nonchalantly. She picked up an umbrella and said, "Don't be afraid. I know you've also received an invitation from Eva." Then she jumped down. "Those who received the invitation follow me." Prof interrupted, "Please leave immediately." He sat down, embracing the children. "I won't let you take any of them away." Morris was rebuffed before she could do anything. She said unpleasantly, "You're not wise at all." She tapped her umbrella on her hand, and Morris began to use her abilities, thinking that you dared to interrupt her when she was speaking. Prof could feel the pressure from Morris as she rubbed the brim of her hat. "We have to teach you a lesson." The Special Abilities School, built in the Greek style, was established after the Miel and Mael incident to educate children with special abilities. Under the direction of Lausa and Margot, special schools were set up worldwide. Here, children were taught by heroic teachers how to adapt to society. Another goal was to teach them how to control their abilities when they possessed special powers. Morris tossed her hat high into the domain law. Her hat suddenly enlarged and then descended, trapping them. The children cried out in fear. Profe was surprised. "What is going on?" Morris slammed his umbrella, and there was silence. Following her words, a prohibition sign appeared on the children's mouths, and they turned into masks that covered their faces. They wanted to pull out, but couldn't. Morris gave a cold laugh, finally settling on the special ability system of Morris, also known as the rules. It will activate when the opponent is judged to be inferior, causing them to be restricted or even injured. "If you continue to cause trouble, I'll send you on your way," Profe warned, looking at her cautiously. She created strange things with multiple eyes. Morris scowled, a typical ability of the strong bullying the weak. Morris said, "The 3 kids who received the special invitation step forward." The 3 kids carefully stepped forward under the frightening gazes. Morris pulled out a paper to check. "All of them have special systems, don't they? The special system has many diverse uses. From now on, you'll work together to create the world for the Queen." As she spoke, she looked at the kids whose mouths were covered and said, "Answer me." The prohibition was lifted, and a boy asked nervously, "Is the Queen the woman who appeared on TV?" Morris smiled and replied, "Exactly." She continued, "A beautiful woman with perfect ideals." The boy immediately said, "Then I don't want to." The gazes fell on the boy. Morris was taken aback. Why, the boy continued, "Didn't she say she would eliminate all those without special abilities?" The boy continued, "Many of my friends don't have special abilities. I'll never harm my friends." The cat-faced girl beside him also said, "Me too. My parents don't have special abilities either. They haven't done anything wrong. The devilish girl next to her stuttered in agreement, Me too. The children continuously questioned Morris. Moreover, the teacher taught us that discrimination and exclusion are wrong. He also said that those who solve problems with their abilities instead of words are bad people, evil people. Release us. Morris was silent for a moment, then asked, You don't like it? The children replied, Yes, we don't like it. She immediately used her ability to create a prohibition sign under the 3 children's feet. Then go die. On the necks of the kids appeared an orange bow. Suddenly, Morez's eyes widened. Prof behind her suddenly coughed up blood. A green light emitted from him, and he continued to spit blood instead of the children. Prof was gasping for breath. It was then understood that his ability was to absorb all shocks directed at his target, a special system also known as a bodyguard. Morez chuckled. So that's why Sinka sent you an invitation. An ability that's too perfect for a bodyguard, making it necessary for Sinka to operate freely. A bodyguard is very necessary. It's a waste to kill you, Profe said, gritting his teeth against the pain. We know a lot about you when you were young. Before she could finish speaking, she raised her hand to stop. She frowned. You heard it from Tom. That's really impolite, spreading a lady's past like that. Prof glared angrily. I'm not here to gossip about my past, Morez continued. She said I'm here on the Queen's orders to select those worthy to join the Alpha world. Morez stared at Profe. Abandon these children, and I'll spare your life. Prof immediately replied, No, I can't do that. Upon hearing his response, she was puzzled. Is one of them your biological child? Prof replied. No. Morez tilted her head, waiting for an explanation. Then, Prof's face was resolute because I'm a teacher. Profe was a member of the Hero Association and a teacher at the Special Abilities School. His defensive capabilities could withstand attacks from prisoners on the 3rd and 4th floors. However, during Authority's tenure as the chairman of the Hero Association, he was always ranked 5th among the heroes. The reason why Authority called Profe to his office one day and asked him how long he intended to continue doing this. He looked at him. We don't need a sandbag. The reason is that he doesn't have the ability to kill, not enough to eliminate the villains. However, when Lao Sa became the president of the Hero Association, she called him to Profe. Lao Sa made a proposal to become a teacher at the Special Abilities School. He seemed surprised. Did I make a mistake? My abilities are not suitable to become a hero. Right? Lausa shook her head. No, what are you talking about? I mean, do both jobs simultaneously, being a teacher and a hero. She said nothing is more important than educating children, so I want to entrust them to the most outstanding hero. Profe. Profe humbly said, But I'm not suitable. Lausa looked at him and smiled. What are you talking about? Who can do better than you? Prof was taken aback. Huh? Lausa looked at him with affection. You are the hero of heroes, the one who risked his life to protect his teammates. Isn't that wonderful? At that time, Profe was speechless. Returning to the present, Morris said, We have a good idea. You go persuade the kids. She boasted, They will listen to you because you are their teacher, right? Profe spoke up. Morez said the world is changing, recalling the ruined buildings, the emergence of special abilities, and the great wars that caused our society to collapse. The image of the heroes' backs appeared in his mind. Prof continued, and to stabilize this society we had to sacrifice a lot. Morez wondered. What does that have to do with your question? Prof said. I mean, he looked straight into Morris's eyes. If the crazy delusions of that woman become a reality, this society will fall into chaos again. Upon hearing this, Morez became furious. Don't you dare insult the Queen. She said, You're so long-winded when refusing the Queen's invitation. We don't care if this society is chaotic or not. Profe denied. You should care. Looking at Morez in confusion, Profe continued. Because when society is chaotic and cannot function, he looked at her with pity. There will be more children who will suffer like you. Morez went mad. She gnashed her teeth. You don't know what you're talking about. Prof tried to explain. As we said, we know her very well. Morez ignored her. It was ridiculous that she assigned a stall to him. Immediately after that, a series of iron rods stabbed through their bodies. She muttered, "You've been saying meaningless things all this time." Then Profe used his ability to absorb the attack for the children. They cried out, "Teacher!" Mores looked at them with contempt. "You're trying to resist. How disgusting." She was as furious as a snakehead fish. Suddenly, a shoe stepped on Mores, making her face sink into the ground. Before everyone's surprised eyes, Gang Yu, saying the prisoner in the special holding cell on the 3rd floor. Mores. Gang Yu stepped on her face with his shoe, using his ability to suppress her, making it impossible for her to lift her head. He angrily said, "Bring that bastard here." But Mores couldn't move due to Gang Yu's strength. She asked, "You damn psycho, are you talking about our queen?" Gang Yu looked at her with contempt. "Including you," Mores shouted, "you wretched, shameless bastard." She raised her hand using her ability on Gang Yu. Chains suddenly appeared, binding his hands, feet, and neck. A guillotine appeared above Gang Yu's head. Mores said triumphantly, "Your day of judgment has come." Gang Yu used just a second of his life to shatter the guillotine. The shackles on his hands and neck shattered simultaneously. He continued to strike another blow at Mores's face. Her face caved in. Her hat also gradually returned to its original size. Prof blinked, watching Gang Yu torture her. Gang Yu said, "Prof?" He replied, "Yes." He looked at Profe. "Get the kids out of here." Prof was still pinned under the iron rod. "The power that was cast on us hasn't been disabled yet." Upon hearing that, Gang Yu clenched his fist. He punched Mores in the stomach again, after several more times. A moment later, Mores was motionless. The things Mores had summoned began to dissipate. Gang Yu reminded, "Run as far as you can." Profe immediately said, "Okay, let's go, kids." Then Gang Yu grabbed Mores by the neck. She still seemed dazed. Gang Yu said, "I'll say it again." He threatened her, "Bring that bastard here." Mores gnashed her teeth at the threat. Mores spoke up. The noble lady aura appeared around her, and 2 concentric circles emerged under her feet. She took a deep breath. Under Gang Yu's gaze, Mores transformed into someone else. "It's been a long time since I've taken on this form." Gang Yu couldn't react in time, and was caught by 2 men. Mores quickly stepped back, maintaining a distance. The 2 men who caught him were invisible and disguised as gentlemen, saying, "Ladies first." Mores raised her umbrella. She drew a circle around herself, a noble domain. Then she threw her umbrella into the air. The umbrella grew larger, protecting Mores underneath. She said, "Think about facing me. You must be very unhappy." The noble lady mode was Mores's true form. Once the noble lady mode was activated, those who acknowledged Mores as a noble lady would also possess superpowers like her. At the same time, this ability targeted the weak. She frowned. She didn't think that this power could counter Gang Yu, who could break Sinka's space-time ability. He easily took care of the 2 invisible men in front of Mores. She simply wanted to stall for time. "This place will be your tomb." Mores's main goal was to help the remaining sinners complete the task assigned by Sinka and return safely. She was determined to stall for as much time as possible. Gang Yu stepped forward. "It seems you don't intend to bring her here, right?" Mores smiled. "Ha ha ha! I can't believe it. You're giving up a precious opportunity like this." She hid under her umbrella. "If I were you and I was chosen by the queen, I would be overjoyed. It's unbelievable that you're giving up such a valuable chance." Gang Yu didn't care. He deployed his technique. Mores still tried to stall for time. She raised her hand. "I'll say it first, you devil." She thought she needed to stall for as long as possible. Mores said, "I know where the queen is." The veins on Gang Yu's neck bulged. He wanted to kill this loud-mouthed woman immediately. "We don't care about that." Gang Yu continued to step forward. "We just need to bring your corpse to a telepathic person and have them check. That'll be enough to know." Mores broke out in sweat. "I haven't thought of that. As long as I die here, it's not a problem." She said, "Even if you find the queen, what will you do? Even if you go there, you'll have to fight everyone. Do you think you can win?" This time even the queen wouldn't spare him. Then Gang Yu raised his hand and red rays gathered. "Mores was cautious. I knew you would." She looked at him warily. "I have to end this myself." Gang Yu reached out, piercing through her defenses while she was still thinking about how to die without leaving a trace. Red light is emitted diffusely. Gang Yu suddenly startled. Before him was Sinka, emerging from the transfer portal. She blocked his attack and giggled, saying, "You want to meet me that badly, huh? I guess your heart has already changed, right?" Mores was surprised by the queen. She shouted, "It's very dangerous here." Then she glanced at Gang Yu. A fierce aura emanated, and Gang Yu had transformed into a different form. Sinka still spoke cheerfully. "You reveal your full strength right from the start. I guess your mind is still unwavering. But are you okay?" Let her ramble on about something. Gang Yu threw a punch, breaking through Sinka's defensive barrier. Gang Yu looked at her with bitter resentment. "I will kill you with every ounce of strength I have, no matter how small." Sinka held her cheek. "You're so scary. But why don't I feel angry at all? Seeing your mind always haunted by me makes me very happy. Is this love?" Gang Yu then broke the protective shield around the two of them and slowly stepped forward. Sinka said to Morris, "Leave the rest to me. You go take care of those who refused our invitation." "Okay," Morris replied. "Understood." She hadn't finished speaking when the red threads rushed towards her. Gang Yu charged at her to kill. But Sinka was one step ahead, creating a teleportation portal for her. Sinka seemed surprised as a voice echoed from behind. "The kids? We're a bit late." Sinka, covered in blood, stepped in coughing, and the kids panicked, screaming. "The prof told you guys to run away from here. Mora's spitting blood isn't—" Suddenly, the cat-faced child stopped and said, "That person pointing at Morris, she is the one who appears in the textbook." On the other side, Sinka is surprised. Looking up at the sky filled with blood threads, she said, "We've just begun, and you're already like this. Isn't it a bit too aggressive?" Gang Yu appeared, saying, "This place will become your grave." Sinka slowly walked towards him. "To use this technique, you must have transformed into your zero form, right?" She sneered. "I think you shouldn't push yourself too hard." Immediately after, Gang Yu manipulated the blood threads to charge towards her. His cold gaze looked down. Those threads were redirected back at him through the green circle. Sinka raised her hand. "Humph. Just as I thought, this power still doesn't match you." Gang Yu looked at her coldly, allowing the threads to wrap around him. Sinka turned back and said into the teleportation portal, "Canis Gato. Let's go." The two of them immediately jumped up. They suddenly noticed that the surrounding scenery was very strange. Canis asked Milady Sinka, "What's going on?" Gato added, "We shouldn't have shown ourselves. This is a tough case, isn't it?" Gato shook his head. "Instead of killing him, we should have stalled for time. He's already using his finishing move at the start. We can't withstand it. Stand." After hearing that, Sinka thought for a moment before cheerfully waving her hand. "Then let's run." Suddenly, her arm went numb. Sinka was bewildered. "Why is this happening?" Gang Yu's voice echoed. "Didn't I say so?" He used the Black Heaven prison technique to absorb the threads back. "This place will become your grave." This was a space created by Gang Yu's power. Once inside, there was no chance to escape. Sinka, who was initially outside the battle space between Gang Yu and Seong Hwan, could use her power to pull a Seon stuck inside out. But now she was inside Gang Yu's space, and she would never escape. For the first time, Sinka showed fear. What terrifying power. From the sky, blood threads pierced down. Gang Yu swung his fist. His punch struck the shield Sinka had just created. The shield instantly shattered, and she let out a sigh. Canis beside her said, "Miss Sinka." Their eyes were fierce. Canis continued, "I think it's time for you to remove the leash for us." Sinka smiled awkwardly. "I promised Seong Hwan that he would be the one to finish Gang Yu when he grows up." Canis said, "I don't think we can leave here alive if we don't kill him." Gang Yu prepared his next attack. Sinka replied, "That's right, but I trust Seong Hwan will understand," she said. "It's done." The chain is tight around her neck. A certain pressure made Canis and Gato alert. Noticing their unusual reactions, Sinka looked up. "What's going on?" She opened her eyes wide. The blood threads gathered above. Gang Yu silently observed. A voice echoed, unparalleled in the world. The voice changed direction, and everyone's gaze followed. Canis and Gato barked loudly. The person continued, "No one can oppose me." Sinka looked around in confusion. Even if there are dozens, hundreds, or thousands of enemies, they can't oppose me. Gang Yu seemed surprised. The person continued, "Once someone considers me an enemy, the whole world becomes their enemy. Who dares to make an enemy of me?" A person appeared, smiling. "This is what it means to be unparalleled in the world," he asked Gang Yu. "What do you think?" Before him stood an old man wrapped in bandages. Kingston asked, "Didn't you want to become unparalleled in the world?" Gang Yu didn't answer. He stood still like a statue. The old man continued, "You're strong, but you're not unparalleled in the world." He said to Gang Yu, "But I can make you that way." Sinka scolded. "What nonsense is this? Are you senile?" she said. "Where did this old man come from?" The old man's fist flew toward Sinka's face. She quickly disappeared through a teleportation portal. She reappeared on this upper floor gloating. Kingston calmly replied, "When men are talking, women shouldn't interfere." Under the stunned gazes of the two pets, Sinka continued, "An old man like you should leave." Then blood flowed down her nose. Sinka immediately covered her nose. The two pets panicked and ran to Sinka. Blood flowed continuously from her nose. Sinka cursed, "Damn it." She looked at Kingston with anger. "You old man nearing death." Upon hearing that the old man jested close to the ground, far from heaven, "But I'm still standing normally. However, for a whore like you, that's impossible." Sinka angrily raised her hand. "Go to hell." She immediately summoned numerous teleportation portals. The light emitted from the portals shone brightly like stars. Sinka furiously said, "You're just an old man about to die." Suddenly, Kingston appeared behind her. "You indeed possess a remarkable ability," he exclaimed. "At that level, you're not inferior to that white-haired kid." Sinka surprisingly turned back to him. She raised her hand to create another portal, but Kingston ducked down to avoid it gently. Kingston continued, "However, both you and that kid have a big problem." Shinka widened her eyes. When Kingston launched a punch that sent her flying back, and at the same time numerous teleportation portals created by her shattered. Debris scattered in the air. Finally, Sinka coughed up blood. She couldn't dodge that blow. Kingston still had his fist raised, saying, "You rely too much on your abilities." He continued, "To the point where you don't bother to train yourself at all." As Kingston slowly stepped forward, "Your body was—" He glared at Shinka with hatred and said slowly, "I will show you that my body where I have put my soul is the true strength." Several portals above him flashed with light, and something was moving very quickly. When Kingston realized that thing was targeting his left side, he blocked Canis's attack with one hand, then he gasped, "Oh!" Immediately after he disappeared from sight. Kingston had already moved to another location. He said, "What are you talking about?" Looking at Sinka's two pets charging towards him, Kingston continued, "Your subordinates have trained themselves." Canis and Gato charged wildly, disregarding their lives. Kingston also took a rock to counter. While Sinka was trying to create a portal, Gang Yu had been watching them from afar. He was slightly surprised by the sudden appearance of an unexpected character. His eyes were sharp, but after observing the situation, he quickly decided on the next course of action. That was to cooperate with Kingston and kill the woman. Thinking this, Gang Yu slowly stepped forward. On the other side, Bezet asked in disbelief. Kingston appeared. The secretary replied, "Yes, we received contact from Officer Gang Yu." Boda said Kingston is always eccentric. Guerra added beside him, "It seems he's found someone new he's interested in." Bezet worriedly said, "Isn't that a problem? Does it mean the officer is in danger?" Vera sucked on her cigar and said, "It's fine, although we don't know how strong Kingston is." He paused for a moment, and then said, "But we know what he'll do." Crumb sighed in exasperation. Boda said, "I agree, he won't be hostile to the officer." Boda finished speaking, then glanced at the person opposite. "And you will act in an unexpected way as someone else." Beside Guerra, there was an empty chair. Authority was absent today. Returning to the place where the teacher and the children were hiding, Morris said, "The notebook is—" She burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Why would a textbook have information about me? It's ridiculous!" Morris calmed down. Then she frowned. "That makes me really uncomfortable." When Proface spoke up, "Not just you, all the criminals in Lucullus prison are documented in it." Morris was surprised. "Why," she sneered, "to mock those who have failed." Profe calmly replied, "No, not that, to understand all of you. After hearing that Lausa and Margot had established an academy, a prison officer came to visit them. It was a pleasure to meet. A dignified officer stepped forward. He tipped his hat in greeting. "I'm an officer from Lucullus Prison. My name is Gang Yu." After he spoke, Margot said, "So you want to add criminology as a compulsory subject?" Gang Yu replied, "That's why we need to understand them." Maurice was incredulous, ridiculous. She looked at Profe and said, "So what do you think? How do you feel after reading about my past?" He hesitated. "Maurice." Suddenly, a voice interrupted. "Why are you trying to talk to a beast?" Profe was surprised. Turned around and Authority said, "Profe, you haven't changed at all." When Authority stepped forward, he complained, "I should have fired you." Prof was taken aback. Authority said, "Listen, you guys, what you've been taught is wrong." He looked down at the children. "We will teach you the truth, so take this opportunity to remember it well." Then Authority looked at Morris, who was covered in blood. Criminals didn't become criminals because of their circumstances. Saying this, he loosened his tie. Authority continued his sermon. Those buried in emotions would say they became criminals due to their environment or society. They try to evoke your sympathy. He glared, even if they are criminals just because they were born that way. Morris looked at him with hatred. The abnormalities in society are like cancerous cells. Authority rolled up his sleeves, revealing the veins on his arms and the cancerous cells. He was furious. "They need to be completely cut off. I will show you a demonstration." The old Authority stood shielding the children behind him. His eyes were somewhat angry as he stared ahead. Morris's voice suddenly rang out. She said, "Am I the cancerous cell of society?" Authority uttered harsh words. This is a justification, a cliché, and disgusting. I will say it again. Authority rolled up his sleeves. His clenched fist revealed prominent muscles. He said with disdain, "No matter the era or society you were born in, you will always be trash." The atmosphere became increasingly tense. He continued, "You are simply—" His tone was full of disdain towards Morris, as he exclaimed, "Your very existence is a mistake." Hearing those words, she became furious and shouted, "Shut up!" In the heavy atmosphere, someone spoke up, Morris. The old Authority put his hands in his pockets and said, "The pain you've endured can't compare to what countless victims and their families have gone through." He grasped a watch. Authority quickly put on his watch. His tone was serious as he said, "But I will give you the greatest pain within my ability." He spoke out, challenging Morris. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth until they bled. He then said, "Let's see what I'll do." He looked at the watch on his hand and raised it. He looked at it and said, "About 10 minutes from now it will be done." Authority's special body system. At this moment, Morris spoke out with a ready-to-fight attitude. She stared at the other party and exclaimed, "Let's go!" With a swift action, like a flash of lightning, Authority moved close to Morris and threw a strong punch straight at her stomach. Morris was quite surprised by what was happening, and she spat out a small mouthful of blood. Her stomach was hit, causing blood to gush out uncontrollably. He continuously threw violent punches at Morris, dealing her blows that were too brutal for her to counterattack, so she had to endure them all. He punched her chest, and she clenched her teeth tightly. The balloons were floating in the air. Morris held a weapon in her hand and shouted angrily, "You scoundrel!" Suddenly, Authority rushed forward and punched Morris strongly in the stomach. The powerful shockwave from the punch blew away the red spheres behind her. Her hands pressed strongly on the wound. A cold voice shouted, "Speed up!" Countless invisible attacks struck Morris's limbs, causing her face to distort in pain. Morris quickly spat out a mouthful of blood. Invisible hands appeared in the air. Authority quickly grabbed her head, and a blue light radiated from underneath. A scream of pain pierced the sky. Her face was covered in blood, and her teeth were broken. Authority quickly kicked Morris in the face with great force, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Seeing her in such a state, he said, "Does it hurt? Tom must have treated you very gently." He kicked her face again with great violence. Morris, her face covered in blood, slowly shouted, "Yeah!" A red circle surrounded the area where the two of them were standing. Morris still held a weapon in her hand. Wailing sounds echoed through the air as countless ghostly figures in flying attire appeared behind him. One of them spoke out, and the others followed in unison, pointing their hands forward. Suddenly, Authority knelt down, punched the ground, and shouted, "Accelerate!" Countless blue lights shot through the ghosts, tearing their attire apart. He looked up, his voice cold, and said, "4 times Authority punched Morris, causing blood to splatter everywhere." Morris was thrown back by the powerful punch, her body flying uncontrollably. A bright blue light suddenly appeared. Authority moved as fast as lightning, appearing in front of Morris as she was flying back. With a loud thud, he struck a powerful blow at her. Morris was thrown into the air and crashed into the glass wall. She fell down just as Authority appeared. Authority slapped her cheek hard. He punched her cheek and then her stomach with great force. A straight punch to her face. The people present were frightened, looking up in horror at the scene before them. Morris's body emitted a blue glow. Authority's hands were clasped together, raised high. He glared at her with a fierce gaze and punched her with great violence, straight into the opponent's stomach. Morris was thrown to the ground with great force. Dust flew everywhere around her, her body covered in bruises and wounds. She coughed a few times. Seeing this, Authority sneered and said, "You seem to be in great pain. That's a fitting expression for you." He raised his foot, shouting. Authority kicked straight into the wound on her stomach. He kicked with great violence. He continued, "The victims and their families you've harmed must be suffering far more than you." Morris cried out in pain, "Ah, ah, ah!" Authority quickly raised his hand, looked at his watch, and exclaimed. He looked at his watch and said, "About 3 minutes left." Upon hearing this, she cried out in pain. "The time acceleration ability," the other party responded. "Exactly." He continued, "When I use my ability, I can control the flow of time for any object I touch, including myself." His hands reached out, indicating. Authority grasped her head tightly. He said, "I can also slow down time." His face turned menacing, his eyes fixed on Morris as he said, "Slowly, feel the pain and die, you cancer of society." Prof and the children present were terrified and amazed by what was happening. They stood there with their mouths agape, the children hiding behind Prof, thinking it was just a fleeting moment. But for Morris, it felt like an eternity. His hand pressed down on her head, finally lifting it up. Authority put his other hand in his pocket and raised his watch to look at it. He said, "It's a pity. If the situation were less tense, I could have taken more time." Hearing this, Morris smiled disdainfully. He laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha!" Upon hearing this, Authority asked, "Why are you laughing?" Morris opened her mouth, her eyes gazing into the air, but she didn't respond to Authority. Seeing this, he sat down, grabbed her clothes, and lifted her up, asking, "Is it because you're afraid of death?" Morris spat out a mouthful of blood and said, "I won't lie. I'm afraid of death, but that's not why I'm laughing. I didn't expect to complete my mission in this way, but it's still good." Hearing her words, Authority became even more puzzled and asked, "What are you talking about?" Morris glanced at Profe and the children who were frightened and said, "When I die, all those of Morris's special lineage." She looked at Authority and continued, "Will be entangled in my ability." Morris proudly declared that all of them would follow him to the grave as a sacrifice to the goddess of death. Upon hearing her words, Prof was utterly shocked and astonished, exclaiming something. Immediately, Authority turned his head to look at Proof with a threatening gaze, his body turning purple and looking very savage. In a mysterious area, chains like an array suddenly appeared in the crimson sky as red as blood. When Kingston was in a defensive stance, staring intently at his opponent, a black aura appeared around him. Kingston alone fought against 2 people, Canis and Tom. They were charging quickly, unleashing their full strength towards their opponent. A black aura seeped into the air. It enveloped the bodies of Canis and Tom, then struck directly at their limbs. They painfully screamed, their bodies deforming. Tom's eyes became filled with anger and hostility towards the person standing before him. She quickly, like a flash of lightning, rushed towards Kingston with lightning speed. Her sharp hands were outstretched towards her opponent as she shouted loudly, "Die!" Kingston's hands were faster, and he struck a blow to the top of his opponent's head. She was knocked to the ground, and cracks appeared densely around them on the floor. Seeing what was happening before him, Canis bit into the ring on his neck, worriedly exclaiming, Gato, quickly remove the neck ring. A punch from Kingston was directed straight at her face. Canis and Tom were knocked to their knees on the ground. Kingston proudly declared, "Arrogant fools." He then said, "Who do you think you are, daring to roam around with your strength sealed like that?" Kingston looked at the two of them with disdain and said, "You are too full of yourselves." A strong gust of wind burst out around him. Kingston, in a defensive stance, looked at the two of them and said, "I will make you." A powerful attack launched quickly, like lightning, swiftly cutting the bodies of Canis and Tom into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. Kingston quickly retreated, saying, "It was unimaginable." Canis and Tom were shocked by what was happening to them. They looked at their bleeding bodies and were speechless. A painful scream pierced the sky. Upon hearing it, Kingston, with a pleased expression, turned his head and said, "The arm, let the healer reattach it for you. He's quite useful." At this moment, Cinca witnessed everything happening before her eyes and became enraged. She raised her hand towards Kingston and shouted, "You old damned man!" Cinca gritted her teeth angrily, saying, "You damned old man!" Out of nowhere, a person appeared and punched Cinca in the stomach. The powerful attack sent her flying, crashing into the glass wall beside the water tank, shattering it into pieces. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body was sent flying several meters through the air. Cinca painfully clutched her stomach. She angrily cursed, "Damn it!" Her eyes filled with anger, looked at her attacker. Then Gang Yu quickly rushed towards her like a gust of wind. Seeing this, Cinca was greatly surprised and frightened. She raised her hands to defend herself, exclaiming, "Oh no, don't come here." Gang Yu rushed towards her opponent, disregarding Cinca's words. He was furious, his teeth clenched, his eyes becoming wild. A white light flashed by. Gang Yu kicked Cinca hard in the stomach. After being hit, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Gang Yu stood upright, his eyes bloodshot, looking at Cinca, who was lying on the ground. Cinca painfully raised her hand and said, "Gang Yu, don't do it again." Before she could finish speaking, Gang Yu quickly punched her in the stomach. She couldn't react to his violent attack. Cinca was punched violently by him. Her body crashed into the surrounding objects, causing them to fall. Cinca coughed up a large amount of blood. Gang Yu's eyes turned red with anger as he looked at Cinca. Seeing Cinca being beaten like that, Canis became enraged, shouting Shin Kasama. Gang Yu's hands clenched into fists, creating black lightning in the air. He stood looking at Cinca's motionless body on the ground, his fists clenched, ready to attack. Cinca's frightened voice cried out, "No, no!" She closed her eyes tightly, shouting, "I won't die here!" Suddenly, Gang Yu opened his eyes wide. A hand touched his arm. Kingston appeared beside Gang Yu. Seeing this, Gang Yu's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the person. The person said, "That's enough." He gave Gang Yu a cold look and continued, "A true champion never needs help." The scene returned to normal. Authority grabbed Morris's collar, lifting her up, and asked sternly, "The power of the goddess of death sacrifice, huh?" Upon hearing his question, Morris responded disdainfully, "Yes, if I die, it will activate. What are you going to do about it?" Seeing this, Authority angrily spoke up. "Listen here." He turned to Prof and said, "I apologize in advance." Prof, upon hearing that, responded in surprise. "What was that?" Authority used his strength to pierce his hand through Morris's body. She painfully spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Authority's expression and eyes remained unchanged. A scream echoed, "Ah, ah, ah." He then said, "If you take this girl back and treat her, making her nullify her ability, and then killing her, you can still survive. But if she somehow escapes, your hands, hundreds, thousands of people will suffer again." Authority looked at Morris and continued, "So it's best to kill her here. Your sacrifice is the most reasonable outcome. To cure cancer, sometimes healthy cells must also be harmed." He stretched out both hands straight, looked into the air, and then spoke loudly, saying that sacrificing oneself for a just cause was necessary. He clasped his hands together and spoke, saying, "We thank you for your sacrifice." Authority turned his head to look at Morris's corpse, which was emitting blue light. Prophet, on the opposite side, also noticed this anomaly and raised his hand to protect the others behind him. Authority looked at the corpse with cold, emotionless eyes and said, "Very dangerous. This feeling of unease. Fortunately, it can only be used after death. If it could be used while alive, it would be even more dangerous. After speaking, he stared at the light that emitted a deadly feeling from Morris's body. Then, without lingering, he turned around and left. Still with an expressionless face, he raised his hand to bid farewell to Profe, saying, "Then I will wish you rest first." After finishing speaking, he suddenly called out Profe's name and said, Profe, I don't need to apologize to you, right?" Profe could only watch as Authority left, feeling worried and uneasy about death. Authority asked one final question and then waved his hand to leave, saying, "Your body is certainly strong, isn't it? Surviving is something you're good at." Immediately after Authority left, a voice full of demonic and terrifying tone echoed, causing Profe's eyes to become sharp instantly. It seemed that Morris's spirit had returned to carry out that evil curse. Around her were countless giant chains. Morris looked at Profe and the others with eyes full of sinister and deadly laughter. Immediately after, the chains, like giant snakes, quickly bound a young girl's hands among the group. It continued to bind other children, and even Profe was tightly bound by those heavy and terrifying chains. The children became panicked, their eyes filled with fear as they realized they were about to face life or death so suddenly. They couldn't stop screaming, causing Profe to become frightened and worried as well. He quickly swallowed his fear and spoke in a calm and gentle voice, calling out to everyone. At the sound of his call, the children stopped crying. They directed their fearful eyes, now filled with hope for life, towards him. Prof spoke again to reassure them. "Don't worry. I promised to protect you all. Didn't I?" After speaking, Profe stepped forward alone to face Morris's spirit, looking straight at her face, which made her wonder what was going on. Prof spoke as his teacher had said. He looked at the pitiful children and said, "They will be safe." Morris looked at him suspiciously, seemingly not understanding what he meant. But Profe looked at her with a determined face and said, "Here the only one who can go with you is me." Gang Yu frantically rushed towards Kingston with a powerful aura and deadly red eyes that made everyone fearful. Kingston was also ready to block Gang Yu's direct attack. The two powerful forces clashed, causing a significant shockwave. Kingston looked at Gang Yu and suddenly smiled, saying, "Just as I thought." He looked at Gang Yu, who was taking the opportunity to turn around and try to finish off Sinka, and continued, "If it's you, you'll reach the true peak." Terrifying forces continued to emanate around them. Kingston had managed to rush forward to block Gang Yu's attack on Sinka. He looked at Seo Kang Ho with an unhappy gaze, because he wasn't being responded to, and said, "As for an old man like me being left behind, let's talk about it." Upon hearing that Gang Yu became impatient, Gang Yu gritted his teeth in anger and shouted, "Get out of the way," before raising his fist and preparing to charge again. Canis and Gato on one side watched Kingston and Gang Yu fighting with a worried and frightened expression. While Gang Yu was frenzied, he heard Kingston's voice. "Young man." Kingston easily blocked Gang Yu's fist with one hand and continued in a tone of advice, "I understand your feelings." At this moment, white light emitted from Kingston's body surrounding the area. He slowly lowered his hand in front of him, pausing, and said to Gang Yu, "But to resolve this situation, you can't let emotions take over." Saying that he prepared to counterattack, Gang Yu seemed to have sensed the danger emanating from Kingston. He managed to dodge Kingston's attack, which was then deflected upwards. Immediately after, a scene that shocked Gang Yu unfolded. A giant hole appeared on the ceiling due to Kingston's previous punch. Sinka, who had managed to sit up, was also shocked by the scene, her mouth agape. While she was in a state of panic, she heard Kingston's voice speaking to her. "If you want to escape." Sinka looked towards Kingston, who stood tall without turning back, and said, "Now is the time, girl." She gritted her teeth, staring at Kingston, wondering if he was telling the truth or not. In the end, she quickly used her teleportation magic to leave the place. When Canis and Gato on this side saw their master had safely left, they didn't linger any longer. Gang Yu just stood there frozen without saying or doing anything. Kingston also looked straight at Gang Yu, and the two remained silent for a moment, staring at each other. Finally, Kingston broke the eerie silence, saying, "Let's sit down and talk." As soon as he finished speaking, Gang Yu frantically rushed towards him. Kingston didn't seem surprised, just making a sound. Kingston prepared to receive the attack calmly, saying, "Very well. The body can reveal many things. Turning back to Morris, and Prof. Morris's questioning voice echoed. What? Prof. stood calmly in front of her and said as authority had said. Other than defensive capabilities, I don't have anything special. At first, I didn't like my own strength either. He paused for a moment before continuing to speak, but after talking with Lausa, he realized that his strength was also necessary for this society. Speaking to this point, Prof. also activated his magic, speaking heroically that he would exert all his strength to take all the harm for the children. The children seemed to understand Prof's words, looking at him with worried eyes and calling out, "Teacher!" Upon hearing this, Morris also found it hard to understand and asked Prof again why he had to go to such lengths. Prof calmly replied that he had already said so. He looked straight at Morris because he was a teacher. In Morris's eyes at this moment, a hint of confusion had already appeared. She frantically shouted back that it had nothing to do with the teacher putting himself in harm's way. Prof still patiently explained to her that Morris couldn't understand him because they lived in completely different worlds. Then he looked at her with a sharp gaze full of condemnation, saying that she was raised by the wrong people and became a killing machine. Upon hearing this, Morris immediately became angry, gritting her teeth and shouting at Prof to shut up. Prof continued to look at Morris with that same gaze, his tone of condemnation continuing, as he said that in this life there was no choice of one's own being manipulated like a puppet. Seeing him continue to speak, Morris frantically shouted for him to stop, to shut up. But Prof still continued to condemn her, saying that she was walking on a wrong path for the future of others. Morris exploded into silence. If Prof refuses her, I wouldn't be able to do this. I will once again repeat my previous words. I will accompany the teacher down to hell and correct all the wrongs that the teacher has done. Morris saw him still being stubborn and scolded. Damn it, Prof continued. If you keep talking, he looked at the children who were tearfully watching him. Being a teacher is a dedication to the future of the students. Then he thought back to when he first became a teacher. Since I was appointed as a teacher at this school, I was ready to sacrifice for the students. One of the children panicked and shouted to stop him. Teacher, don't! Prof looked at his beloved students with the gentle, responsible, and compassionate eyes of a teacher and comforted them. It's okay, kids. He smiled kindly and sent a final message to the children. Become good adults, because you are our future. The children didn't know what to do when they saw their teacher like that. They just looked at him with tears in their eyes, as if trying to hold him back. Morris witnessed this scene and gritted his teeth, not knowing what to say. The future memory went back to when Morris was a child. A gentle voice said, "Hello, kids. From today on, I will be your guide." 3 children in tattered clothes looked pitiful. They looked up with innocent and curious eyes at the person introducing herself as their teacher. She bent down to look at them and introduced herself. I am Talam. She looked straight at the children with a friendly smile and continued. From now on, you will be my future. The 12-year-old Morris was among the 3 children. She looked up with sparkling eyes at her new teacher and listened intently as the teacher asked, Are you ready to sacrifice for me? The memory continued with Morris as a child. Talam had selected children with special abilities from an orphanage. After doing this, Talam continued with her plan and had them enrolled in the school she created. Talam stood on the podium and greeted the children she had selected. Hello, kids. Call me Teacher Talam. She looked at the children with a somewhat demonic gaze. Her next words revealed her greed and ambition. I will become the queen of this world in the future, and you will receive lessons. Little Morris looked at her with a somewhat timid and fearful gaze, as if sensing something unusual. Talam continued to speak. To become loyal warriors in this school, she paused and encouraged them. So please follow the lessons diligently. Little Morris felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing Talam's words. Then came the devilish period when Talam trained them to become her killing tools. Morris and the other children spent years learning under Talam's guidance. She taught the children cruel things, how to use their special abilities to kill people easily, and also taught them about etiquette under the guise of brainwashing. Not only that, but she also used demonic and brutal methods to test their loyalty and many other things. After many harsh training sessions like that, Morris caught Talem's attention due to her outstanding potential. Morris developed her abilities faster than any other child, and thus received Talem's favor and became the class leader. This favor came with certain privileges that Talem granted to Morris as the class leader. The privilege of being the class leader was to punish other students on Talem's behalf. Morris gradually became corrupted due to frequently having to exercise her authority to torment her classmates. The innocent and questioning gaze she once had was replaced by a soul that had been washed away by inhumane lessons. Morris followed Talem's lectures more seriously than anyone else. She blinked as she watched her friends suffer painful punishments at her hands. After such moments, she always felt that something was off, and it was during those moments that Talem would appear. One night when Morris was standing on the veranda lost in thought, Talem appeared from behind and asked, "How are you, Morris?" she asked gently. "How was your day as the class leader?" Morris hesitated and replied, "Yes, teacher." She recalled the moment she saw her classmates screaming in pain when punished. Then she honestly told Talem, "I don't know why, but when I punish the weaker students..." She looked at Talem with a confused gaze and said, "I feel nauseous and can't control it." Talem just smiled and replied, "Uh-huh." But in that gaze, there was a hidden complacency. Morris questioned, "Why is that, teacher?" Talem called out her name affectionately. She suddenly asked a confusing question. "Do you like insects?" Morris quickly replied honestly, "No, I disgust them." This answer pleased Talem. Exactly, that's the problem. Human nature, when seeing creatures inferior to themselves, feels disgust. Talem patted Morris's shoulder and said, "That's a completely natural feeling." Then she bent down and looked straight at Morris. "But as time passes and your friends learn to do their part, well, that feeling will gradually decrease." Talem continued to speak seemingly sincere words of encouragement to make Morris trust and completely obey her. "So try your best. Morris, it's good that I gave you the role of class leader." These words seemed to gradually brainwash Morris. Ever since then, Morris continued to use her authority to punish her classmates. After that, although Morris still felt an inexplicable disgust, there were times when the feeling of nausea made her seem unable to bear it anymore. But then, as Talem said, what was to come eventually came. Over time, that feeling gradually disappeared. During a group study session, Talem looked down at her students who were now almost grown and said that time had passed quickly since they arrived. She stood proudly on the podium, looked down and declared triumphantly that after they grew up, she would become the queen of this world. Thus, the children, now grown, still had to train frantically under Talem's supervision. Even fighting each other became part of their training. They fought madly, regardless of the weather, and seemed to become numb to pain and harsh weather conditions. Finally, the day came when they truly matured and stood before Talem with reverence. Talem's plan proceeded smoothly without any obstacles. Talem looked at them with a triumphant gaze, as if looking at her tools that had been perfected. Everything went as planned, until something happened. On a beautiful sunset evening, a man was stabbed in the abdomen leaning against the wall and continuously making painful sounds. Along with that, a cold, emotionless voice was heard. "What can't you kill in one go?" A man hesitantly said, "Perhaps I was too exhausted last night." He held a woman in his arms. The woman asked with concern, and the man gently stroked her head, replying, "Let's rest tonight." The identities of these two mysterious individuals were revealed. The man was Clark, and the woman in his arms was Hilo. Both belonged to a special mysterious system that was not identified. The scene shifted back to Talem's school, where drops of blood fell onto the floor. Talem lay motionless on the floor, her body covered in blood. At that moment, Clark punched through Talem's chest, causing her to die without closing her eyes. He was surprised and exclaimed, "What's this?" He nonchalantly said, "This girl is too weak, isn't she?" Clark and Hilo exchanged words, seemingly blaming each other, but their faces were expressionless, and their tone even contained a hint of excitement. Authority clearly instructed us to be cautious, didn't it? Perhaps we've become too strong. Clark sat down beside Talem's corpse and sighed. After all her plan to establish a school and raise children to be rebels. Was quite ambitious, wasn't it? Hilo asked. Should we go to the school? Clark responded lazily. Too lazy, Hilo retorted. But if we don't go, authority will nag. Clark, being reminded, felt a bit apprehensive. Then let's just go and get it over with. Clark and Hilo quickly moved to the large classroom where Talem's students were. The students, led by Morris, stared at the scene unfolding on the podium and remained silent, listening to Clark's words. He brought out Talem's corpse for the students to see and declared that the school would be shut down from then on. Immediately after his announcement, there were screams of despair and fear. Morris witnessed her teacher becoming a lifeless corpse and being brutally carried by Clark. She couldn't help but panic and scream, "Teacher!" Disjointed sounds were heard, but Clark and Hilo remained indifferent. Soon after, the students frantically rushed towards Clark and Hilo, launching a simultaneous attack. However, Hilo stood still, merely raising her hand in front of her. Immediately, the people were repelled by her. Morris was aghast, her mouth agape as she watched her teammates being defeated with just a flick of Hilo's finger. Clark and Hilo silently looked at the people lying scattered on the floor. Clark sighed and hummed, lamenting that Talem had taught them too well. Hilo questioned whether it was right to bring the children along, and Clark seriously expressed his opinion that re-educating them to reintegrate into society would require a lot of time and effort. Here he glanced at the painful and writhing faces on the floor. After a moment's thought, he said that even if they were re-educated, they would still be mobile killing machines, essentially ticking time bombs that could explode at any moment. Then Clark turned to ask Hilo if the children had killed anyone. Hilo replied seriously that they had been caught before they could act, so probably not. Clark wondered if they had acted too hastily, finding the situation tricky. He dropped Talem's corpse to the ground and continued discussing with Hilo what to do next. Hilo said, "What now?" Hilo immediately decided that to avoid future trouble, it would be more effective to deal with it now. Hilo explained her decision, stating that the children had been brainwashed and lived in a different world. As they grew up, they would certainly become villains. Clark immediately agreed. "Yes, I agree." Morris, after being counterattacked, couldn't get up and lay helplessly on the floor, listening to the two decide their fate and that of others. Clark muttered, repeating Hilo's previous point, that it was better to spend some effort now rather than have trouble later. Hilo reminded him that they needed a reason which could be fabricated. The students of Talem looked at them in fear, unable to speak, their faces filled with panic and fear as they stared at Clark and Hilo. Two people approached the group, preparing to finish off all the killing machines trained by Loom. Hilo gently reminded them to save their strength for the night. Clark responded with a nod and then swiftly moved forward to eliminate them. Screams echoed through the air, accompanied by the sound of ah and ah. The floor was covered in fresh blood. Blood flowed from the eyes, noses, and mouths of the students. Their faces were filled with fear and despair as they screamed. Morris, a female student, sat on the floor looking up at the scar-faced man standing not far away and asked why. She was frightened and continued to ask why they wanted to kill them, saying that they had done nothing but study there. The large man named Clark continued asking the little girl if she was very dangerous. He recalled the image of the frail and dirty children from years ago and slowly recounted the lives of the students there who were born abandoned by their parents and grew up in an orphanage. The villain taught the children about the human body's parts so they could fight effectively. Clark spoke while reaching out to Morris, saying that teaching children to kill to grow up was dangerous, wasn't it? Morris was so frightened that she was on the verge of tears. She backed away, looking at Clark as he approached her, and apologized, saying that they should not have been born. Then a stream of fresh blood splattered onto Clark's face, accompanied by his farewell words. "Next life, be born into a decent family." More and more blood splattered everywhere, falling to the floor. Hilo stood beside Clark, delighted by the scene, and exclaimed with each of Clark's punches as streams of blood splattered against the wall. Morris was too frightened to speak, her voice reduced to mere ah and ah sounds. Clark's expressionless face stared at Morris unblinkingly. A harsh, unpleasant sound echoed through the room. Hilo then approached Clark, pulled his hand back, and said, "I can't take it anymore." Clark turned to Hilo and was about to say something when she interrupted him, insisting that they should spare Morris. Hilo looked around the room now filled with blood, and then at the bodies of the students on the floor, saying that the children were about to die. Finally, she looked at Morris, who was extremely frightened, the only survivor among them. Hilo felt exhilarated and exclaimed that the situation was very stimulating. When Clark didn't move, Hilo urged him to hurry. Clark, seemingly helpless and indulgent, agreed, saying it was hopeless. Clark then said that they could just tell authority something, and with that, he and Hilo passionately kissed. Morris took advantage of their distraction to slip away. Due to Clark and Hilo's momentary distraction, Morris managed to escape. The sky had turned red, and she had run a considerable distance before she stopped tearfully crying. Feeling exhausted, Morris stopped running and caught her breath. Morris felt extreme fatigue and pain throughout her body, and after a faint cry, she collapsed. After that, she lost her way and wandered aimlessly for a long time. On that day, as Morris was walking wearily down the road, a man approached her and asked if she was a disciple of Talem. The tall man wore a rough iron mask and told her to follow him. He then revealed his purpose to fight together for the final revolution. Morris was saved by Caracas. Under Caracas's leadership, Morris participated in battles and caused immense harm to the world. Later, Caracas was beaten until his face was bruised and his body was covered in blood. And after Caracas's death, Morris was captured by Tome. Tome used his magical power to create extremely strong chains and bound Morris, suspending her in the air. Finally, Tome took her to the Lucullus prison. Ending her recollection, Morris spoke sorrowfully, saying that she had lived her life in such a way. She thought that acting and living in that manner was the norm. Morris looked at the man named Profe and said that now. Suddenly she became angry and shouted, "Now you're telling me I was wrong. How can I accept that?" She recalled the past when someone called out to her from behind. The person was Cinca, who smiled and told Morris that she wasn't wrong. Cinca said that the world was wrong, and that if she became the queen, she would change the world to suit Morris. Cinca's eyes were filled with sincerity. Cinca then asked Morris if she wanted to be her subject. Returning to the present, Morris demanded an answer. Morris stuttered, looking at the children. She recalled Authority's cold, blood-stained face and repeated what Authority and the heroes had said. Her eyes became lifeless, and Morris wondered aloud if she was truly not meant to be born. Prof called out to her, "Morris, no one is unnecessary in this world." Profe spoke gently, explaining that he understood what Morris had gone through was terrible, but that didn't mean she was forgiven for her sins. By now, Morris had committed too many crimes. Her face turned horrified after his words. Prof placed his hand on his chest, speaking with determination, saying he would accompany Morris to alleviate her past sufferings and that she must take responsibility for her crimes. Morris looked at Profe without blinking from above, and then she heard him say that he would accompany her as a teacher. Profe spoke, "Morris, earlier I had a request." He wanted to ask her if she could help block the view so that the children wouldn't have to witness this as his final request before dying. It was unclear what he said that provoked her, but before Profe could finish speaking, Morris angrily shouted at him to shut up. Prof tilted his head back to look at the sharp blade above him. Then he gently turned his head back, smiled, and told his students, "Everyone, please turn your backs." The children responded in unison, "Yes, teacher." His expression was joyful with no regrets, as he said it was an honor to have taught them during this time. At this moment, the children began to feel frightened. Some cried, while others were so scared that they stood frozen. Morris's eyes had never been so fierce. The blade began to fall, and Profe, not daring to look tightly, closed his eyes. And then the blade fell strongly, making a loud sound. Prof slowly opened his eyes to see Morris's head in front of him. He was shocked and called out, "Morris, someone like you!" She responded, "You don't need to follow me. I know I was wrong." Beside her, the blade was gradually disappearing. Morris slowly spoke her final words. "I've known for a long time, but I just didn't want to admit it. Because once I admitted it, I realized I had gone too far." Morris's memories flashed back to that day in the auditorium. After punishing her friends, she held a stick in her hand and before her were her friends who were injured. Yet they still tried to comfort her, saying, "Morris, we're fine." One of the students hugged her arm and said, "If we hadn't done that, Teacher Talem would have scolded you right. We're okay." Morris lowered her head to look at the floor where she saw her own reflection stained with her friend's blood. She felt disgusted as her memories shifted to the time she was held captive by Tom. Tom called her Morris, and Tom continued, "It's time to stop living as someone else's puppet." Looking into Tom's eyes, Morris saw her own reflection and felt disgusted. Her memories continued to the time Morris was in Lucullus prison, where she sat alone in an empty room. A voice came from outside. "Nice to meet you, Morris." Morris looked through the small window on the door to see a lovely woman standing outside introducing herself. "I'm Jia Hong, the prison guard here. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" In the dark cell, Morris saw her own reflection in the soup bowl brought by the guard. She felt disgusted with herself. It was too painful, so she couldn't admit it. She told herself she wasn't disgusted. "What I've learned isn't wrong," she thought. "It's the world that is disgusting, and it's the world that is wrong." She tried to believe that to continue living. Morris remembered Profe happily laughing and joking with his students. Then she transformed back into her childhood form. Morris stared at Profe's face, zoned out. As her memories ended and she returned to the present, the glass panels hanging above began to crack and fall. Morris said, "It really is." She felt that she couldn't hold on much longer, her eyes slowly closing. "A life too disgusting," Morris said, then gradually dissipated and disappeared. Prof stood stunned, looking in the direction of the dissipating smoke. His students ran towards him from afar and hugged him tightly. Kingston said to Gang Yu, "Even if you're angry with me, the situation won't change." He calmly offered sincere advice to Gang Yu. "If you don't become stronger from now on, you won't be able to kill that kid or that girl." Finally, Kingston paused for a moment before continuing. "The problem still lies with you." Gang Yu, upon hearing this, didn't stop, but continued to charge at him. Kingston, seeing that Gang Yu wasn't listening, used their previous fight as an example, saying, "Just now, if you were stronger than me, you could have ignored me and killed the girl." Kingston continued to preach to Gang Yu anger is just a stage of denial. Gang Yu still showed no signs of calming down as Kingston lectured him. He was just angry because he couldn't accept his own shortcomings, angry with himself, right? Then Gang Yu charged straight at Kingston again, seemingly having lost all patience with the old man's advice. Kingston, on the other hand, calmly observed Gang Yu's actions. "You don't want to admit it, do you? But I understand. Admitting one's shortcomings isn't easy." Kingston had no intention of dodging Gang Yu's attack, but Gang Yu had to accept it. He lightly blocked Gang Yu's powerful attacks. Despite being under relentless assault, Kingston persisted. Shortcomings are also a part of you. Only when you accept and acknowledge them can you move further. And only then can you achieve your goal. Upon saying this, Kingston suddenly turned serious. "I'll ask again." Kingston asked Gang Yu what made him so angry, a question that seemed to touch on his pain. Pieces of painful memories gradually flooded back into Gang Yu's mind. Images of death and separation, dark and gloomy, which had been dust-covered and were now brought back to reality surrounding him. Gang Yu gritted his teeth, not letting himself get swept away by those painful memories. Gang Yu couldn't bear it anymore and exploded in anger, shouting directly at Kingston. "Shut up!" The haunting and painful images of the past kept appearing right before Gang Yu's eyes. Those images flowed into Kingston's hand like a dark, ominous stream, and he spoke again, giving a reason. He asked, still gripping the streams of memories flowing into his hand tightly. "And what is the reason that led to all this?" Then in the blink of an eye, he suddenly punched Gang Yu straight in the chest, sending him flying back in pain. The fragments of memories also shattered with that punch. In that moment of falling, Gang Yu felt a strange sensation as if he sensed something unusual. The painful and hurtful memories of the past flooded back into his mind. The times he fought and was severely injured, and the moments he witnessed his loved ones facing life and death separation. All those memories, like an old, worn-out film locked away in his memory, were suddenly triggered by someone leaving him unable to react. Outside, the sky was bright and clear, a stark contrast to the gloomy atmosphere inside the building. Gang Yu lay motionless on the ground, staring blankly at the sky outside. Kingston slowly walked up to him. He asked with concern, "Are you calm now?" Gang Yu remained silent, staring blankly for a long time. Then he suddenly raised his hand to cover his face, hesitating before asking, "What should I do?" Kingston finally got the response he was waiting for from Gang Yu. "What should you do?" He didn't answer Gang Yu's question directly, but said, "Haven't you already known the answer?" As he spoke, he extended his hand in front of Gang Yu. Not long after, Gang Yu finally reached out and grasped that hand, serving as his response. Elsewhere near what seemed to be a portal connecting the universe, someone suddenly spoke up. Ho complained, exasperated, "It's been a while since I've seen a familiar face that I really like, and yet you're telling me to leave right away." Hyun Ju-young smiled in response. "I have to follow orders. What else can I do?" As he spoke, his eyes glanced forward, and he continued. "Moreover, it seems like this matter won't be resolved soon." The person he was looking at was a girl named Mayenyi, who possessed special abilities. He looked at her and said, "It seems this isn't going to end quickly." The girl was Mayenyi, a being with special abilities. In a corner of the ruined city, Lipers was struggling to defend against the relentless attacks from his opponent. On the other side, Adsword was also continuously casting spells to attack Lipers. The intense clashes resulted in loud explosions. Just then Sinka, who had just escaped from Gang Yu, appeared and approached Adsword. Clearly the space was opened. "Why didn't you return quickly? What were you doing?" Adsword turned around and replied, "I still had something to do." But before he could finish, Sinka called out his name sternly. Adsword turned around upon being called and was taken aback by what he saw. Before him stood Sinka, her body covered in wounds, her face ablaze with anger. "Come back right now or I'll kill you!" she shouted. After that, things gradually settled down. The incident regarding Sinka's letter was resolved, but the event left behind a city in ruins resembling a war-torn landscape. Kingston returned with Gang Yu and requested a meeting with the world government. The meeting took place at a government headquarters. In the meeting room, the sound of discussion filled the air, so it's like that someone murmured. Kingston stood there smiling and chatting with the others. "I wonder why we didn't meet without any restrictions," he said. He paused for a moment, glanced around the room at the people present, and continued. "It turns out, it's because there are familiar faces." Boda and Guerra greeted him. "Long time no see, Kingston. You're still doing well, I see." Kingston chatted and joked with the two of them. "You've finally reached that position, haven't you?" Guerra responded calmly. "I think it's still less ambitious compared to your goals." Boda also agreed, laughing. "Ha ha ha, that's true." When the three of them stopped talking, the man sitting in the host's position spoke up, drawing their attention. So Kingston, the man none other than Bezet, hesitated before asking Kingston, "Why did you request this meeting?" Kingston didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Bezet and asked, "You're the president, aren't you? You're still quite young, I must say." Only then did he proceed to the main topic. "Actually, I'm here not to chat, but to make an announcement." Standing directly opposite Bezet, he declared with great momentum, "Seo Kang-woo is now my disciple. Don't bother trying to deal with him." As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of everyone in the meeting room changed, shocked by Kingston's announcement. No one had expected him to make such a declaration. After that, Kingston didn't linger any longer and left immediately. The key figures present in the meeting room immediately began discussing Bezet's opinion on whether to support or oppose Kingston's proposal. There were 4 people opposed. The first was Crumb, followed by Boda, then Guerra, and finally Einheit. On the side supporting the proposal was only one person, Authority. El Gayado remained neutral, not siding with either party. Authority, seeing that there were too many opponents, became somewhat angry. He stood up, slammed his hand on the table, and questioned, "Is that all you people with power can do? Why are you opposing this? Overwhelming strength is on our side. Are you going to let this opportunity slip away?" He pointed straight at Crumb and questioned him. especially Crumb, who frowned and spoke irritably when his name was called, expressing his own thoughts. The criminal is just a criminal. We can't accept any of their demands. The government agreeing to meet with them is already annoying enough. But Einheit, sitting next to Authority, also spoke up to refute him. You're being ridiculous. Authority, didn't you insist on executing Kingston first because you thought he was a criminal? Now you believe what he says. Authority was spoken to in this manner, so he quickly turned to refute him. The situation now is different, isn't it? On Bezet's side, he just sat there listening to the others argue non-stop. He was extremely headache about this matter. He was lost in thought, trying to figure out how to solve this difficult case. But the debate between the others made him feel helpless, scratching his head in frustration. Damn it, this must be the bad luck during my tenure. Meanwhile, in a warm and romantic bathroom, Sinka had returned and was soaking in a warm bathtub. Sinka was also troubled, biting her nails with a look of panic and confusion. She couldn't stop thinking about the terrible strength of that old man Kingston, who was thought to have weakened significantly after being imprisoned for so long. She couldn't stop thinking about Kingston's terrifying power. The old man seemed to have weakened a lot after being imprisoned for so long. Just as Sinka was muttering to herself, Seung Hwan entered from outside and called out to her. Sinka. Seung Hwan, wearing only a towel around his body, stood there and asked curiously, "Are you inviting me to bathe together?" But he hesitated for a moment before continuing. Is this really necessary to defeat Gang Yu? Sinka, seeing him enter and ask such a question, happily stretched out her arms and replied, "Of course this is a necessary step to grow up." Seung Hwan's arrival seemed to spark something in her, making her more confident. My plan won't fail. She looked at Seung Hwan with shining eyes and thought, I have Seung Hwan. She thought, and many other secret cards came to mind with names like Hero and Terapir appearing in her head. And then Ahura. Thinking this, she happily hugged Seung Hwan tightly, thinking that time would solve everything. She hugged him so tightly that Seung Hwan complained, I'm out of breath. Arriving at the Hero Association, Authority sat seriously at the front row. Mayeni was also present. The chairperson, seeing that there were already many people, began to speak. It seems everyone has arrived. The chairperson continued, let's move on to the election of the third generation of equality. The person standing on the podium was the interim chairman Lipers. She looked down at the people in the conference hall once again, before formally announcing, let's begin the meeting. Lipers stood at the podium and loudly explained the procedure. The process for electing equality will proceed as follows. She looked at the candidates with different physiques and continued. The association chairman proposes 5 candidates. If the number of heroes agrees, at this moment, Lipers thought about the large government building standing tall in the sky, and her voice became firmer. Each individual will be checked by the government. The bronze honor badge shining in the firelight symbolized everyone's pride. She added, if no reason is found to disqualify them, they will be selected as equality. Lipers, a bit anxious, quickly raised her hand to attract everyone's attention and hesitated before saying, the candidates for equality that I propose include. Suddenly a voice interrupted Lipers, making her pause in embarrassment. The other person arrogantly questioned, who allowed you to decide on the candidates? It was Authority. He folded his arms, spoke sternly, and reminded Lipers, you're just the interim chairman. Lipers. After regaining her composure, Lipers questioned him back without being intimidated. Authority, why are you here? You've already been stripped of your hero status. Authority responded indifferently. I'm here to attend the meeting as the representative of the leadership. Lipers seriously reminded him. Then you should just sit still and observe. You have no right to discuss the association's matters. Authority didn't care about Lipers' words, and instead firmly stated his opinion. I'll say it again, I don't recognize you as the chairman of the association. Lipers excitedly shouted that they don't need you to care. Authority still kept talking like that. Authority stared at her, his eyes menacing, and warned all the candidates present. Our world government will boycott any equality candidate chosen by interim chairman Lipers, no matter the reason. Lipers was taken aback by his ominous words and straightforwardly asked, What did you just say? The entire conference hall fell silent. Authority spoke loudly. You're not the official chairman, just interim. Everyone listened to his words simultaneously. Authority seemed to gain more courage straightforwardly expressing his opinion. The decision on something as significant as selecting equality, which determines the association's future, can't be made by someone temporary. By now, Authority emphasized that it should be done by an officially appointed chairman. Lipers hurriedly spoke out against Authority. Do you know the current situation? We need to choose equality as soon as possible to resolve the crisis. This does. Authority sarcastically asked back. Resolving the crisis, it's funny to hear that from you, Lipers. He suddenly recalled the past about the map of Portugal and began to reminisce. Tell me, Lipers, what did you do in Portugal? Authority recalled Adsword's stubborn fight, and then lowered his voice to continue speaking. Instead of capturing the criminals, she just played with Adsword. Lipers excitedly explained the motivation behind his actions. Behind her, a magical circle glowed brightly. He thought that if they didn't kill the target, everything would just be a joke. I prioritized protecting civilians first, he said. She suddenly remembered when Lausa unleashed his power, and then Profe and the children. She immediately looked at Authority with an angry expression and questioned him sternly. And you, Authority, I heard you were going to sacrifice the children who were taken hostage. Lipers expressed her dissatisfaction. Why do you always make others sacrifice like that? You haven't changed at all, Authority said, calling Lipers by name. Authority glared, seemingly unable to understand. Why should I change? You're the one who needs to change, he said. Lipers suddenly froze, her eyes fixed intently on him. The large hall was filled with the sound of a man's voice. Authority paused for a moment before standing up and turning to face the people behind him. You're the ones who need to change, he said. Authority spread his arms and asked nonchalantly, What I did in Portugal was appropriate for the situation, wasn't it? Looking at the solemn faces of the people around him, he continued with enthusiasm. In the end, there were no casualties, right? Lipers was taken aback by Authority's audacity. She gritted her teeth in anger. Authority, you're still making sacrifices. Well done, she said sarcastically. Authority pointed at her sternly and said, You're the one who's sacrificing this society to protect the criminals. Authority thought about the towering building that was always lit up using the people's hard-earned money to nurture and protect countless murderers. When he saw her remain silent, he took the opportunity to continue speaking, using the excuse of social responsibility and rehabilitation, but it was just empty rhetoric. He thought that the concept of justice was like a dark nightmare, and rehabilitation was just a joke. Authority asserted emphatically that they would never change. They were all scum. He seemed to have seen Cinca manipulating the world from behind the scenes. Look, they just escaped and are preparing. Authority emphasized that under the madman's manipulation, they were preparing for another massacre. Lipers remained silent. She didn't know how to refute Authority's arguments. Authority mocked her, saying that as a former disciple of Margot, she had chosen equality and was running the Hero Association. Authority continued, saying that he knew what would happen without even looking. It would just be more empty talk about being a hero, pretending to be righteous and self-righteousness. Authority looked at Lipers for a long time before asserting firmly that no one wanted her to be the chairman of the Hero Association. She was not the chairman anymore. Lipers could only grit her teeth and look at him with anger. Sunlight streamed into the hall through the windows. Lipers, have you come to a compromise? Authority asked. She made up her mind and said resolutely, So what you mean is that if I become the official chairman, I can proceed according to the proper procedures, right? Authority stood up and said firmly, Yes, that's right. Lipers looked at the silent participants and continued, Then let's vote. Authority seemed to be looking for a way out for himself. You mean a general vote? He asked. Leos immediately rejected the idea. Her voice echoed through the solemn hall. Due to time constraints? Lipers looked around at the crowded room and continued. I will take the opinions of the heroes here and make a decision based on the majority vote. She asked Authority for his opinion. Authority hesitated, looking around at the others. A majority vote. Aren't they all heroes carefully selected by Lausa? He focused on their expressions and said sternly, "That's too biased." Lipers remembered the bronze badge that symbolized pride, and based on that, she set a rule. "Then it will be like the process for selecting equality," she said. "We need a 23 majority vote to pass," she added. Authority hesitated and thought for a long time. He looked at the heroes around him deep in thought. Time passed silently, minute by minute. Finally, the results were announced. The voting results appeared on the green screen. "Do you accept the result of Lepus's choice for equality?" The verification was complete. The affirmative votes reached 52%, while the negative votes were 48%. The result was not passed due to not reaching the required majority vote. Lipers stared blankly at the numbers on the screen. The 48% negative votes haunted her like a nightmare, making her mind reel. Lipers was stunned by the result. In contrast, Authority seemed pleased. He smiled maniacally, looking self-satisfied. "It didn't reach the majority vote, as expected," he said. Authority sneered. "Maybe we need to re-elect the chairman of the Hero Association," he suggested. As he spoke, he looked at the heroes present who had all been selected and active since Lausa's time. Lipers couldn't have predicted this outcome. She looked at the group of people in confusion. The result didn't reach the 23 majority vote, so it was not passed. The reason for this result was Authority's image appeared clearly in her mind as she thought about the commotion. When the incident at Lucullus prison occurred, it was a brutal disaster that made the prison seem even more ominous and brutal. He quickly approached all the Authority heroes, looking urgent to persuade them, and carefully presented his point of view. At first, most of them opposed Authority, the second chairman. The heroes' faces all showed signs of discomfort. But in this situation, when Authority kept persisting and following gradually, many people were persuaded by him. A brutal incident is happening. The important thing is that even if they don't agree with Authority's ideology, the powerful chairman's seat appears before their eyes. Quite a few heroes agree that it's necessary to re-elect the chairman according to his viewpoint. The chairman's position is becoming increasingly clear. The reason is that Lausa's brilliant image has emerged to lead his own policies. Lausa has overwhelming power and achievements that prove her ideals. Lipers, on the other hand, appears with a completely opposite demeanor, while Lipers lacks both of those qualities compared to Lausa. The bronze-colored badge of power seems to be a proof that reaffirms the legitimacy of inheriting Lausa's ideals, and it seems to be suitable for Gang Yu, a former member of Equality. At this moment, it is almost associated with brutality and bloodshed in the public's eyes. But because Gang Yu has changed his viewpoint and killed the prisoners, the scene returns to the assembly hall at the present moment. Opinions among the 5 heroes begin to diverge. Authority speaks up, provoking Lipers. It seems that his teammates also doubt her ability to be the association's chairman. Now what will she do? Lipers is stunned, stuttering, saying, "Vote!" Now what will she do? Lipers is stunned, stuttering, saying, "Vote!" Authority immediately interrupts her. A public vote. Lipers trembles, repeating, "But time doesn't allow us to choose a candidate and let the heroes decide." Authority interrupts. No, it's not like that. He briefly thinks about Lausa's majestic demeanor and uses that as an excuse. You also know this, the third respectable chairman, Lausa, clearly stated that the chairman's position must be elected through a public vote, and in case of emergency or natural disasters, the government can shorten the election period. Lipers is stunned, unable to say anything more. The entire assembly hall is left with only Authority's teasing question. "Ah, you also know this, right?" Authority confidently continues. Anyone, even if they're not a member of the association, can run for the chairman position. That's also a rule established by the respectable Lausa. All the heroes remain silent, as if agreeing with his words. Authority looks at her with sarcasm. "Now the temporary chairman. What are you still standing there for? Still?" Now Authority gives orders triumphantly. "Quickly report to the government that we will hold a re-election for the chairman so they can set the time. You must fulfill your duty as a chairman." Lipers is in a difficult situation. She hesitates, not knowing what to do. Authority emphasizes, even if it's just temporary, right? Authority resigns as the world leader and announces his candidacy for the Hero Association chairman. The question posed to the entire population is between the two candidates, Authority and Lipers, who is more suitable to be the chairman of the association. The golden sunlight shines into the luxurious, comfortable chairman's room. Bezet is dozing off, resting on the chair for a moment. Suddenly his eyebrows furrow, showing signs of annoyance and worry. He reminisces about a day in the distant past. It was a sunny day with a clear blue sky. He looks down at the dense green forest. Bezet, wearing casual clothes with a large bag, stops for a moment due to an unexpected sound. "You're quite brave, aren't you?" Before him is Kingston, wearing martial arts attire, sitting leisurely on a high rock. He inquires, "You want to meet me in private? Is that okay, as the chairman?" Bezet approaches the foot of the rock. He looks up honestly, replying, "I've heard a lot about you from Boda and Guerra. I didn't think you'd harm me." Kingston mutters to himself, "These old folks are really shameless." Kingston quickly returns to the conversation. He sincerely praises, "I've heard you don't have special abilities, yet you still managed to reach the highest position. That's truly admirable." Bezet doesn't pay much attention to his words, quickly getting straight to the point. "Mr. Kingston, now it's just the two of us. I'll ask directly." Bezet looks straight into Kingston's eyes as if to verify. He asks sternly, "What's your purpose?" Kingston doesn't answer directly. He looks at Bezet with a deep gaze, softly asking, "Do you understand the development of special abilities?" Bezet thinks for a moment before answering. In his mind, he pictures the image of a bright light bulb with a glowing filament inside. He slowly says, "If we're talking about the development of special abilities, the summoning system becomes clearer. The greater the power, the clearer the image." Bezet thinks about people with bulging muscles. For special systems and physical systems after puberty, they become the strongest during their physical prime. Among the majestic mountains, a gentle breeze blows by, carrying green leaves and Kingston's indifferent voice, half right, half wrong. Bezet is surprised. "What do you mean?" Under Bezet's questioning gaze, Kingston slowly explains, "Both the physical system and the special ability system are correct in that they become stronger when mature." But he slightly moves his hand, releasing a misty black dust. Kingston's cold voice rings out, "But the physical system can break through the predetermined limits through hard training." Bezet is taken aback. The forest is filled with the sound of wind again. Kingston continues, "Aren't you curious?" Kingston thinks about the red figure with terrifying strength, capable of calling wind and summoning rain. If a person reaches the highest level of special abilities and simultaneously upgrades their physical system to the highest level, what would happen? Bezet saw this and thought to himself that if he spoke out like that, it would be difficult for the country to control Kingston. On the high rock, he called out again, "Chairman." He slightly raised his eyebrows with a hint of mischief. "You should ask Gang Yu about this, not me. I'm not the one who will answer that question. I simply want to see where the limits of human beings lie." Bezet was quite surprised by this. Kingston spoke softly. "That's all." The flow of memories turned again. Bezet remembered sitting in front of his desk, turning around to say to the person opposite him with authority, "You want to add someone to equality." He sat opposite Lausa, saying sincerely, "I'm surprised you reported him to Morris." Witnessing this scene, Lausa clenched his teeth and firmly asserted that he was worth doing it for. Bezet inquired further, "If you've said so, then his actual strength must be very good. As a teammate, is he trustworthy?" Lausa replied confidently, "As trustworthy as his strength." She added, "I consider him a reliable teammate." These words were consistent with a moment in the past. It was then that he was talking to Kingston. Under his gaze, Bezet strongly believed in his intuition and didn't hesitate to say, "I trust Gang Yu." Kingston suddenly said something that was beyond Bezet's expectations, making him very puzzled. Kingston said, "Then the answer is clear, isn't it?" He smiled with a hint of reluctance. "Anyway, opposing won't change anything." The scene changed, and the chairman's room was filled with a sigh of relief. Bezet stood up, leaning on the table with his hands, feeling a bit relieved that an important decision had been made. Just as they could breathe a sigh of relief, a strange sound was heard. The secretary outside the door called out timidly, Mr. Chairman, after being allowed in, she entered the room reporting solemnly. I've heard that the Hero Association is electing a new chairman. Bezet seemed interested in this and nodded for the secretary to continue. The secretary hesitantly said, and she hesitated before reporting an urgent matter. Authority has just announced their candidacy for the chairman of the Hero Association. Bezet didn't seem to want anything to happen. His face showed a mix of disappointment and confusion. Kingston's satisfied face appeared. Bezet had accepted Kingston's condition. This matter was only known to the officials who participated in the World Government Conference. The conference took place in a solemn room with few attendees. This matter was kept absolutely secret. At the same time, in a towering building, the election of the Hero Association's chairman would be conducted within the framework set by the government. The city was bustling at night and became even more lively. After 3 days of registration for candidacy, there would be 3 public debates. In contrast, the conference hall was shrouded in tension for 2 weeks. A red-edged ratio circle appeared. The Hero Association's chairman would be elected through a public vote. The top security prison, which was always lit, posed a difficult problem. However, the term of the chairman elected this time would be a maximum of 4 years. If the prison break issue at Lucullus Prison was resolved, the term would end. Behind the city's peaceful appearance were hidden calculations. In principle, anyone could register as a candidate, but too many candidates could lead to chaos. At this time, the bright spots representing the brains of various regions around the world became more important than ever. Therefore, only those supported by heroes representing their regions could run for election. Authority with the symbol of a Sirius clock and lepers with the symbol of a rabbit and carrot became 2 separate factions during the registration period. Authority and lepers successively announced their candidacy. In a familiar conference room, a purple-haired girl named Mute, with special abilities, held a mic and began, "Hello, members of the Hero Association. I'm Mute, and I'll be hosting this chairman election." In the presence of serious attendees, Mute explained the election process. The candidates would have the opportunity to speak in front of the entire association. She looked towards Authority, who was already standing on the podium, and introduced first its Authority's turn to speak. He said to the heroes in front of him, "I'll be brief." Authority pressed a button on the remote, and an LED screen displayed an image. Authority gestured, "Look." It was a clear image of the prisoners in Lucullus Prison. Authority spoke sternly. "You people, because of your persistent pursuit of ideals, these monsters have been released." He looked at all the heroes below and questioned, "What are you going to do?" "Capture them, then lock them up again, and then release them again." Authority frowned, showing his dissatisfaction. "I believe you won't repeat such a foolish act again." Next was Leiper's turn to speak. She stood on the podium, asserting her point with evidence. During Authority's chairmanship, he tolerated heroes massacring civilians. Leipers thought of the images of those heroes, such as Hero Dark and Hero, and her voice became firmer. Perhaps the number of civilians killed by heroes is not less than that of the villains. She thought of Sinka's evil image and couldn't help but agree with the urgent issue. "I know the current situation is very dangerous. A madman like Sinka, who advocates the theory of loving life, is threatening humanity. But Authority is no different from Sinka. Mad." Leipers looked at the people below and said passionately, "He places high value on human life, using the name of justice to force the minority to sacrifice." She closed her eyes, showing obvious pain. "Everyone is equal. Please don't forget the mission of a hero," as Lausa emphasized. The rabbit symbol of Lippers and the clock of Authority are completely opposite in nature. The initial strategies of both candidates are as follows. In the city with skyscrapers, they strengthen their support base. Across all 6 regions, both are busy attracting representative heroes from each area to their side. The symbol of the authoritative clock appears with heroes supporting Authority. That was the experienced man from North America, Anguna Sukti, and another old man from India, Ajit Ledio. The rabbit emblem appears with heroes supporting lepers representing Europe. That was a girl from Oceania Pocket, the masked Chinese Mayenyi, and the man from the Middle East Carfagar. In addition, there was also a person from South America, Hassan. A person from Africa Antorigo. At the city center, after consolidating their support base, both candidates appeared on the front pages of newspapers with eye-catching headlines. Both Lipers and Authority continuously used various public opinion tactics until the last day of the election campaign, using negative attack strategies to bring each other down. The moment had arrived, and on the last day of the candidate registration period, Mute beamed with joy, holding a mic and watching the LED screen declaring, "So the registration period has ended, right?" Mute looked at the screen in front of her, and now there would be 3 debates. Suddenly, she was taken aback. Mute looked towards the others and the screen in front of them, exclaiming in shock, "What's going on?" She announced that one more person had just surprisingly registered as a candidate. Both Authority and Lipers were caught off guard and naturally looked at the screen to find information. His voice echoed throughout the hall. A strange voice rang out. "Hello, members of the Hero Association." A young girl stood on the podium, gently introducing herself. "I am Medius." Contrary to her voice, her eyes revealed a sinister and slightly triumphant gaze. She continued, "My current occupation is a high school student." Lieber's eyes widened in disbelief at the image before her. "What's going on?" Authority, although saying nothing, showed a contemptuous and dismissive expression on his face. After a while, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "What the heck is this?" The sudden appearance of Medius caused the atmosphere in the auditorium to drop a notch. Contrary to the stiff and awkward atmosphere, Medius's face showed clear confidence. She had clearly anticipated this situation. Medius's appearance made Authority uncomfortable. He immediately spoke out, complaining, "What kind of situation is this? Do they think the election for the chairman of the Hero Association is like electing a class president in high school? It's clear that only those supported by their representative heroes can run. Isn't that right?" Just as the crowd's criticism was about to erupt, a stern voice spoke up. "We will support her." It was the voice of Carfegar, the hero representing the Middle East. Carfegar's words shocked the entire auditorium. Authority and Lipers couldn't believe their ears, their eyes wide with surprise. What? Especially Lipers, who looked at Carfegar, a representative who had once supported her and was now switching sides, making her speechless. "Mr. Carfegar, you once supported me." Carfegar responded without hesitation. "I have changed my mind." It seemed that nothing could change Carfegar's decision. His eyes were filled with seriousness. "Now I support Medius, that girl." Medius smiled lightly, as if she had anticipated this outcome. Her eyes seemed to see through everything. In an instant, the situation changed. Medius's appearance was like a new factor that overturned the entire game. And so candidate number 1, Lepers. The first 2 candidates didn't have a significant difference. Candidate number 2, Authority. The biggest difference in this race came from the newly appeared candidate number 3, Medius. The 3 candidates had officially registered. The news media quickly updated the hot news, and the new information was widely discussed and published on major news outlets. Looking at the media coverage of Medius Authority couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Every news article talked about the high school girl, which was truly a sensational topic. The news about Medius spread, garnering many different opinions. It seemed that the media would be very lively at this time, but there were also many critical opinions about Carfegar and the young girl, saying that the election wasn't a joke. Had that girl done her research? Authority quickly took action first, trying to gather more information about Medius. However, the data about her still had many unknowns. She's just an ordinary high school girl, nothing special. Authority began to make judgments and hypotheses about Medius's identity. Is she someone with special abilities? The vague data made Authority's secretary quickly fall into confusion. That's not clear. Maybe it's some kind of hypothetical ability, right? Confusion filled the room. The mystery surrounding Medius also made Authority fall into deep thought. On the other side, Lipers was visibly unhappy. She questioned Carfegar. "Carfegar, please explain yourself." But Carfegar maintained his calm demeanor, not showing any confusion in response to Lipers' inquiry. "Ask me anything." Lipers thought Carfegar was being too emotional about this, that it was perhaps just a momentary decision without much thought. Have you known that girl before? Even if you have, you can't let personal feelings influence such an important matter, can you? I haven't met her before. Karfagar began to recall the events that led to his decision. A few days ago, when he entered his office to work, he had encountered Medius sitting in his chair. At that time, Karfagar showed clear hostility towards Medius. He scowled at first, and I thought he was an intruder sent by the villains, and was about to suppress him. Karfagar's hostile attitude didn't last long. It began to fade away in the face of Medius's words. However, after a few conversations, Karfagar's memories seemed to be in disarray. He couldn't clearly remember every detail that had happened countless times. I didn't know what kind of magic Medius's words had, but Karfagar was swept away, starting to agree and support her. I felt like I had talked to her many times before, and before I knew it, I was certain that I had to support her. Karfagar's unclear memories left Lippers utterly perplexed. She put on a face that was impossible to understand. Not being able to let Karfagar continue to be lost in his memories, Lippers spoke up, asking for permission. "May I please go ahead?" Lippers quickly reached out and used her special ability on Karfagar. Lippers' special ability created two large rabbits with medical symbols on their heads, gently appearing behind Karfagar. To Lippers' surprise, she didn't detect anything out of the ordinary. This made her incredibly astonished. There were no signs of hypnosis or mind control, but what was going on? Not finding any evidence of something fishy, Lippers could only try her best to persuade Karfagar using reason. However, when making such an important decision, Karfagar immediately interrupted her, saying, "This isn't just a feeling, Lippers. I've said it many times already." Karfagar's eyes shone like a devout believer looking towards their lord, filled with loyalty and absolute faith. That was the kind of unwavering conviction. I believe she will definitely become the chairman of the association. Karfagar was so resolute that Lippers couldn't say anything else. Any advice or persuasion became redundant at this point. The appearance of Medius was still a big question mark in this election. A mysterious figure had emerged. It was hard to predict what impact her appearance would have on humanity's future. It wasn't just about being mysterious or not being a threat. Those directly affected by this included authority and Lippers. However, they had more to worry about, and despite their suspicions, they decided that this wouldn't affect their situation, so they focused on each other. It seemed that neither of them considered Medius a rival. They were too busy competing with each other. The debate was about to start. The debate began with the sweet voice of the host Mute, waving to the audience. "Hello, esteemed viewers. I'm Mute, the host of this debate. Before we start, let me explain the rules of the debate." First, regarding the time, Mute began to explain. Initially, each candidate will have 10 minutes to make their statement. First, regarding the time, Mute began to explain. Initially, each candidate will have 10 minutes to make their statement. The candidates wouldn't just be making statements. They also had to prepare to ask tough questions within those 10 minutes. They could present their platform or ask questions to their opponents. Time still played a crucial role in the questioning part. The time taken for the answer would be deducted from the questioner's time, so they could interrupt if they didn't need to hear the whole answer. Another interesting mechanism was the rebuttal section. During their opponent's statements, each candidate had 2 chances to make a rebuttal. With a bright smile, Mute smoothly presented the rules of the debate from start to finish, and each rebuttal will take 1 minute. Now let's begin the debate. The candidates quickly introduced themselves to the public. Candidate number 1, Lippers. "Hello, I'm Lippers, a student of Margot and a member of Equality." Next was Authority. Candidate number 2, Authority. "Nice to meet you all. I'm Authority, the former second chairman of the Hero Association." Finally, there was the new factor entering the election race. Candidate number 3, Medius. "It's my first time appearing before you all. I'm Medius." The debate started right after the introductions, with the first candidate, Lippers, making her statement. Lippers, being the temporary chairperson, knew how to lead the discussion effectively. "We have gone through many wars," she began. Her statement started with the deep-rooted causes of the current situation, tracing back to when special abilities first appeared centuries ago, leading to wars between nations. She then discussed the development and contradictions of various stages after the world government unified, followed by numerous civil wars. Those contradictions didn't disappear, but evolved through different forms. After the Hero Association was formed, society became divided between heroes and villains. Lippers emphasized that war seemed to be an inevitability at every stage, highlighting how we had spent most of our time dealing with the collapse of society. From the bitterness brought about by conflicts, Lippers once again praised the role of many pioneering heroes, saying that thanks to their efforts like those of Lausa and others, a new social foundation was built. As a student of Lausa, Lippers spoke very firmly, saying that now the new society was finally functioning properly. Lippers implied that authority was like someone who would destroy all the achievements of the past heroes. Think back to authority's time. Heroes were like outlaws with beliefs and methods that weren't in harmony. They killed indiscriminately both villains and civilians. It was clear that this statement was entirely aimed at authority, with the goal of bringing him down. If authority becomes the chairman of the Hero Association, those things will happen again, and the society we struggled to build will collapse. Just as Lippers was fervently arguing, authority interjected society was already collapsing. The authority didn't just sit back and take it. They started sending signals demanding the right to rebut. In just a minute, couldn't she see the current situation? This old man has lived for many years, and his experience in rebuttal is abundant. I really can't understand why the sacrifice I endured, even if it was tearful, was considered a massacre, while the sacrifice you made for society for the sake of those who committed crimes is seen as moral. His words were no less convincing, and it must be understood that this world cannot achieve any great goal without sacrifice if sacrifice is unavoidable. Although it was Lippers' turn, authorities' rebuttals garnered considerable agreement, so we must ensure that the sacrifice does not become meaningless. All roots of crime must be completely eradicated. When authority speaks at length as if this playground is his own, let's look at why they cause this situation, leaving behind the seeds of crime. Lippers realizes that something is wrong. It seems that this old man is cheating. The authority has given 1 minute, but it hasn't ended yet. It turned out he was deliberately putting his hand on the clock, using his special ability to cheat on the time. Quickly take your hand off the clock. A minute can't be that long. No wonder authority had been talking so much. He smiled smugly, looking very pleased with himself. What are you talking about? The provocative look on his face made Lippers even angrier. She continued, if you don't take your hand off... Before Lippers could finish her sentence, Mute's voice intervened. Enough, enough. Lippers was immediately silenced by Mute, unable to continue speaking. Mute used his special ability to mute Lippers, reminding her of the rules she could only speak when her opponent's rebuttal time was over. Mute's special ability muting. Authority was also quickly reminded, but the old man was too stubborn, shrugging off the warning. Authority, please refrain from using your ability. The battle seemed to be revolving entirely around Lippers and authority. They were fighting for an image. The actions of these two were completely understandable. They were fiercely defending their viewpoints. In elections, public image is crucial, and currently it's a semi-war situation. Authority and Lippers were trying to build a strong public image. Both sides argued back and forth non-stop. Lippers looked very tense, continuously raising her voice and attacking each other. Authority was no less angry. Instead of emphasizing their platforms, Authority and Lippers focused on attacking each other. The debate proceeded in extreme tension, but of course, the strong image was Authority. He began to speak in a doubting tone, seemingly looking down on Lippers, which was quite suspicious. If a girl can't handle a villain, how can she resolve this situation? Or does she want to say she's stronger than Lausa? Lippers was far inferior to Authority in terms of experience and ruthlessness. Lippers was no match for Authority. The shadow of her mentor was too large, making it hard for Authority to live up to. It was fortunate that in the eyes of the public she was only known as Margot's disciple, so she still had room to learn. Her appearance also became a disadvantage for Lippers, making it hard for her to win over the public. Most importantly, her rabbit-like appearance made people associate her with weakness. Her appearance also became a disadvantage for Lippers, making it hard for her to win over the public. Most importantly, her rabbit-like appearance led people to associate her with a weak image. The next person he targeted was Medius. If he could just crush that variable, this debate would end according to his plan. Finally, Medius stepped onto the stage in an atmosphere tilted towards authority. She didn't seem nervous or worried at all. It was Medius's turn. Medius began her debate speech in an unexpected way. She commented on her opponents. Authority has transformed the Hero Association from a small organization into a global conglomerate with decisive leadership and excellent driving ability. Lippers also received praise from Medius. Lippers, the inheritor of Lausa's will, has consolidated this group with strong ideals and faith. Medius continued calmly amidst the confusion of her two opponents. Therefore, I want to combine the strengths of both to resolve the current situation. Medius was about to continue when Authority interrupted her. My platform is not for kids. He used a condescending tone again, mocking Medius. This isn't a school election. Go back and study. This debate isn't a place for discussing policies. This old man was still shamelessly mocking Medius heavily. Was it because she was young, or because she wasn't good enough to be here? This was a place to impose preconceptions on opponents. He kept talking until Mute had to intervene. Authority, your time is up. It's okay, I'm willing to use my time to talk. Encouraged by Medius's confidence, Authority took the opportunity to push further. Well, say it, kid. What do you want to talk about? Medius showed 3 words on her face. Not interested. She continued, am a person with a special ability. She began to reveal her information. The training ground for abilities that you and Lausa built when you were chairman is where I grew up, so you can't know what abilities I possess. So what's so special about this kid's ability? Authority asked. Medius replied, I don't have an obligation to tell you that. But Authority persisted stubbornly, refusing to let go. If you want to lead the Hero Association, you need to have suitable abilities. Authority brought up logical reasons to make Medius comply. No hero in the association will follow a leader who isn't capable enough. Medius directly issued a challenge, her eyes shining brightly with confidence and arrogance. Choose a place, Authority. We'll fight as soon as possible. Authority was speechless at Medius's proposal. He was taken aback. The debate was being live-streamed on all platforms, and of course Medius's challenge was immediately broadcast. Office workers took advantage of their lunch break to watch the live stream. They were so shocked they forgot to eat. Medius's image is currently being followed by everyone with 9 people per square meter watching the live stream. The debate is even being broadcast on giant billboards hung on skyscrapers, challenging each other directly like stars. The Authority who received the challenge is still in shock, looking surprised and stunned. Without waiting for Authority to process the situation, Medius went straight to the main topic, discussing the fight with Authority and explaining the rules, which would be a mixed martial arts fight, using special abilities. Authority still hasn't responded, and his experience tells him that he's in a difficult situation. Authority is lost in thought. In response to Medius's challenge, Authority immediately issued a direct challenge, not expecting it. Almost all of Authority's tactics were immediately rendered ineffective. Despite always building a strong image, hearing an unexpected response like that made Authority feel disconcerted. Authority had been calling Medius kid all this time, but it backfired, and his strategy of labeling his opponent became a trap that bound him. Currently, Authority is faced with 2 choices if he accepts the conditions. This choice will affect his image to some extent. Having considered his opponent a kid from the start will make his image of fighting a kid seem strange. After some consideration, it still seems that Authority is at a disadvantage. Moreover, with his current overwhelming political status, if he really faces his opponent in the arena, he will be lowered to the same level as his opponent, damaging his reputation. With this choice, there are 2 possible scenarios. Even if he wins, it will be a meaningless victory. In either scenario, Authority's reputation will be affected. But if he loses, it could end his political career. With Medius's confident expression, everyone knows she's just made a clever move, putting her opponent in a difficult position. So what if he refuses the conditions? This choice will bring even more risks. He will be labeled as someone who's afraid to fight a kid and be considered a coward. This decision will certainly bring authority a lot of criticism. People will call him a coward. The image he's worked hard to build will certainly be tarnished. This will seriously damage his strong image. Under the pressure of being in a difficult position, authority is calculating various options. In a short time, authority is thinking rapidly, coming up with several countermeasures. Mute, who has participated in many debates, is also surprised by this move. No matter what choice is made, the most important thing to determine right now is Medius's fearless expression and mysterious ability make the game with authority even more complicated. What kind of special ability does this girl possess? Authority fell into deep thought for a while. The confident expression he had during the debate with Lippers was gone. What kind of special ability does she really have? At this moment, the scene shifts to a lush green landscape with fresh air. Authority is lying on the grass, looking relaxed. Recently, he hasn't felt anything unusual, has he? Gangyu heard Kingston's vague words and asked with confusion, what does it mean? Kingston continued to speak philosophically, but it was hard to understand. Never mind, it feels like his words are being repeated. Oh man, when will these things end? Kingston responded with a sigh, his eyes gazing into the distance. Is it because I'm old, or is there something unusual? On the other side, Medius didn't give authority any more time to think. She asked directly, why doesn't he respond? Authority. Authority knew he had to come up with a countermeasure quickly. Well, authority didn't respond directly. Instead, he spoke in a roundabout way, which was indeed childish. Daring to challenge him in the middle of the debate wasn't rational at all. It seemed he had to drag this debate into the mud to get through this situation. He pretended to be mature to overpower Medius. This debate wasn't a place for joking around, but he's messed with the wrong person. Medius has committed to fighting to the end. I'm completely serious, authority. Medius even used authority's own arguments against him. To become the chairman of the association, the most important thing is strength. Just as he said, the argument authority used to counter Lippers is now being used against him. When he was talking to Lippers, he said that Lippers was weaker than Lausa, and therefore couldn't be trusted right. Medius continued to cite examples from when authority was the chairman of the Hero Association. Medius's sharp analysis had no loopholes. He had the heroes fight each other to determine their rankings, didn't he? Medius's words made authority speechless. Then why not try ranking me too? Medius was determined to push authority to the end. If it didn't feel right to organize it here, then after the debate she would decide on the location. Seeing that stalling and diverting attention wasn't working, and instead being grilled by Medius authority, realized he was in trouble. Damn it! He've been caught by a poisonous snake! Medius extended her hand towards authority with goodwill, but her smile carried a hint of deep meaning. From the start, he shouldn't have provoked her. She wasn't like him, having nothing to lose. Authority continued to stall, thinking of using the same stalling tactic again. All right, her words did make sense. He tried to speak again, but his throat couldn't produce any sound. It turned out that was Mute's special ability. Authority was literally silenced, unable to speak even if he wanted to. Mute quickly signaled that authority had talked too much already. Mr. Authority, Medius has decided not to let you stall anymore. Please remain silent. Authority was caught off guard, surprised and stunned. He hadn't expected to lose control so quickly. This kid was just waiting for his response and then cut him off. How could this be? Medius calculated everything. Authority couldn't help but feel apprehensive and cautious, wondering what kind of special ability she had that made her so confident, and fell into a passive position, making every move. Authority made extremely disadvantageous. The old man was hesitant about playing dirty, wondering if he should take a risk and make a bold move, accelerating to the maximum if he acted without anyone noticing. Just as he was thinking, authority suddenly executed someone showing a panicked expression. It turned out that Medius was facing him, observing every move authority made. Authority was shocked by a fan. Luckily, he hadn't taken any action yet. Medius's deep purple eyes seemed to see through authority's soul. Her expressionless face made authority shiver. Authority's eyes widened in fear. It seemed like numerous doubts had appeared in his mind. wondering if she... After a series of twists and turns, Medius's speech finally began marking the start of the debate's first round, which was nearing its conclusion. Medius began with a metaphor concretizing the complexities. At this point, after numerous social battles, we are like a tangled knot full of unresolved issues. The problems were so numerous that the knot in Medius's mind was a mess, and those knots didn't seem to have any intention of being untangled. Then the impact of humans on those issues was strongly cut off. The one who cut off everything Medius mentioned was a familiar name. I think it was authority. However, authority's way of solving the problem didn't make it disappear. But authority continued to cut without stopping, causing even normal threads to be cut. In addition, there was another character who had a profound impact on the issues who took those threads and connected them. I believe it was Lausa. It didn't need to be said. Medius's metaphor was too reasonable. Lausa was the one who healed this world. However, the problem didn't stop there. That's why the world was in chaos like this. But among the knots that Lausa had connected there were also rotten ones that had sneaked in, causing the current problems. Medius was likely continuing the previous generation's way of looking at problems. However, we couldn't just leave it as it was. She realized the mistake in the way the predecessors solved the problem, but she couldn't cut everything off like before. Medius expressed her sincerity from the bottom of her heart, hoping it would reach the entire crowd we needed to carefully cut off the rotten parts without hurting the normal threads, and carefully connect them again. Medius embodied the harmony of combining two schools of thought, acknowledging the achievements of both sides. This was the time when we shouldn't lean towards one extreme but find a balance and move forward harmoniously. Her sincere statement was listened to by the entire crowd. I, Medius, if I become the chairman of the association, will propose to the government to grant the right to execute on the spot to heroes. Medius's unexpected measure made the entire crowd gasp. Those heroes who were granted this right would be selected through a strict examination process, and their attention and surprise reflected Medius's influence in determining the list of villains to be executed on the spot. I promise to make decisions carefully. In addition, Medius didn't forget to add a way to handle Alpha World's death row inmates. Of course, she declared with a confident tone and bright eyes, all death row inmates of Alpha World would be subject to execution on the spot. I have finished. Time was up. The last seconds ticked away. The first round of the debate ended. The candidates, no matter how they performed, could only return home. Finally, the difficult question of the debate had come to a point where it was time to find an answer. Who was the right person to become the next leader of the Hero Association? In 41 debates, as they drew to a close, Medius always kept a confident smile. Authority seemed quite tense, and Lipers had completely lost his previous confidence after the first round of debates ended. Lipers, along with his symbol, received a relatively low result, with Lipers' support rate at 8%. Authority with his familiar clock symbol did slightly better. Authority 35%, and finally with an overwhelming percentage, Medius 57%. The public opinion poll had ended. The map of 6 regions lit up with sparse bright spots, and some heroes who had previously supported Lipers declared their switch to supporting Medius. There was the masked man from China, Manhwa, and also the one from South America, Hassan. The podium was brightly lit during the press conference, which was broadcast day and night. Lipers organized a press conference in response to the situation. She pleaded earnestly, hoping to regain the support of everyone. I listened to what Medius said during the debate. I spent too much time dialoguing with authority, and couldn't refute Medius's views at that time. The journalists listened attentively to her presentation, silently making their own judgments. Lipers added a high school student lacks social experience. What standard can they use to decide someone's life or death? Lipers expressed her dissatisfaction with this issue. She is just as dangerous as authority. That's what she said after criticizing Medius. Lipers continued. The scene transitioned to a luxurious room. Lipers entered seriously. She was a bit pleading. Inside were people who had previously supported her, but had now switched to supporting Medius Manhwa. Karfagar and Hassan Karfagar asked her sternly, "Why did you call me here, Lipers?" He didn't hesitate to say directly what had been bothering him for so long. Why did you choose that high school student Hassan? He indifferently continued. Simply because. He slightly raised an eyebrow, implying that there was more to it than that reason. Lippert paused, hesitated, and then said, "Anyway, that's just how you are." Mieni looked at the woman opposite her, seemingly disbelieving, and asked, "I didn't expect you to make such a choice." A figure of a man appeared between the two women. "That is Gyude Lippers," said softly. "If your master Gyude knew about this, he would surely be very sad." Mieni finally spoke up, recalling the past, the night of the full moon, when butterflies fluttered everywhere. Gyude looked up, lost in thought, and said, "The world is complicated, Mieni." He stared at the butterfly in front of him, speaking softly, as if carried away by the wind. Things that were once considered right can become wrong over time, and vice versa. Yuje and Mieni stood in the garden. He looked at her and said, "In the past, I have killed many evil people." Mieni was taken aback by his sudden statement, but Yuje continued, lost in his memories. "I felt at ease standing among hundreds of corpses. The reason is simple. At that time, I believed it was the right thing to do." Another figure appeared in the scene. Lausa. Gyude's voice was tinged with nostalgia. "But after meeting Lausa, my thoughts changed. Even so, I don't think my current perspective is absolutely right." He looked at Mieni and advised Mieni, "There is no single correct answer in this world. Nevertheless, no matter the circumstances, try your best to adapt. As long as you've done your best, that's enough." Gyude's words still echoed in Mieni's mind. She spoke softly, her voice filling the room. He often said that. Mieni reasonably explained to Lippers, "That's why, after listening to the entire debate and considering the current situation, I think Medius is more suitable to become the chairman of the association, not Lippers." Lippers was taken aback, unable to respond to Mieni's words, standing there in a daze. Carfegar expressed his reservations. "Lippers, we don't support you." The man continued, "During the election period, please limit your interactions with us." Lippers bowed her head, lost in thought, unsure of what to do to change the current situation. In contrast to Lippers' situation, Medius was radiant, surrounded by dazzling lights. After the first round of debates, the media began to focus on Medius. The newspapers featured Medius's photo with a sensational headline, an exclusive report about her high school days. There were also articles exploring Medius and her family, delving into her family background. Some reports covered the latest information about the election, with headlines about Medius's confrontation with authority. Images of Medius filled the newspapers, and among the trending topics, one stood out. Medius was shown with an enigmatic smile, sparking curiosity among the audience about her abilities. Authority watched the information intently, his eyes fixed on the screen. The screen in front of him displayed an enlarged image of Medius during the debate, capturing every detail of her expressions and gestures. Authority stared intently, as if trying to extract information about the mysterious girl from the short video clip. He paid particular attention to her facial expressions, especially her purple eyes. Suddenly, Authority's eyes widened, as if he had discovered a hidden detail. The silent room was broken by his exclamation, "I've found it!" Authority was shocked by his discovery, muttering to himself, "So that's it?" At the same time at Sinka's base, Canis cautiously spoke up. "Sinka, lately it feels like life has become repetitive and boring, doesn't it?" Kaido agreed. "I agree." Sinka sighed. "Humph, so humans feel the same way, huh?" She stroked her chin. "I'm not the only one who thinks this way, right?" On the other side, a hat with a complex emblem appeared. It was the hat on Gang Ho's head. He sat in a corner of the empty house, looking up at the brim of the hat, lost in thought. In the ruins, a deafening scream echoed. A young boy with tears welling up in his eyes wailed, so boring, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die from boredom. This was Friatua, someone with a special system." Images of him flashed by. As a child, a young adult, and an old man. His life cycle lasted only a week, and he relived it from start to finish every week. Currently, he was in his teenage years. Friatua lay on the ground rolling around, shouting. Surrounding him were Natura, Pequeniu, Adsword, and Vidi. Friatua yelled, "When can I finally get out of here?" Natura smiled gently. Sinka, please wait a bit longer. A variable has occurred, so please be patient. Vidi was writing something, murmuring, "What an interesting ability. I feel a surge of inspiration." Friatua called out to Natura, who turned to look at him, wondering what he wanted. Friatua eagerly said, "Let's go out for a bit." The ruined area echoed with worried voices. "If Sinka finds out, he'll be furious that day." Another innocent voice responded, "Don't worry, as long as we're not discovered, it'll be fine." Friatua waved her arms and swayed, trying to convince Natura. "We're just going to a nearby village. It's not a big deal." Natura looked at Friatua's eager and expectant face, considering for a moment. Finally, he compromised. "All right, it's been a while since I last felt the presence of nature." Friatua cheered excitedly. "Great, great Natura, you're the best." Natura turned to the others and asked, "What about you guys?" Pequeniu hesitantly declined. "No thanks. I'm afraid to go out." Vi closed his eyes, drew a few circles in the air with his pen, and said, "I don't want to go either. In comics, characters who go out on their own usually end up being the first to die." Friatua complained unhappily. "How unlucky." Natura raised his hand, inviting the others. "What about Adsword?" Adsword hesitated slightly. He suddenly remembered Sinka's angry and intimidating face. Thinking of this, he fell silent, lacking the energy to continue discussing the matter. Adsword skillfully declined. "You guys go ahead. I'm not feeling well." Natura still smiled. "Is that so?" Friatua's enthusiasm waned slightly, muttering, "Weak indeed." At this moment, dark clouds covered the lush forest, making it gloomier than usual. The green leaves and lush vegetation stretched out in all directions. A series of vibrations emerged from the ground. Natura and Friatua were standing on a high branch, comfortably observing the surroundings. Both of them jumped down from the branch to the ground, looking relaxed and happy. "It's been a while since we've felt the presence of nature." "Hehe, this ability is really convenient." Friatua quickly suggested, "Let's go to a nearby village." As they chatted happily, they suddenly noticed something approaching. It was a group of heroes representing various regions, all exuding intense killing intent. Mieni wasn't wearing a mask, revealing the intricate patterns on his face. Hassan and Karfagar were both armed as if they were about to enter a battle to the death. Especially behind them was Medius, her purple eyes accentuating her cold demeanor. The two, Friatua and Natura, were momentarily stunned by the intense killing intent. What are these people? On the other side, Authority was hurrying along, followed closely by his secretary. She asked, "Are we holding a press conference?" Authority finally made a decision that left his secretary bewildered. "We're going to accept Medius' challenge." What the secretary broke out in a cold sweat, confirming again. "You're not joking, are you? This is the only way we can win." Authority's words were suddenly interrupted, as if he had realized something. From Authority's tense expression, it was clear that Medius wasn't someone to be underestimated. She seemed to have experience participating in such debates. It turned out she possessed a cheating ability. "How can we win against her?" "What do you mean, sir?" Authority seemed to have discovered Medius' hidden ability. On the other side, the battle between Natura and the heroes representing various regions was intense. Friatua was heavily injured with blood covering his entire body. Natura was slightly better off, but still in a miserable state. Medius just stood behind observing, but her killing intent was the strongest. On the other side, Authority revealed Medius' shocking ability to rewind time. It was hard to believe that Medius, with her indifferent expression, possessed such a terrifying ability. A fierce battle was unfolding somewhere. An image of Medius appeared, her eyes filled with a mix of sadness, strangeness, and fear. The secretary asked in shock, "Can she really rewind time?" Authority turned around, confirming with certainty. "Yes, that's why the more we debate, the more things go off track." The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Gritting his teeth, she's been rewinding the debate countless times, altering the future to her advantage. Upon hearing this, the secretary asked curiously, "Then how can we defeat her?" Authority replied slowly. Luckily, she has a weakness. He glanced at his secretary, instructing her to look at something he had just sent her. She immediately looked at the iPad screen. Authority asked calmly, "Do you see anything different on the screen?" An image of Medius appeared. At first glance, everything seemed normal, but in the second part, a small change became apparent. The tip of her hair began to differ, with a darker purple color appearing, and her hair length seemed to extend momentarily. After a moment, the secretary realized the issue. Her hair got a bit longer, didn't it? Authority's expression remained calm, but with a hint of deep meaning, as if he had seen through everything. He emphasized again, asking calmly, "Why do you think that is?" The secretary hesitated, offering her speculation. "Is it because she has too many dark thoughts?" Authority paused for a second before reacting with dissatisfaction. "You're kidding, right?" Authority had discovered another secret about the woman. Although she could rewind time around her, she couldn't do it to herself, he said with certainty. He used the image of Medius being injured as an example to help his secretary understand. In simple terms, if she got injured, she couldn't rewind her wounds. Authority affirmed his understanding, believing that she would return to the past with her injuries. As he spoke, he felt proud of himself. He thought that as soon as he accepted her challenge, he knew he would win. The secretary was worried and asked, "Does the person who has the ability to control the flow of time also have a strong physical body?" He hastily reminded her. "You forgot." Authority revealed a ferocious expression and said, "I also have the ability to control time." The secretary's eyes widened in shock, and she was speechless. Authority's voice was steady as he revealed that, to be blunt, he had controlled time even longer than she had. He smiled confidently. "I will win." His aged face wrinkled, and his sharp eyes gazed forward. He continued, "Perhaps this is the fate of those who possess the ability to control time. We use our abilities by trading off our lives." The image of Medius flashed in his mind. The group of people with special abilities was fighting fiercely against the chain-wielding creatures. Natura, covered in wounds, raised his face and sighed. At that moment, the chains of the plants continued to grow and attack everyone. Carfagar swung his sword powerfully, cutting the chains into pieces. He narrowed his eyes. Controlling plants is not suitable for killing people. The chains of the plants regrew and charged forward. A determined voice followed. "But I like it. I can admire the beautiful curves of the plants." As he finished speaking, a yellow sword was swung powerfully. Natura's eyes widened in horror as he saw the danger approaching. Carfagar quickly deflected the attacks with his sword, but Natura was not as lucky. He was cut thousands of times and thrown away. Blood flowed from the wounds on his body, and he clenched his teeth to endure the pain. Carfagar turned around. His eyes filled with anger and threat. "My sword also has curves, Amir." A hammer suddenly appeared from above and came crashing down. A young man appeared under the full moon, descending from above. He slammed the hammer onto the ground, creating a massive impact that caused the surrounding rocks to shatter and turn into dust. The atmosphere became tense. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. The person was none other than Hassan, a member of the group with special abilities. He arrogantly used his hammer to hit innocent people and said, "I can seal a person's ability for 24 hours by hitting their head." Hassan pointed at Carfagar, threatening him. "You're known as the hunter Mayenyi Karega." Suddenly, he glanced at Friatua and confidently ordered, "Remove the hood from the person behind you. I can't see their face." Mieni, wearing a mysterious mask, stared at her hand and said, "Now let's change our tactics and fighting style." Mieni explained that her ability changed according to the color of her mask. She quickly waved her hand and everything in front of her froze. Natura was also caught and couldn't move because his feet were frozen. Mieni looked up and ordered, "We'll defeat him first. The current color is blue, so our ability is—" Natura looked back in horror and asked Friatua, "How long do we have to wait?" "You're not mature yet, are you?" Natura replied painfully. "A while longer." Friatua spat out blood, his eyes determined. "I'll return to my golden age soon." Natura gritted his teeth and continued to fight against the chains of the plants. The full moon was about to be covered by dark clouds, and the light was fading. Friatua, with hopeful eyes, muttered, Just a little longer. The surrounding scenery was shrouded in darkness, creating a cold and eerie atmosphere. The wind blew gently, carrying an unusual chill, making the air even heavier. Natura stood gritting his teeth, enduring the pain. Friatua still held on to hope, but his eyes had become dull. He muttered, "Just a little longer." The moonlight was mixed with darkness, no longer pure. Friatua's lips trembled and he shouted, "It's changing!" Friatua appeared with a new appearance, his body strong and full of vitality. His face was no longer wrinkled, and he exclaimed, "It's done." This was Friatua's current body at the age of 23, with peak physical strength. He stepped forward, his fists clenched, and said confidently, "Time is on my side now." Upon hearing his words, Medius appeared smiling. Natura's group was shocked and looked at her in surprise. Friatua, standing beside them, was also taken aback and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Medius replied calmly, "Your nonsense is funny," Friatua retorted. "What's nonsense about it?" Everyone's faces were expressionless, waiting for an answer. Hassan, standing behind, smiled knowingly as if he knew something. Medius's eyes were cold and sinister as she said, "I'm not on your side." Suddenly, a fast-forwarded video about the past appeared in her head. Medius's eyes widened in horror as the two people in front of her were brutally attacked, their faces swollen and covered in bruises. Natura was beaten until she spat out blood. Friatua, standing beside her, was also beaten to a pulp. Carfagar's sharp, cold face swung his sword to attack. He used his final trick to completely finish them off. Carfagar lifted Hassan's giant hammer once again. He soared into the air and then slammed down a fatal blow on the group of people, including Natura. One by one, they were smashed into the ground like a thunderclap, but they had no strength to resist. "Both people with their heads bloody?" Medius's voice rang out, "As long as I'm alive." Hassan stood there, cold and ruthless, looking at the two of them. Medius slowly and complacently said that time would always be on his side. The room was dark and silent, with only a small beam of light from the ceiling lamp shining down. Authority leaned back in his chair and pondered something. The secretary suddenly opened the door and entered. The candidate opened his eyes and asked if the reporters had all gathered. She immediately denied it wasn't about that. The secretary looked surprised and said there was an important matter that the chairman needed to see. It was a video that had just been uploaded. Authority looked towards her with curiosity. The video was played showing a scene of a king's jester. Suddenly, an emergency news screen cut in and Medius appeared. "Hello, dear viewers, I'm Medius." She simultaneously displayed two other faces on the screen. "Tonight, I've captured the third-tier prisoners Priatur and Natura. The convicts are all being tied up and heavily guarded in a confined room. Both are currently bound." Carfagar carried a sword on his shoulder and stood there sternly. Next to him were Hassan and Maenyi, supervised by the three heroes representing the region. Medius continued to recount her plan, initially intending to handle it on the spot by means of elimination. But since she was still in a civilian state, it was temporarily handed over to the government to decide. The final decision would depend on who was the chairman of the association next week. The girl smiled confidently, and one more thing about the duel with authority. "A proposal was made in the current situation. Let's put that aside until we finish handling this matter. I'll schedule a time with authority. For now, instead of internal conflicts, we should focus on capturing the culprits." That cunning smile spread across her face. "I believe authority will understand this too." To conclude, Medius bowed down in front of the screen. "That's all I'm Medius." The screen then went dark. Authority frowned after watching the video. The secretary continued to report. "Oh, and there's an invitation for a dialogue with Medius." She asked for his opinion while the chairman was deep in thought. "How do you want to respond?" As a result, Authority was now sitting on the sofa, asking what's their intention. He called out her nickname, "The girl who rewinds time." Medius faced him and replied, "Yes, you've figured it out." Authority affirmed, "Not just me, others who can control time and space have also taken notice." Medius remained calm. "As you said, I'm a person with the ability to control time." The girl sincerely shared, however, "I can't rewind my own time." Authority automatically understood and continued, "And the time you can rewind also has a limit." He judged a week. If it's prolonged, it would be 10 days. If you could rewind infinitely, you would have done so before the prison break. The girl agreed. "That's correct." Outside, the sunset glow had faded. The world government, to avoid causing social unrest, had kept the truth hidden, even after Sinka's broadcast ended. So at that time, she couldn't get accurate information. Medius emitted a mysterious aura. Just as you guessed, I can rewind time a week ago, which means I know information a week ahead of others. Authority stroked his chin a week later. The election results still haven't come out, have they? She agreed, that's right. His usual calm face suddenly changed when he glared and asked, "Tell me, what's the purpose of sharing this information? Is this process necessary for you to win?" She didn't hesitate to share during the debate with you. I realized that probing you clumsily or avoiding questions would be considered a bad move, so I chose to be straightforward. The light inside was very dim and weak. Medius directly mentioned a matter. "We're both people who control time, aren't we?" She showed a friendly demeanor towards a senior with the same ability I want to comfortably share my story. Authority dismissed that idea, saying it like, "That seems like you want to create a connection with me, but I don't have such intentions." She smiled sadly. "Oh, that's a pity." Their conversation was over, so the young girl stood up and said goodbye, scheduling their next debate. However, Authority stopped her. "I have a curiosity." He wondered why her symbol was a capybara. "At first I thought it was because you had an ability related to physical strength." The badge on her clothes shone brightly. "The reason is?" Medius casually gave a reason, "just because it's cute." Things continued to unfold in their usual order, thanks to Medius's achievements. Along with Ajit Ladeo, he looked forward a hero representing the region from India. Next was Alter Ego from Africa, a hero representing the region from Lipers. They were all looking at the capybara badge, which had switched to Medius's side. The debate hall was also cancelled, and the second debate was cancelled due to the agreement of all three candidates. At this time, there were people watching the video that Medius had played on Sinka, not feeling angry about the unexpected behavior of the third-tier prisoners. She made a face, feeling uncomfortable when someone with such a bothersome ability appeared. Sinka's discomfort towards Medius's existence grew. Kingston continued to focus on transmitting his internal energy despite Medius's presence. He smiled in satisfaction as he sensed the progress of those who were quietly pursuing their own goals. After Gangyu exhaled a hot breath, his eyes gleamed brightly. The government was also on high alert, or rather they were busy taking action to build the world they thought was right. The campaign venue was getting emptier day by day, and now it was time for the third debate. Mute held the mic and opened the event, greeting the audience. "Hello, I'm Mute, the moderator of today's debate. This is the final debate, isn't it?" The clock was set to 60 minutes because it was the final round, and each candidate would have enough time to speak. The guilds were also arranged in the order of their speaking turns. This time, they would be arranged in reverse order of the candidate numbers. The clock was reset for each speech with a maximum of 10 minutes. They also had limited rebuttals with only 3 chances. When the clock struck 0, they would still follow the old rules. If the time for all 3 candidates was up, the debate would end. Mute gestured with her arms. "Now let's invite the candidates to come in." The Lipers Guild was in the first position. Lipers wore the familiar rabbit ears and stepped forward. The girl's eyes were resolute as she prepared for the debate. The symbol for the second candidate was very simple. Authority put his hands in his pockets and walked out calmly, his expression unchanged. And the final candidate with the capybara emblem was number 3. They all looked surprised when Medius appeared. Mute was also taken aback for a moment due to the surprise. The people watching outside were also shocked. A strange black hair fluttered past. Medius appeared with a completely different appearance, but her eyes remained the same. Medius began the final debate. The candidates took their positions, but they didn't start immediately. "Before we begin, I need to confirm something." Mute pointed to the girl and hesitantly asked, "You're Medius, right?" She replied. "That's right," Medius asked the moderator. "Can I start now?" Mute responded, "Yes, let's begin the debate." A young girl confidently began to speak. "Hello everyone, I'm Medius. Today in this debate, I want to reveal my ability." Her move was quite unexpected. "I'm a person with the ability to manipulate time." The people outside looked up at the screen. Although they couldn't see clearly, they likely realized that she couldn't rewind her own time, but she could reverse the time of the world. She wasn't afraid to reveal that before this third debate, she had rewound time many times to gather information. Medius shared her useful information, stating that she now knew the location of Alpha World's base and all the information about their enemies. Authority just silently looked at her without saying anything. Medius continued to assert that if she were chosen as the chairman, she would use this information to fight for the people. Lipers opened her eyes wide in shock. The scenario she painted was one where the city was engulfed in flames, attacking Alpha World's base and launching a full-scale war. I promise to choose the future with the least damage to civilians. She placed her hand on her chest and vowed, even if I have to sacrifice all my time, I will try to end this matter as safely as possible. That's all. All attention turned to the next candidate after Medius finished speaking. It was Authority's turn. Just a few seconds into his speech, he declared, I've made up my mind. He spoke seriously. I support Medius, and I'm withdrawing from the race. Lapers was taken aback, while Medius remained calm. Going back to the previous moment, she had a secret meeting with Authority. Why did you call me? He got straight to the point. Didn't you see this future? Didn't you know what I would say? He seemed irritated. You've rewound time countless times, haven't you? I've felt like I've drunk a myriad of cups of coffee in that time. What have you been doing all this time? Medius smiled and replied, I'll reveal that in the debate. He pondered for a moment before continuing. After careful consideration, I realized Authority expressed his opinion that she was the most suitable person to resolve the current situation. He also foreshadowed what he was about to say. So I've decided to support you in the election and withdraw. If I support you, it'll be easy for you to win, given that the rabbit's approval rating is currently at rock bottom. Medius wasn't overjoyed. Of course, you have conditions, right? Authority acknowledged. That's right. He delved deeper into the issue. As you know, the chairman's term this time will end when the current matter is resolved. An agreement was made between them. So my condition is that you won't run in the next election. Medius agreed. All right, Authority. I accept your proposal. Authority tilted his head, skeptical. It seems like you still have something up your sleeve. I don't believe you'll agree so easily. You're being friendly and I'm trying to help you. Why would you react? But Authority's words weren't finished yet. Finally, as a senior in the field of time manipulation, I have some advice for you. He uttered a sentence full of implications. Don't confuse controlling time with having time on your side. He genuinely advised her time is always fair, and terrifyingly so. Medius listened to that with a smile that had disappeared from her lips. I'll remember that. She continued to scold. If that's what you wanted to do, then why did you participate in the debate? You should have withdrawn right before the debate. Instead, you coldly replied that it was your decision. Authority didn't even glance at her. And this is still my turn, right? Lippers retorted. I'll withdraw. But what meaning does time have for you? However, you've been silenced by him. I still haven't officially withdrawn. Authority requested the host to please turn off the mic of that rabbit. It was his turn, but it was making too much noise, preventing him from speaking. The girl holding the mic looked bewildered. Lippers questioned making noise. She angrily retorted, I have the right to complain 3 times, and I'm using my time to speak legitimately to you. He furrowed his brow and raised his hand. Go ahead and continue talking nonsense. I'll give you all my time. The host allocated all his time to her and turned off his mic. Please also turn off the surrounding noise. I don't want to waste my words on her anymore. Lipers pointed towards the door. This greedy old man is joking with me, isn't he? If so, then leave, Authority explained. If I were greedy, I wouldn't have withdrawn, and I wouldn't have given her my time, you foolish rabbit. Suddenly, Medius raised her hand. Well, I've finished speaking. Can I leave now? I'd rather use this time to gather more information about my enemies. Lipers scowled. Where are you going? My time hasn't run out yet. The girl holding the mic watched the argument in confusion. Is this what they call a debate? Sunlight shone through the window as time passed. The clock struck the final debate session, which also concluded. The entire city fell silent. The result. Medius's expression remained emotionless. She was the 4th chairman of the Hero Association Medius. The world government immediately confirmed the election result and summoned Medius. She entered the meeting room where the delegates looked at her sternly. Across from her was Bézé. Medius shared all the information she had gathered and her predictions about the future. He had a serious expression. The world government is committed to fully supporting Medius without hesitation. Meanwhile, she updated them on Gang Yu's current situation. Medius's expression turned slightly sad as she thought of him. "He's been treated," she said. After exchanging information, the room became dark, with only a faint light remaining. She was walking when she heard someone call out to her. She turned her head. Chairman of the Fourth Association. El Gallado approached her with empathy. The ability to rewind time, hearing it repeatedly must be tiring, isn't it? You've experienced it countless times, haven't you? He had a melancholic expression. Although this is the first time I've said it, you've probably heard it many times before. There's no room for repetition in this world. She remained silent, not responding. El Gallado sincerely asked her to remember his words. After meeting with the world government, Medius met with the heroes, asking them to cooperate with her policies. Most of the heroes agreed to follow Medius. However, the biggest problem was Lipers. She rested her hand on her forehead, sighing wearily. When she met Lipers, she asked, "How many times have we talked now?" Lipers responded coldly. "Really, I feel like it's the first time we've spoken." Their conversation echoed through the room. "I've rebutted that answer countless times. A strong person like you can't be unsettled, can they? So how do you plan to persuade me this time? There's no need for persuasion." Medius was straightforward. "I respect your opinion, Lipers. Nevertheless, you're a very important factor. Please maintain your conviction. However, I hope you'll participate in this operational plan." Lipers said, "You don't need to say that. I'll participate anyway." At the Hero Association's headquarters, Authority smiled, putting his hands in his pockets. "Congratulations on becoming the fourth chairman of the Hero Association." Medius responded politely. "Thank you." Authority looked at her expression and said, "You don't seem to have convinced that rabbit, do you?" "She's a weak woman." Medius denied it. "I don't think so. She can be said to be very firm in her convictions." He was amused. "Please finish everything quickly, Chairman Medius. I'm looking forward to your first speech. If you need advice, I'm always available." Medius bowed slightly, her hand on her chest. "Thank you." The symbol of the Hero Association appeared, marking the beginning of Chairman Medius's first speech. She stood on the podium, greeting all the members of the Hero Association. "I'm Medius, the fourth chairman of the association." The avatar of the three equality members appeared, depicting a bird spreading its wings and holding the scales of justice. She explained, "The reason I've gathered you all today is to announce the selection of the third generation of equality before we proceed with the campaign." The people seated below had cold gazes. "These are the names I've chosen for the third generation of equality before we proceed with the campaign." Suddenly, the symbol burst into flames, emitting a powerful light. A man carrying a sword on his shoulder, Amir Kofega. A girl with red hair, Myenyi. A tall man with a sorrowful expression, Alchemist Antorigo. And a rabbit girl with a barrier behind her, Lipers. The audience was surprised, with many expressing anger, and finally, Medius looked straight at the person in front of her and called out, "Authority." Her lips curled up. "And the leader of the group will be you, Authority. That's all." He furrowed his brow, looking surprised and perplexed. Medius's selection of the equality team threw the heroes into a state of turmoil. Lipers was shocked, her eyes wide. "What?" Carfagar remained silent, not saying a word. At the meeting, Medius smiled and said to Authority, "Mr. Authority, after this speech, can you spare some time for me? I need some advice." Authority raised an eyebrow but didn't decline. After that, the two of them met privately in a rather dimly lit room. Authority spoke first, seemingly hiding something, and it turned out to be this matter. Medius responded calmly, "I don't intend to hide anything. If you ask me, I'll answer." He snorted and continued, "I have no intention of joining equality. Working with people who don't mesh with me is just a waste of energy. That's why I suggested you be the leader, Authority." Upon hearing this, he asked, "Do you think they'll listen to me?" Medius smiled lightly and said, "Mr. Authority, if you join equal and make a strong impression in this campaign, your chances of winning the next election will be even more certain." "There's no need for that. The winner of the next election will definitely be me. That rabbit isn't my opponent." "How can you be so sure?" "If Lipers joins this campaign and becomes a member of equality achieving great merit, she could become a threat in the next election." Authority frowned and asserted that's not going to happen. She continued to present other hypotheses. What if there's another person with a similar variable ability who joins the election next time? He suddenly fell silent, not responding. Medius continued to persuade him. If you help me in this campaign, I will use my abilities to support you in winning the next election. Mr. Authority was quite surprised by her proposal. Mr. Authority, please grant your power to me. If you side with me, your authority over the association will be strengthened, and that will be a significant advantage for you when aiming for the next chairman position. He listened to Medius's words and fell silent, calculating. After a while, he said softly, In the timeline you've experienced, it seems I was also active in the equality team. Looking at how she didn't rewind time, it was indeed so. I understand. Our conversation here is just a waste of time then. I'll support you, but remember to keep your promise to help me in the upcoming election. Medius immediately responded. Understood. She suddenly fell silent, then said with an expressionless face, The more we talk, the more I find you interesting, Authority. Why Authority didn't understand why she said that. Medius explained slowly. Most heroes, when talking to me, ask if they'll survive this campaign. But you've never asked that, not even once. Authority was slightly taken aback by this. He then said, It's because I couldn't imagine a future where I'd die. The future I saw was just the position of chairman. Let's focus on the plan for the campaign and wrap this up. The next chairman will definitely be me, Authority urged her. Medius once again explained the reason she chose the equal team through a speech receiving consensus from the heroes. Thus, the third generation of the equality team was chosen. Medius named this campaign Operation Extinction to counter the moves from the Hero Association. However, because Medius had already obtained information about those who accepted Cinca's invitation, she sent heroes to eliminate most of them before the letter even arrived. This led to very few people joining Cinca's ranks. Canis observed the people standing outside and said, Fewer than I thought. Just then, Terra, who belonged to the physical category, called out to Cinca. Hey Alpha Girl, why are we only ranked third? Sorore belonged to the physical category. Nutius was in the special category. Asila, with a unique anomaly, looked at them together. We don't think we're inferior to the others. Virus, a man in the physical category, frowned and asked, Where's Xionghuan? Cinca smiled and told them, If you achieve great merit in this battle, I'll promote you. If your achievements are truly remarkable, you might even receive a reward. As for Xionghuan, he's training separately. They all fell silent, each thinking about their own matters. Then at midnight in the stillness, in the dark night sky, giant fireballs turned the space above Cinca's base red. Of course, it wasn't like she didn't know about such a significant movement. Cinca looked at her hands, which were creating fire, and said, Red, huh? Seems my luck isn't bad today. When Canis saw the fireballs in the sky, he shouted anxiously, Cinca! There are fireballs appearing in the sky. I'm looking at them too, she responded calmly. In the quiet night sky, extremely large fireballs were slowly descending upon their base. Then Cinca quickly created a large purple shield to block those fireballs. But the equality team was already prepared. Carfagar stood on a giant carrot holding a sword. He uttered a spell, Arabes, and then used his sword to slash and break the purple shield, covering a certain area. It quickly shattered into pieces, and the fireballs immediately fell, destroying an entire area. Of course, the level of its attack was extremely terrifying with a significant impact. Authority and Lippers stood at a spot not too far away, observing. He clicked his tongue and said, If you summoned a meteor and then added fireballs on top, the power would be even greater. But you didn't do that. Lippers argued back, I've said it many times. Doing that would make the power too great, harming our allied heroes. Authority glanced at her. If allies can die to that extent, it's better to quit being heroes. Lippers was extremely dissatisfied with his words. You should quit then. Today, I'm the team leader. Just then Terapia appeared from behind saying, Hey, don't argue anymore. Let's move to the coordinates the chairman provided. Authority smiled slightly and asked, Are you all ready? Let's go. Sweeping away the cancer cells, the Hero Association's Operation Extinction officially begins. This is the advisory council established by Medius. Mute the silent abnormality is responsible for security. She can create a sound-excluding space to prevent eavesdropping. Prof, the protective abnormality, is responsible for security. He prevents any assassination attempts against Medius. Ethiopia, the ingenious abnormality and mechanical engineer, is responsible for communication. She handles the communication devices used to convey directives. The Mute Advisory Council had a meeting and concluded that without information on Sinka's destination, they cannot take action. Mute folded her arms and asked, "Strange, how can we use an attack at Lucullus prison? Do we have an inside man?" Medius spoke with a serious expression. "After we kill Sinka, we'll use Sureheart to investigate." She placed her hands on the table, calling everyone back to the meeting. "Now let's focus on the mission." "Yes, Chairman." Medius had spent 2 years preparing for this mission. She had used that time to think to herself. Medius lay on the couch, hugging a pillow with both hands. She slowly chewed cotton candy, eating and so on. Medius held a stack of papers in her hand. "Let's try to prevent the death of even one hero. That's the motivation behind this plan." So she planned to rewind time as soon as a dangerous situation occurred. Her expression was slightly tired as she raised her hand to her head. "This ability, it's really inconvenient. It would be great if I could rewind my own time while keeping my memories. It's really an extraordinary ability." Am I being too greedy? Medius kept rewinding time, creating the future she wanted, along with her advisory team. She's rewound time too many times. Is she dreaming of a perfect future? Authority slightly bent down, putting one hand in his pocket. "I've told her that time is fair." A purple light flashed. "Keep rewinding time." A circle was created like a mirror. It reflected Medius's image. However, the future she wanted didn't appear. Medius sent powerful heroes to fight against the enemy. A voice rang out. "Hero representing the region, please handle the level 2 villain." The invitation was accepted. For level 3 villains and above, what's going on? Lipers looked ahead with a confused expression. She frowned and asked, "Is she the villain I'm supposed to handle?" The girl looked displeased. "Equality members will handle them." How rude. The girl's name was Censura, the censoring abnormality. She thought the world needed a healthy ideology. Anything she considered indecent, she would photograph and trap in those pictures. Censura scowled and shouted, "Too indecent!" Lipers bit her lip, clenching her fists. "Didn't Medius put me here to deal with her because I have an advantage over her? She's clearly paired me poorly." She raised both hands. A light appeared, and a rabbit cloak enveloped her body. Lippers pulled at the cloak and asked, "Hey, is this okay now?" No, why not?" Her expression turned worried as she asked again. "What's the standard?" Censura immediately shouted, "It's what I think. How can you understand? It changes according to her perception in different situations." The girl held her camera ready to take a picture. "Simply put, you have the body of something that needs to be censored. Why are you wearing that and walking around? Are you a pervert?" Lipers was furious, gritting her teeth. "You deadbeat!" She swung her hand, using her strength to knock Censura to the ground. "Is this what you want?" Lipers angrily continued, "I like rabbits, so what?" She raised her hand and said, "Medius, are you there?" "Lipers, what's going on?" She immediately shouted angrily, "Didn't you say I'd have the upper hand here? Are you trying to put me in a disadvantageous position to make me die? You're a member of Equality. Handling a level 3 villain is too much for you to complain about." Censura lay unconscious on the ground. She wouldn't kill the villain, right? "That's why I assigned you to handle a villain who can't kill others. She's someone we won't have a problem with even if you let her escape." Lipers spoke up. "You're kidding me, right?" She looked at the camera lying on the ground. In the pictures, she had imprisoned civilians. If they killed her, randomly, those civilians would likely die. Lipers fell silent, observing and listening to Medius. "That's why I chose you to deal with her. Now you understand." She lifted Censura up and said to the other side, "This annoying kid. But now I'm an adult. Shut up." The full moon shone brightly in the sky, casting soft rays down below. Carfagar's face was fierce. He gripped his sword tightly and walked forward. A voice rang out. "Lucky me." He looked up to see a girl sitting on a building. She looked down and said to Carfagar, "I wanted to meet you." He still looked at her calmly. She jumped down from above. "Unexpectedly, I get to meet both individuals called sword gods. Today must be a special day, a good day to die." Although I asked to learn from the other sword god, I was refused, because she said she hadn't achieved the swordsmanship she wanted. Karfagar continued to stare, not speaking. The girl drew her sword. The surroundings lit up. What kind of sword is this? I've killed countless lives, but I still don't understand. Ruthlessly killed because I wanted to attain enlightenment. His face splattered with blood. However, I attained enlightenment from an unexpected place. The girl raised her weapon, a red-eyed sword. The sword in her hand, along with her body, was enveloped in a powerful force. Karfagar calmly drew his sword. She rushed forward, her red eyes flashing with a fierce light. He stood still, using his ultimate technique. She was immediately severely injured, spitting out blood. Karfagar finally spoke, saying it wasn't just a tool she wielded for herself, but for others. Somewhere in the city, under the purple night sky, a hand was raised to shield the head. Authority stood still, observing something. He looked up at a figure standing on a building, the one he was in charge of. The figure glanced at Authority and spoke, saying, Authority was a bit old, but still had a strong fighting spirit. Too bad Amir wasn't here, but Authority would do. Authority's voice made the figure stop. Authority grabbed his tie, saying he hated trash that spoke rudely as if they were someone important. He forcefully ripped off his tie, saying words were just a waste, and he would kill the trash. The mutant took a full punch from Authority to the stomach. The mutant's hand opened wide, revealing sharp claws. He tried to counterattack, but Authority dodged. The mutant, clutching his stomach, praised Authority's powerful punch and noted the increased speed due to time acceleration. Authority raised an eyebrow, confused by the mutant's muttering. The mutant drew his sword, feeling it was worth fighting, but Authority interrupted him. Authority told him that he hadn't used his time ability. The mutant was taken aback, unsure what just happened. Before he could finish speaking, he took another kick to the face, simply because Authority had dodged. Blood spurted out as the mutant's body flew back. His head was bloody, causing him to groan in pain. Authority sneered, saying that even with transformation, the mutant couldn't dodge the attack, and that enhanced systems had their own ranks, calling him trash. Authority charged forward, accelerating 4 times. The enhanced mutant's head was smashed. Wait, what blood fell on Authority's face like rain. The mutant thought that with more time he could have counterattacked. Thus, the Battle of the Heroes ended successfully, with the 3 Great Equality members defeating the 3rd-tier prisoner. The girl with the camera was trapped in a sphere by Lipers. Lipers was standing there when suddenly Authority appeared, startling her. Now she realized it was Authority who scolded her, saying he knew she would do something like this. The prisoner Lipers was holding was still unconscious. Why didn't she kill the camera girl but brought her along? Authority rolled up his sleeve, removing the protective layer, saying he would send her to hell. But Lipers objected, saying nonsense. Lipers wasn't afraid, and created a magical circle to test Authority. However, someone transmitted a message to them, asking Authority to calm down. Medius was the one communicating with them, saying that there were civilians trapped inside Lipers' protection and they should take the prisoner back to the prison and deal with it later. He was still not satisfied. What if she escapes? Medius assured him, in all the futures I have experienced, there has never been a case where that girl with the camera became a variable. He asked again, will she die within a week? Medius replied, I still haven't seen that. Medius clarified that she wasn't monitoring every day, but observing by the hour. Authority exclaimed, asking what kind of future Medius was creating by observing by the hour. Medius replied with an analogy, saying that if she was sketching a large painting, she had to continue until it was complete, even if there were mistakes. If she kept drawing a little and then erasing, it would never be finished. She was confident in her plan, saying she wouldn't let any heroes die, even if it took more time. Authority looked at his blood-stained arm and reminded her that no future was perfect, and she couldn't shoulder everything alone. Heroes dying was unavoidable. Medius was resolute, saying she would do everything she could. Authority didn't argue further, saying he would listen to her as the chairman. Authority still didn't let go of the prisoner, but Medius suggested they look at the future a week from now and decide the camera girl's fate based on that. Medius spoke in a low voice and then followed as understood. In her mind, bloody memories of heroes flashed by. These memories kept repeating, becoming more frequent. Medius opened her eyes wide in surprise. Then she reported back to Authority according to the results, after I experienced the future, and returned. She didn't become a variable, and she once again confirmed that after being escorted, she would be imprisoned without any problems, which he could temporarily accept and then just let it go. The people in the room discussing tactics fell silent, listening to authority. He seriously raised the question of whether we could win the war. Medius hesitated, saying that victory seemed feasible, but if things continued as they were, some heroes would die, and he wasn't too surprised that it was unavoidable. But Medius still focused on her goal, saying that if there was a way to save them, she should try, even if it consumed all her time. He sighed with a tone of frustration. Then authority turned away, saying that even so, they had to leave some time for their election, and they ended their conversation understanding. The Lippers were curious about the election, wondering what the two were talking about, and then roughly ordered, "Shut up, Rabbit. Prepare to move to the next area." Those in the meeting room were actively discussing. "Chairman, are we sure to win? Victory seems certain, so let's focus on reducing the casualties among the heroes," Medius shared with them. But there was a strange point. She pondered even when all the villains from Alpha World were eliminated in the battle. Each name was reviewed by her in Stephen. Next was a black man named Therapy. Among the villains was a person with a calm demeanor, Ahura, and a girl with a crazy look, Sinka. Finally, there was someone they couldn't underestimate, Seung Hwan. She uttered something that made those present shocked. To not appear. They discussed, what are they talking about? If so, then nearly half of the main force hasn't even fought yet. Could it be they've fled? It's suspicious. Luckily, we followed authorities' advice this time. They became more urgent. We should speed up the process and look further into the future. The situation on their side was going very well, with heroes following Medius' instructions, eliminating villains one by one. At a multi-story, gloomy and less frequented building, Shinka appeared through a mirror. "Everyone, are you ready?" The special abilities were all directed towards her honorable executioners. She was very serious when the characters in her eyes shone brightly. Surely you all feel it too. Something is off with the flow of time. They just silently listened to her. Medius is deluding himself that time is on his side. Her spatial portal emitted numerous mysterious dark energies. Sinka turned her back and instructed them. But time is truly our ally. Let's move forward and teach them a lesson. Xiaobenju nodded in agreement with her. Yes, sir. Gangyu, the one who defeated Seung Hwan. Maledity started cracking his joints. When is he coming? Tatsujin raised an eyebrow. It's been a while since we've had a real fight. Sinka also gradually disappeared behind the portal. Has Amir arrived? They began their battle with a common goal for the glory of Alpha Team. The special task force on the 4th floor they set out. Hassan breathed a sigh of relief. All right, let's get this done. He looked complacent, having already taken control. Pocket stuttered. It went too smoothly, didn't it? She wondered. Hassan, do I really not need to do anything? He looked displeased, responding. Yeah, it's better if you don't use your ability. It's hard to hold back, you know. Hearing that, she felt a bit resentful. You're really something? Hassan was confident. This level, the 2nd floor, is still easy to handle, Popkid probed. The people from Equality will probably handle the 3rd and 4th floors, right? He replied. That's right. He seemed a bit bored, it seems. Well, stop at the 2nd floor. From a distance, a man dressed like a cowboy walked towards the two, holding a cigar, puffing on it with a look of disdain. Virus greeted them. Nice to meet you, heroes. The two were extremely shocked upon seeing this. He was Virus, belonging to the physical enhancement type. Virus was one of the members of the villainous website Bikyok, specializing in hunting hero bounties. She couldn't maintain her composure, trembling to the point of being unable to control her words or oink. 4th floor. Hassan reminded her. Calm down. Pocket. He clearly showed disdain for the enemy. We have Medius backing us. It's already been arranged. Whether it's the 4th or 5th floor, it'll just take one hit from me to finish. Virus just looked on without saying a word. Hassan made a plan on the spot. The two of us will work together somehow. We need to get his hat off. Just focus all our strength and hit him once on the head. He was skeptical about the head. It seemed Virus had realized something. You're the one who targets the head to seal special abilities, right? He replied, That's right. Virus wondered. I wonder how much the bounty for that hero is. I remember it's quite generous. He suggested I always wanted to ask you something. Hassan felt puzzled. Virus removed his hat, pointing it towards his head. What if it's like this? We have 2 cowlicks. Virus was surprised. 2 cowlicks? Yeah, he nodded. That's right. He was skeptical. What does that have to do with my ability? Having 2 cowlicks means having 2 heads, right? It means we have to hit 2 spots. Pocket stood aside, witnessing the confrontation between the two. He refuted. What are you talking about? People only have 1 head. Virus argued, really aren't bald people considered headless? Hassan explained nonsense. Who doesn't have a head? On the contrary, I prefer hitting bald people because their heads are very visible. Virus added a new piece of information while teasing, you should go for a checkup before teasing those bald people. Hassan looked bored. 2 spiral hair patterns are signs of early-stage hair loss. He was speechless when he heard that. Virus was a bit angry. He declared, we will kill you in the most painful way. He wondered why. He started loading the gun. You told me something I didn't want to know, making me feel humiliated. Noticing Virus's movement, he and Popkid took their positions ready to go. She began to concentrate her strength. Hassan and Virus witnessed this and were surprised. Oh my, that's intense. She transformed into a giant rabbit. Pocket, in her transformed state, had an angry face and was ready. Virus seemed amused. The physical enhancement system, huh? This will be an interesting battle. Kingston explained that the physical enhancement system differs from special or summoning systems, as it mainly controls the energy within the body. He listened attentively to his master's explanation. Many people with this system believe their strength is predetermined, leading to laziness or even abandoning training. Kingston described this strength as being like a container, but it was actually because their container was too small. Energy is like water. When the container is small, it overflows, and once it exceeds control, it becomes useless. Kingston advised that with practice, one could hone and expand this container. You will hone your container with me. Gang Yu's expression didn't change at his master's declaration. He also learned to control energy. And there's one more thing. When you reach a certain level in controlling energy. Virus quickly pulled out his gun. The two were also mentally prepared. The bullet was fired at extremely high speed. Hassan and Pocket worked together. The two dodged the attack. The powerful bullet then pierced through several large buildings behind. They witnessed the power and were slightly surprised. Virus was calm, seeing they were unharmed. Kingston's lesson was that one could infuse energy into objects. A rope appeared beside the gun. He grabbed the rope and threw it at them. The rope hit and bound them together. Both fell to the ground. He was pleased with himself having gained control. Now you can't move. I've infused energy into the rope, making it harder than steel. Virus had a sinister look. Now I'll peel off your head. A loud impact sound was heard. A stranger appeared flying in to punch Virus in the stomach. Caught off guard, Virus was hit and coughed up blood. Hassan and Pocket were shocked. It turned out to be Gang Yu. He punched Virus away. Kingston said, "Not bad, you're growing fast." He smiled. Continue to feel the energy in your body and move accordingly. He raised his hand to his forehead, looking into the distance. Let's see. He observed Virus's body, which was surrounded by intense energy. This guy is a perfect opponent to start with. Not bad at all. Kingston guided, now try mixing your special ability into your attack, just like we've practiced. He instructed that if Gang Yu could kill in one strike, it would be a failure, but using at least 3 moves would be acceptable. Gang Yu understood. Virus stood up, adjusting his hat. You're treating me like a punching bag, aren't you? Kingston leaned on his hand, sitting down. All right, I'll watch from here. He sat behind the 2 bound individuals, ordering, "Go, my disciples." Bounty Hunter Hero Tragedy. When the Hero Association operates a hierarchical system, the bounty is naturally priced according to the level of danger from level 5 to level 1. Virus, the highest earner in this industry, made his fortune from hunting a candidate for the equality title. After completing that task, Virus enjoyed a leisurely retirement, merely monitoring the wanted list without participating. Many new faces appeared. One day, a name on the website caught Virus's attention. It was Gang Yu. Although Gang Yu was at the equality level, there was no bounty listed for him. Out of curiosity, Virus contacted the scriptwriter to ask why. The scriptwriter's response was that Gang Yu had never fought, so there was no information about him. The scriptwriter suggested, "Why don't you fight him once to set a price? We'll pay you accordingly." Virus declined. Returning to the present, Virus explained, "At that time, I thought he was nothing special, so I was just curious and let it go." Virus continued, "But when I heard he defeated Seung Hwan, I decided to check him out personally." As he spoke, he pulled out his gun. "I wonder how much you're worth." Virus fired shots continuously at Gang Yu. The bullets approached Gang Yu, but he remained still. His expression was cold. Gang Yu raised his hand, and an invisible hand appeared. Gang Yu used his invisible fist technique, nimbly changing the trajectory of the bullets. He quickly approached Virus and knocked him down. Virus immediately suffers pain and coughs out a large mouthful of blood. Gang Yu's punch into Virus's body carries a dark red force that spreads to Virus's entire body. Gang Yu continues to punch upwards. Virus is sent flying into the air by Gang Yu's attack. But Gang Yu doesn't stop there. He continues to clench his fist tightly. Gang Yu treats Virus like a punching bag, punching him repeatedly without mercy. Virus struggles to understand why his bounty isn't clearly stated. Gang Yu's eyes show a lack of emotion. A beam of white light in the shape of a 10 appears in the sky. Gang Yu jumps up his fist at the center of it. Gang Yu opens his mouth and unleashes a finishing punch. Virus lies on the ground, his body covered in wounds. His bounty value. He smiles in admiration, saying it's truly immeasurable. Gang Yu doesn't say much. A red column of light descends from the sky, and he uses that formidable strength to punch Virus, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to shake. Hassan and Pocket witness this scene and open their eyes in shock. Hassan thinks to himself that someone who can handle a level 4 opponent like a child playing with toys must have secretly trained. He glances at Kingston sitting behind him, but is surprised to learn that Kingston is the one who taught Gang Yu. Hassan calls out to Kingston loudly. He asks if he can take Kingston as his master. Stuttering, and Kingston responds with confusion, telling him to leave. Hassan sighs. Apologizing for doubting Medius, it turns out she let him be because of this. Pocket is surprised and thinks that Hassan is dead. Suddenly a voice speaks up, saying that their chairman is the best. Kingston falls into deep thought. Kingston evaluates Medius's abilities, thinking they're not inferior to authorities. Kingston deduces that Medius has the ability to see through the future and return to the past, allowing her to guide the future according to her will. He looks at the sunset sky in front of him. Kingston frowns, feeling bored, thinking it's no longer interesting. He wonders if he should just go and kill Medius. Kingston's eyes stare at the screen in front of him. He recalls Beze's words. "Kingston, I've decided to entrust Gang Yu to you. But if anything goes wrong, I won't be able to entrust him to you anymore. Please understand." Kingston sits on a rocky outcrop, laughing and saying, "You dare to threaten me?" But Beze is serious, bowing his head and saying, "It's not a threat, but a request." Kingston asks, "You're the leader of the world, and you're bowing your head to someone else. Don't you feel ashamed?" Bezet replies, "If it's for the safety of the people, I'm willing to do anything." Kingston stands up, praising Beze, saying, "Well done." He smiles and says, "All right, I'll think positively." Kingston waves his hand and leaves, saying, "I'll observe a bit more. And if it gets boring, I'll go take care of him." Kingston temporarily puts off his decision, remembering his promise to Bezet, but when Medius reverses time by a few months, Kingston decides to kill him. At this moment, Kingston is looking up at the sky, lost in thought. The sky is clear and blue without a cloud. Kingston sighs, saying, "So that's how it is." Gang Yu, who is meditating behind him, asks, "What's wrong?" When Kingston sees Gang Yu's reaction, he frowns, thinking that Gang Yu still hasn't reached the level where he can sense this. Gang Yu remains calm, not noticing anything unusual. Kingston says, "Nothing, just focus on your training, making." Gang Yu puzzled. Kingston looks up at the sky again, sighing to himself that it's only to this extent. Returning to the present, Kingston praises Gang Yu, saying, "Not bad, your technique has become more refined." He pats Gang Yu on the back, thinking that nothing helps improve one's strength like actual combat, but it's still far from enough. Kingston looks at Gang Yu, thinking that it's because he still can't sense this. He thinks to himself that Gang Yu needs more actual combat experience to enhance his senses. Kingston sighs, thinking that this will be more interesting than expected, and turns to leave, saying, Let's go find the next opponent. The scene shifts to another location where Medius reports to Hassan that Gang Yu has completed the task of eliminating virus. Canis expresses surprise that a level 4 opponent was handled so quickly. Mute comments that it's just like Gang Yu, and Medius agrees. Mia looks at Medius and suggests that if they continue like this, they might be able to save all the heroes Medius proposes, continuing to rewind time. She explains that it's like piecing together a puzzle step by step. News of Gang Yu's battle spreads to the other heroes. Authority frowns looking at his watch and says, "So that's how it is." He smiles disdainfully, saying, "We just need to catch that young Seung Hwan," when suddenly another voice interrupts. "Oh, it sounds like you're not taking us seriously." Maledity expresses her grievance, saying that it's like they're being ignored. She smiles menacingly, saying it's been a while since they've met the former chairman. Authority raises an eyebrow, saying that she's the real chairman. The equality team is moving smoothly when Mienyi appears. Someone greets Mienyi, saying it's been a while. Mienyi responds enthusiastically, saying it's great to see them again. Yun Juyang smiles and says, "Let me send you off." Master Mienyi replies that it's not the right time yet. On the Lipre's side, she is creating 2 symbols with mysterious details, saying that she will definitely capture Adsword this time. Adsword also reached out to take the blue power of himself. "Just try it, little rabbit." Pequeniu trembled behind and said, "I just don't want to be killed." Lipers replied with a confident expression, "Don't worry, we won't kill anyone." Elsewhere, El Queado also clashed with Vidi's group, and Vidi asked, "What's wrong with you?" His face was filled with disdain for the so-called number 4 that Terrapier had mentioned. The maid beside him also chimed in with the same tone. The 2 of them stared at the other person with unfriendly eyes. Alter Ego clenched his teeth in anger and said, "My name is not number 4. I am Alter Ego." At night, the city was submerged in ruins. Tatsujin was facing off against Amir. She greeted Amir. "I've wanted to meet you for a long time," Amir responded coldly. "With our relationship, I don't think we need to exchange greetings, do we?" The 2 of them did not say much and immediately clashed with each other. Strong opponents faced each other. Kingston and Gang Yu's group also met their opponents. Kingston sighed, "Oh, quite impressive." He looked at Canis and the fox-eared girl in front of him. "You've already removed the collars, haven't you?" Kingston beckoned to them. "Wait a minute, I need to talk to Gang Yu." The fox-eared girl immediately objected. Who allowed that? Suddenly the 2 of them widened their eyes. Kingston's cold voice rose. "This." His expression was full of menace. "Wait." The other 2 were immediately intimidated by fear. Kingston turned around and said to Gang Yu, "Let them fight for a while. This is the perfect training." Gang Yu replied, "I've followed your instructions." He asked expressionlessly, "But when do I need to restrain my strength? Can't I just kill them quickly?" Kingston smiled slightly. "Absolutely not," he continued. "You also feel it, don't you? You've become much stronger than before." He continued, "But it's still not enough." This statement made the fox-eared girl and Canis uneasy. Kingston continued to explain to Gang Yu, "Listen carefully in this place. No one except me can be your opponent." His tone implied something deeper. "Just in this place alone." Gang Yu was puzzled. "What do you mean, sir?" Kingston suggested to him, "Look around. You still haven't felt it, have you? You need to get used to using your chi better." Gang Yu observed the surrounding air and sensed something. Kingston also looked up, gazing at the ruined city. "You'll understand soon." Kingston turned around and said to the other 2, "All right, you can move now." He rushed to their faces with astonishing speed, making both of them clench their teeth in fear. But Kingston pinned Canis down, making him fall to the ground without being able to react. He held Canis's neck tightly. "Let's have a one-on-one fight." The fox-eared girl panicked Canis. Canis struggled to move, but couldn't. Kingston sneered. "Don't worry, I don't plan to harm you, but if you came here just to save this guy without fighting Gang Yu, I'll kill him immediately." He made a condition to the fox-eared girl. "If you defeat Gang Yu, I'll let him go." The fox-eared girl was puzzled. "What do you want exactly?" At this moment, the dark energy gathered again. Kingston replied, "I just want to see it before I die." He looked towards Gang Yu. He was ready for the battle between these powerful individuals, treating it as his final entertainment. Finally, Kingston stood up and said, "All right." He ordered fight, He turned around and reminded Gang Yu use as many techniques as you can. Don't kill immediately. Gang Yu responded understood. Kingston frowned, thinking to himself only this much. He looked up, thinking that Gang Yu could win with the current situation. Elsewhere, Sinka stared intently below. Seung Hwan asked, Sinka, has Gang Yu arrived? Sinka replied, it seems so. Seung Hwan smiled strangely. It's been a long time since we last met. He speculated. I guess the others are the same. Ahura appeared above with corpses around her. Ahura observed Seung Hwan. Seung Hwan also smiled confidently, facing her directly. Below, Gang Yu was also ready. Sinka and Medius simultaneously spoke. This battle is inevitable. The fox-eared girl and Gang Yu charged at each other, ready for a life-or-death battle.